What up, what up, what up, people? Hey, fuckers. Oh. What up, what up, what up? What up, what up, what up? Hey, mama. I just got back. I thought I'd jump on for a minute and say hey to everybody. Got a crazy ass work schedule here lately, so. Seems like I'm either sleeping or working, which is good. I'm not arguing on YouTube. What up, what up, what up? Barbara, Pat, Casey, how you doing? How's everybody doing? Ooh, shit. Hope everybody's having a good day. Good guy, what up? What up? Give everybody a second to get in. Just got back. I got my nose done. Oh, it always relax me, but they look pretty. As always. What up? What up? What up? You guys see some of my photo shoot pictures? Ah! They look so good. Oh, you guys, if you're on my Facebook, you've seen a lot. If you're on my OF, you've seen even more. Because I'm not throwing them all out everywhere. But it was so much fun doing the photo shoot the other day. And man, some of the pictures I'm like, holy shit, that was really me? Wow. I'm gonna roll up real quick. So we got tornadoes coming again today. Yay. Why not? I wanted to come on and ruffle some little bit of, no, not ruffle feathers, but I want to have a conversation. I know some people ain't buying it. I get it. Y'all heard about this Project 25? 2025? Yeah, it's actually not as hot as it's been the last couple days. A lot of people been talking about Project 2025. I'm going to do a show on it Friday because I'm off. And I want to do a panel about it. Because I want to see what people think and what people think of it. Some people said that it's fear mongrel. It's funny. I don't see how it's fear mongrel when some of the things are actually happening. Some people say, Summer, it's been planned forever. Yeah, but I don't think we've ever watched them just even in the at least last year snatch as many rights away from people. Bow, chicka, bow, wow. Just something to think about. I am going to do a show on it Friday. And I want to see what people on both sides are saying. I think it'll be a great topic. Fuck. I'm fucking yawning. Bow, chicka, bow, wow. All right, well, everybody left when I said that. Okay, well, that's cool. Guess I don't give a fuck about your rights being taken away. Whatever. What's up, Seeger's mom? How are you doing, beautiful? Well, like everything else, homelessness has been criminalized and all the other women's rights, and we all kept saying, y'all better pay attention, shit's gonna happen. No one listened, and it fucking happened. So that'll probably be the same thing with this too. Nobody wants to, chit chat about it, I guess. I didn't go nowhere. Oh, y'all talking about weather. What the fuck? Oh, it'll be too late by the time actually people want to talk about it. That's how it works. Anyway, what else is everybody up to? I'm gonna do a show Friday. I'm gonna wait because nobody is really interested in it apparently. But I am gonna do a show Friday about it because I want to do a panel and shit. But I'm gonna drop a bunch of shit that I've been collecting, fun little facts of what that all. Because people say it's not real, but it's definitely real. It's definitely real, and it's a plan that is gonna be put in effect if Trump wins. So, and you guys can ignore it if you want to. If you want to, you sure can. It's not going to change it though. They're actually doing a huge protest, I think, in a couple next week and a couple weeks up in New York over it. They're trying to get to do it nationally as well. Oh, what's up, Mama Bear? Long time no hear from you. How you been doing? Mama Bear's been busy. Anyway, what's up, Four Corners? You voted today? That's good. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there who are like, don't vote, don't vote, don't vote. Yeah, I want to. I'd like to say hey to you and all that. Chat, not personal. Just saying. Peer pressure. What's up? There's a lot of people that are saying don't vote, don't vote, don't vote, and I think that's really stupid because I don't think we have enough people in third party to do that yet. So I think if you don't vote, then you're going ahead and giving the heritage group exactly what they want. And trust me, I know both sides fucked up, but right now one side is willing to take our fucking rights away. Holler. Guess you pay attention to it. But as always, everybody will talk about it after it happens, so it's cool. I get it. Yeah, but this is the one thing you'll regret if you don't educate yourself on it and you don't vote. That's a promise on that one, bud. Peer pressure, Four Corners, Seeker's mom, Christine. Everybody, what up, what up, what up? I just really came on to say, hey, what's up to everybody? I haven't seen some of you all in a minute. Scrambled to attempt to fix it. Yeah. But they've already they've put their plan. Well, it'll be too late. They won't be able to fix it, right, Christine? It'll be too late. That's the thing. That's how it always works, right? I screamed and screamed for months. People can go back on my fucking lives. Year. Go back on my live. I showed clearings. I showed what they was going to do to the homeless people. I showed everybody. Christine's talked about it. I've talked about it. Other advocates have talked about it. And then when it happened, everybody was like, oh shit, they actually did that. Yeah, yeah. We were begging everybody to help us, but nobody really cared. It will be too late to talk after election. Better be ready. Yeah. Yep. Crazy. And it's crazy because, like, until I just read, honestly, this thing, and I haven't even read all of it because there's 900 fucking pages to it. But I think you can get the gist of it, right? I've shared the links for people to go read it, and you know what they tell me? It's fear mongrel. Yeah, you can hang it here at Slop as long as you are respectful. This isn't a freedom of speech channel. This is a summer channel. So yeah, you're more than welcome to hang out. As long as you ain't a dick. I don't really, time people out. I have people for links and shit like that. And because that's how I want my page. But I'm sure you know that by your name. You've been around. So there's that. Uh, Nar, what's up, sweetie? How are you doing? Most people only start to care when their own ass is on the line. Well, their ass is gonna be on the line on this one, baby. Their ass is gonna be on the line on this one. Like I said, Friday, and I will post. I will go ahead and post it probably tonight because I have a thumbnail and everything for it already. I would like to, and it'll be a respectful conversation. There won't be no name, stupid shit. People can express how they feel, but there won't be no cutting each other out and all that shit because I'll just put everybody backstage. But I would like for people to talk about it because I think it's something that, if you believe it's fear mongrel, okay, why do you believe that? I mean, even though the Heritage Foundation put together this whole thing and Trump's been tied to them a billion times because all the people is, it's his people. But there you go. Um, I know he said, I don't know what the Heritage Foundation is. Yeah, and he also said, I never paid, I never did anything with the porn star either, right? Or I never said grab him by the pussy or, all the other things he said he never did. But that's neither here nor there, right? Um, and then people say, well, Summer, what about why didn't he do this stuff in the first rip? He talked about it. He just didn't know the power he had, in my opinion. I believe that wholeheartedly. I don't think that he understood the power that he actually has. And so that's why that him and his peeps came up with this and they're not hiding it. They're putting it out there. Like they are putting it out there. They're not scared to say it because they know that people are going to do what people are doing right now. That's just bullshit. That's fear mongrel. What did that guy say during his interview the other day? What was it? No blood will be spilled as long as, what did he say? I'll make sure I have that clip Friday. Yeah. Motherfucker was on a oh boy. I'm scared of people I love that will be thrown in jail for whom they. Oh yeah, that's it too. They're going to be criminalizing gay people and LGBTQ plus community. So that means interracial marriage also probably in the long run will be on that because you do realize that interracial marriage was on the voting ballot last year, or last term, whatever. Um, yeah, is it illegal to be in an interracial marriage? Yeah, so that'll probably also blow too. Um, let's see, Head Start's going to be eliminated. Free lunches for schools are going to be eliminated. Social programs in a whole. Oh, that's right. They're going to be arresting drug dealers and addicts and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and homeless people because that's in their thing too. And actually, if you go to Trump's website, he tells you that his goddamn self. Holler, it's on his shit. It's on his fucking website. So where he says that he's not doing anything, oh, but they are. Yeah, passport sucks. And to get ones, we are in the second revolution and it will be a blood. What did he say in his interview? Does anybody remember? Um, he said something about there won't be any blood spilled if the as long as the left doesn't get pushed back or and that wasn't it. I know he said something along those words though. Fuck. I should have looked it up. No, no, he would not. He does not care. None of us have enough money for him to care. None of us. We'll see the federal stuff, they're gonna be taking all the feds out and putting all of Trump's people that's what dictators do, if you didn't know that, by the way. I've been too busy fact checking. Right? Yeah, Christine was definitely she's been busy, busy, busy. And I'm not gonna stop talking about this because it's not even about right or left. It's about someone that wants dictatorship and the people around him understand how to do that and put it in play. Because he may not be the smartest monkey in the world, but he's got people that understand that system very well and the power it. Have you guys ever seen Handmaid's Tale? Have you ever seen Handmaid's Tale? If you have not, there are tons of Handmaid's Tale. I think it's on Hulu, um, Netflix, maybe. I can't remember. I know I watch it. It's on one of those. You should probably go back to season one, episode one, and start watching it. And let me know what you think about that. And let me know if after hearing about Project 2025, if there's some similarities there. It's on Hulu. Okay, that's good. Let me know what you think. Like I said, it's on Hulu. Yeah, I can't remember exactly the contents either, but he did say something along as long as no one gives them pushback, there won't be a bloodbath. That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. Mentally ill, drug addicts, drug addiction, homeless people. Oh, y'all getting locked up. We all getting locked up, by the way. Just saying. Yep, yep. You don't believe it? Did you see what the Supreme Court just did? The Supreme Court just, criminalized homelessness in 17 states, which the rest will follow. Bow chicka bow wow. Fun, fun, fun. About America, or we're going to drop A and become America. America! American! American! America, go fuck you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you ought to watch Handmaid's Tale. If none of you have watched it, you can even go and probably, I'm sure there's even clips if you don't have Hulu. I'm sure there's like little sneak pics on YouTube and shit like that, right? You gotta watch it. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I did. And Nara, and you've known me, you know me for a little bit. I've been talking about it for years because we seen it happening here in our city. See what they did, they started by doing it by finding them and arresting them under other presidents or whatever the fucking word is. They would say they were trespassing, or they would say, like what they would fine us for parking. Oh, you're parking in the right, you're not parked the right way. And that was because really we were giving out supplies. My girlfriend Tiny, she got fined. A couple of her people got fined. I couldn't tell you how many times. Um, so I've been talking about they started doing camp clearings. You can go back down on my videos. There's camp clearings that I've talked about and said, look, this is what they're doing, you guys. They went from once a month to once every 2 weeks. Then it was once a week, and now it's literally every fucking day. I've talked about this, and so that's what happens, right? These things that we all think that are not going to affect us, and there's been a lot of little things because I know people are like, well, they're criminalized on homelessness. Those people actually had people inbox me, email me, and write on my comments. Well, some are at least if they go to jail, they'll get three hot meals and a cot. Okay. Um, actually, today we had people die in our jail today. There was a news about it. Yeah, it happens all the fucking time. Actually, a couple months ago, there was a span and it happened for a while. There was a span of at least 5 or 6 people dying a day in our jail. Yeah, because that's always the answer, right? Yeah, criminalize people. And I always think that it's funny that people that follow me or themselves are freedom fighters, quote unquote, or whatever they call themselves. And then they say locking people up is the answer. Yeah, that's great. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that the Democrats is better than the Republicans because they're not. They're not. I don't like either one of them. We all know where I stance on that. I believe that it's two of the same bird. Um, but I'll say this much: if we're not careful, what little bit of rights we have will be gone. because there's people that have a plan, and they are so confident in their plan, they have put out a 900-page book. Can somebody get me the link? One of my mods, can you get me the link to the 2025 project? You know, the link that it sends you to be able to read this. Um, the Heritage Foundation, which is also right attached to um, Trump, even though he keeps trying to say he's not. Um, oh, you just should read it. Read my last comment, please. Yes, okay, I will. Hold on one second. Christine. Trump describes his political as Berman last year and historically warned the terms you usually fascist leaders. Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. I can let people up if you want to come up or drop the links or whatever. I just know I'm not gonna be able to be on all the time. But if you guys want to do a panel or anything like that, I can leave it up running. You guys can come up, bullshit, all that good stuff. I'm cool with that. Because we can have these conversations 500 times a day and there'll still be somebody that goes, oh, I think it's all, I don't understand how people can say that it's fear mongrel when they have put the book out. Their book. It isn't, the Democrats didn't put this book out and say, hey, by the way, this is what it is. No. The Heritage Foundation, which is all of Trump's people, all of them. So, I don't know. Anyway, I just thought I'd come on and say hey for a minute. I got a new job. I'm working 5 days a week, so at night. So it's gonna take me some time to get used to some shit. Nick Johnson, what's up, sweetie? Vinny's in the house. Toot, baby. The Dems aren't trying to destroy democracy. There's a difference for me. Yeah. And like I've had people say, well, Summer, you know, don't vote for either one of them. And I get the train of thought when people say that, right? But see, this is the problem, right? The country has been so brainwashed that they think the two-part system, Democrat or Republican, is the only way to go, right? And so they feel like they don't have any other options that'll be substantive. And to be honest with you, really, they don't. And this is why. Because if you don't have enough people to cancel out both parties, not just one, but both, then you're handing it probably to the ops. If you don't know what the ops is, it's the side you don't like or the people that ain't for you, right? That's what we call ops. So I got into we've been doing this discussion. If you're not on my Facebook and you like conversations like this, that's probably where you should be at too. There's a lot of back and forth that goes on. But anyway, so I was talking to some people that I respect and love to death. They do, do the work and everything, and they're like, we don't need a party. We don't need to. Yes, here it is right here. Project 2025. Please read that. That's the link. And then read Agenda 47. Okay. These are the two things, okay, that will educate you. All right. They're not from Summer. Summer didn't write them. YouTube didn't write them. Lefties didn't write them. Well, I wouldn't say righties didn't write them. I'm going to say righties didn't write them either. I'm going to say extremist people is who's got this. So anyway, back to the thing. So if you have a bunch of independent people that are sitting here voting and they're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm not going to vote anymore or whatever. And if I do vote, it's going to be for somebody that's off. And that's fine. I understand that. I understand that 100%. But here's the problem with it. If you do that, then that system that you don't want to win, like if we do this right now and, listen, if it wasn't his side, Trump's side, that is owning this, claiming it, doing news press things on it, saying yes, this is theirs, stating something along the lines of there will be a bloodbath if people want to give pushback on it. That makes me worried a little bit. And because I've watched interracial marriage be on the fucking ballot, I've watched women's rights be taken away. I've watched Trump is helping the country, has books. Wait, Trump is helping the country, has books on how to make money. It's not, but Nick Johnson. I'm not, I'll say this. Trump's going to help himself. That's what rich people do, sweetie. Okay? It's for a big corporation, it's not for the people. Now, what's going to happen is, and I hope I'm wrong. God bless. I hope I'm fucking wrong. But have you read Agenda 25 or Project 2025? I'm sorry, Agenda 47. My bad. Have anybody read Agenda 47, and have they also read Project 2025? And you think that's good for the people? But we all belong in, I mean, I know most of you all from freedom type of communities, whether it's freedom fighters, whether it's auditors, whether it's you stand up for justice. How could any of the people that belong to any of these communities think that this is okay? Where is the fucking freedom in that? I don't know. I don't know, Jonathan. You'll have to wait and ask him that. Um, yeah, and that's not what we're talking about right now. So there's that. Um, I just don't. I think that's one of the biggest hangups for me, right? I think that's I think that's one of the biggest hangups for me. How can we all say that we fight for freedom and we believe in freedom and we stand against the police? Oh, by the way, both of them, the Projects 25 and the other one, you do the agenda. You do realize that police get free immunity, which I mean, let's face it, they kind of have that already because it's very rare when an officer gets in fucking trouble. But they still do every great now and then. So I don't know. It's just odd. It's odd to me. It's very odd. And I hope I'm wrong, you guys. I hope that all this thing is just a hoop rod to get people more arguing. And well, I don't hope that, but I just hope that it's like, not real, right? And I hope that, everybody can say, Summer, you was too worried. But it's hard for me to completely think that when, again, they just criminalize homelessness. How does anybody think that's okay? And I mean, I guess if you're a radical Christian, it doesn't bother you if the country's ran that way. But for everybody else that, maybe believes in relationships with God or Jesus or believes in other things that have nothing to do with God or Jesus, I don't know, that's kind of weird. So I don't know. I don't know. Also, just so you all know, because I mean, I don't have to tell anybody anything, but I'm going to. I have a couple people that will be helping me with my channel. And so on days that I want to start a panel and I have to work or something like that, they're going to be helping me out with that aspect. um, but I'll still be around. So there's that. But I want to be able to, we are going to be bringing game night to you guys and a couple other things that I've been on my community page that I want to do. And so I want to, but I also need to work right now because I've got to go to Oklahoma City in 3 weeks. So I just got more days from the job I already had, which was cleaning factories. So a couple days ago, a Christian radical called for murder charges for women. Yes, 100%. That's what they want to do. They have already criminalized some women for miscarriages. If you don't believe me, go look it up. Yeah, they did. They tried that. They want to criminalize people for miscarriages. And by the way, miscarriages, yeah, that's an abortion technically by the hospital paperwork. And I know that because I remember the first miscarriage I ever had. I walked out of I was sitting in the waiting room and I was about to walk out and I looked at my paperwork because like most time, I don't know about you guys, but I don't read all my paperwork because by the time the doctor's already explained to me, I know what's going on. But for some reason, I just happened to look at my paperwork and it said an abortion. And I flipped the fuck out. I said, I didn't have no fucking abortion. And the nurse said, no, sweetie, it's okay. Calm down. It's just kind of what they call it. So, yes, there have been states where the women have been tried to be prosecuted for having miscarriages, and they want to criminalize women that have abortions. They also, just like in my state, yes, miscarriages. Yes, yep, Angel. Kind of sick, right? Fucked up, because like a woman can't help that she has a miscarriage, right? At all. She can't help that. It's out of your control. I've had quite a few miscarriages, unfortunately. I've also had abortions. So it's just, it's pretty fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. Like I said, I screamed. No, a lot of people didn't even know interracial marriage. Better yet, hold up. Here's one better than that. Do you know in certain motherfucking states, in one state in particular, I want to say it's Mississippi, but I'll find out for sure. You know, hanging has been brought back. Yeah. Oh, I was actually on the. So y'all gonna tell me that this Project 2025 and Agenda 45 or whatever the fuck they're calling it, y'all gonna tell me that oh, it ain't no big deal. It ain't no big deal, Summer. It's okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you now, if all this goes through like they say it's going to, you won't ever have to worry about wondering what a trafficking victim has to go through. Because you're gonna find out first motherfucking hand. And not by a pimp, but by your country. Just saying. Baby, it's about to get real. What do Kentucky think? I mean, we're slowly but surely educating people. And I'll be honest with you, we're a red state, and there's red people that are debating whether they're going to vote blue or they're going to vote for another Republican, which I'm cool with that. You can still vote Republican. I just don't think you should vote for a Republican that's, you feel me? Talking about like, yo. Hold on. Welcome to the Communist States of America. That's what it's about to be. That's exactly what it's about to be. Should have it right so you don't gotta worry. Well, don't walk. If you don't have a ride, let me know. That's not gonna work. He's about to get one of those little motor thingamajiggers. Hold on. Bam, bam. Where am I at? Hold on, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to figure something out. I can't. Oh, there it is. All right, my bad. I missed everybody though. I did. Sounds like North versus South all over. Yeah, it's Pat leaving. Bye, Pat. You guys have a great day. I got some work to do. Hot weather. I'm out. Holler. All right, cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna drop the link. You know you can come up. You have the power to come up, and then you can drop the link whenever you want. It'll give you some practice. Not bad, y'all. I'm talking to another. I got like 3 phones going right now. Yeah, it's gonna be weird, dude. We are gonna do a panel, you guys. So give me a minute. I'm putting. I'm see if somebody can figure out how to do it because I want them to learn how to do it. Boom, boom. And as soon as I figure out, you guys, because we got the pro StreamYard, and as soon as we figure it out, I'm going to because now that I'm working, I can afford it. There is the pro comes with 2 cameras. It comes with all kinds of extra little fun features. So as soon as I get time to where I can sit down and I can think about how this all works, then we're going to figure out how it works. Summer, what does Mr. Summer think about? He's not happy about it. I mean, if you're, this is my thing. If you're against big corporate, I don't even, fine, okay, you're like, well, women shouldn't have abortions. Homeless people shouldn't be homeless. Drug dealers shouldn't be drug dealers. Addiction shouldn't be addiction. Mental illness shouldn't be. How the fuck are we going to lock people up for mental illness? Okay, you have to go to StreamYard and then go back in like we did last night. Casey, walk her through that, please. Y'all give me a second. I'm trying to get my team to. I want them to learn how to do it. You know what I mean? Because like if I'm not around, they can let people up. They can do all that kind of stuff. And because sometimes, as we all know, a bitch be falling asleep on the panels and all this other stuff. Oh shit! Look at ya.
Look
We
at
made
me.
it.
All
I
by
was like, I'm not
myself.
gonna do it. I want you to do it. That way you can learn how to. You know what I mean? You gotta learn how to do it. So.
Oh, I did it all
Welcome.
by myself. That's pretty
And
good
you got.
first time.
Yeah, it's really StreamYard's really not that hard. Like I mean the basics of it, you know what I mean? And then you can see all the features like I see now, and then you can copy the link, put it down in the chat. I'm gonna let you do that whenever you want to do it.
Oh, Jesus. Now I got to figure the link copy.
Well,
I
yeah,
figured,
because if I'm working, you're gonna have to do all that.
invite guest. Copy. I'm a coming. Hold on. I got this.
You got it.
Oh, I do. Watch me. So I got to go into. Hold on. I got this. I dropped it.
There you go.
I like that.
There you go. See, you got this. It's not hard at all. I mean, I'm gonna let you let people in. You
Okay,
know,
I can do. That's where the
you see
yes.
where the banners and all that kind of stuff is.
Yeah,
So if it's somebody we don't know, you can throw any banner up.
it's the
That's fine.
banner. Okay. Hey, I'm quite impressed. I got this.
I knew you'd have it.
Hey, that's my first
We're all
time.
a
I
little
think I did.
goofy around here sometimes, but we are very smart.
I think we're pretty smart, darn it. That's
Hey, we
pretty
can
good.
operate StreamYard.
All on my lonesome. I just got to figure out how to bring people up.
Yeah, somebody will just up in a minute, and
Okay.
you'll be able to see it.
Okay.
Now the link's down there. But
By
yeah,
the
I
link.
don't know, you guys. It's a lot. It's a lot, and even if you think that it's not going to happen, or you think it's a conspiracy theory, which at this point, I remember hearing something back in 2020, and I was like, dude, they'll never do no shit like that. They'll never take women's rights away. They'll never do all this criminalize homelessness. They'll never. And now I see it happen. Like it's happened. So now I'm like, okay, hold on, wait a minute. Maybe I need to step back just a minute and assess the situation. You know what I mean? Because if I thought those things would never happen, but yet here we are fucking fighting for them a year, 2 years later.
Well, throughout the United States, these 37 states that are pushing these crimes to be homeless.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this, and as you said, it's not going to happen. Yeah, it is going to happen. And guess what? It
It has
happened.
happened. That's right.
And Summer and I are two totally different people. I will be 100% honest with you. We have a lot of different thoughts on the majority of life. But there are
Yeah.
certain things that bring us 100% together. And I voted for Trump. I did. I had to. Well, the first time I voted because I thought he was going to be good for our country. Second
Right.
time I did because I tried to pick between two evils and didn't think if I voted independent would have done anything. I have Trump 2020 shirt or 2022
Oh yeah,
shirt.
she used to be a Trump supporter for sure.
Oh, I got, you know those handmade Kleenex box holders? I have one of those with Trump's face on it. And
Yep.
then I'm gonna read. My kids bought me a cup and it has Trump's picture on it and it says best grandma ever. And then it says you are really, really great grandma, the best. They're really terrific, just fantastic other grandmas of other grandmas. Losers, other grandmas are losers, total disaster. Everyone agrees. You are the best. Believe me. Signed, Trump.
You gotta talk like Trump.
Yeah, I was supposed to talk like Trump, my son said. Mom, you're supposed to talk like Trump when you read that. But yeah, he bought me this cup that has all of Trump's sayings on it. That I'm the best and everybody else are losers. And this bloodbath thing. And people better realize there was probably 6 months ago when he continued to talk about the election was taken from him and it's going to be a bloodbath in November. He has used the word bloodbath numerous times. And that's what blows my mind. Hey, Garrett.
No, but there's a guy that part of the Heritage Foundation, the big dude. He was on a newscast the other day, and he literally said, and I can't, don't quote me verbatim for word, but he was talking about if they give any pushback, if the lefties give any pushback, then that's the only way there'll be a bloodbath.
Yeah. Well, and that is months later after he
Right.
said the word bloodbath. And you read what I posted about, and I've told a few people, I said, I understand you think he's going to help us, but if you go back in history and look at Hitler and Mussolini,
That's right.
I mean, Hitler especially, everybody thought Hitler was going to help them. They did. And just read, not just what you were taught in school or what the media has told you, the little glimpse here and there of the Holocaust. Seriously, read the younger Hitler as he formed his self into becoming this dictator and harmed all these people.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sarge, how's it going, honeys? Yeah, did you hear me saying the words of Trump? He's on Trump watch.
Christine, you gotta let somebody up. You somebody in the back.
Hi, sweetheart. Hold on. Who do we have? Oh, we have Sarge. Okay. Add the stage. Are you here?
I
Oh my
heard,
goodness, I did it.
I heard
You popped
Trump.
her cherry, Sarge.
Huh?
You popped her cherry.
I heard Trump. Or are we on Christine's channel?
No, we're over. This is our channel, all of our
Okay,
channel.
I came in through Summer, or I thought I came in through Summer. But
Yeah, we're at Summer's page.
okay. I heard Trump. And then as I was clicking over to StreamYard to see if I could get in on this, I heard Heritage Foundation.
Well, absolutely. That's what we want. We want people in both sides. We welcome both sides.
So, okay, I'm on the other side. I hope I'm not upsetting anybody, but I'm one of those bleeding heart liberals, anti-Trumpers.
Oh, well, okay. So you're on our side then.
Okay, good. Glad to hear.
No, you're on our side. We are totally against this Project 2025. And the other thing is, Sarge, I don't know if you've read Trump's Agenda 47 yet.
I haven't read Agenda 47, but I'm familiar with Project 2025.
Oh, well, let me give you a little synopsis and then I'll post the link, or you can even look it up. The Agenda 47 is what's being developed for when Trump becomes president. Okay, you know how they have the little algorithms and what they want to do and what they're going to do. In here, I compared and contrast. It's almost identical to the Project 2025, but Trump denies Project 2025.
Trump, Trump's problem with the Heritage Foundation in 2025 is simply ego.
Yes.
He wants to be the one who presented it. They're both, yeah, they're the same thing. I'm guessing. I don't know much about Heritage Agenda 47, but I am familiar with Heritage Foundation and Project 2025, and kind of kitty corner across the street, a block and a half over uh, the building 301 Independence Avenue Southeast, a cluster of Trump organizations, mostly mailboxes, but there's people there too. I did a few First Amendment audits over there, and they're evil. Yeah. And to your point about comparing him to Hitler, during his first administration, I compared him to Hitler, and people say he's nothing like Hitler. I'm like, oh yeah, early Hitler. No, he hasn't killed millions of people yet, but neither did Hitler when Hitler came on the scene. He came on as a charismatic nationalist pro-Germany thing, kind of like Trump came across his first term. When Trump gets reelected, our experiment on the American experiment is sadly, I believe, over. And sadly, I believe he's going to win because not because he's so popular, but because the Biden camp and the Democrat camp they're very, very divided on whether Biden should run or not. Trump's going to win on the division of the left, and that's pretty much how Hitler got into power. The divisions of his opponents that they couldn't unite. And well, I'm sorry, I'm on a I'm on a little bit of bandwagon. I've been removed from politics for a week because I was on vacation, and my sweetie ordered me to stay unplugged from YouTube, from politics, from news, and from work. She's a hypocrite. Every now and then she look at her iPhone and sigh. I'm like, what's up? She said, Trump. I'm like, oh, God. I'm sorry. Am I stilling the?
No, you're good. No, you're good. I was just listening to you guys. I'm cleaning my car out while I'm listening to you. Yeah, it's just a lot, dude. I don't see how people don't understand what's going on, and like they just think it's a big, like like we're all bullshitting. Like this is just made up, and it's like, how can you say that when there's clearly things going on that we can see is happening, like criminalizing homelessness, like taking women's rights away, like all the bullshit.
Yeah, he's literally bragging about the end of Roe v. Wade because of the
during the debate. Yep.
Yeah, that too. For any women out there who believe in their Fourth Amendment right to private medical treatment, remember, when you reelect Trump, you're probably appointing 2 more Supreme Court justices by the same guy who appointed the last 3.
Yep. And they're going to do what they tried to get he was going to be running for governor, but we made sure that didn't happen. Like Daniel Cameron. But anyway, Daniel Cameron wanted to, and this is what they're also going to imply, is if you go out into another state, because it's all left up on state. So if you go out to another state and you do anything as far as abortion or anything like that, miscarriage, anything, they can pull your public records and they can criminalize you for that. So if you don't believe me, you should probably look all that up.
And our jackwagon of a governor vetoed a couple of bills that the legislature tried to pass to Virginia. Abortion's still legal in Virginia, although Youngkin's trying to change that. The legislature passed a bill that would prevent states like Texas and Arkansas and Mississippi from extraditing doctors who perform abortions for citizens of Texas, Mississippi, and Arkansas who come to Virginia, get their medical procedures that they need. When those other states who criminalize that come after our state doctors, Youngkin vetoed the protection of them from being extradited to those other states.
Yep.
And Christine, former admin Mark Meadows, he's at 301 Independence Avenue. Jim Dement, I don't know him. Stephen Miller, he's at 301 Independence Avenue. Paul Dans, don't know. Ben Carson, yes. Rick Durbin. Some of these names I don't know, but those folks are in that building it's kind of kitty corner from the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah,
And
it's pretty
yeah,
crazy that this is where we're at. Like, I don't see how anybody that believes in democracy can want to give the government this much power, whether you agree with the topic or not. And that's the thing. All this is not. These things are, if they happen, it's not going to be happening because it's the right thing to do. It's not going to be happening because it's fit for everybody. It's going to be happening because it's a religious belief that's being forced on our country, and it's bullshit.
yep.
Because not everybody rocks like that. You know what I mean? Like, I've talked about it before. I believe in Jesus and I love God. You know what I mean? I have my own relationship and my own my own thing, because I also believe in nature and all kinds of other shit, right? So, but there's a lot of people that don't believe, and I damn sure don't believe religiously. You know what I mean? Like, some people be like, "Ah, Summer, you're a witch because you believe it. You believe in rocks and, or nature and all this kind of shit." But shit, I'm allowed to believe. It's my freedom. It's my right to believe however I want. If I want to take a little bit from everything and make my own fucking shit, I could do that. But they're making it to where you can't do that. It goes against all of our constitutional rights, forcing shit like that on people. And I just don't understand how anybody that listens to any of our channels or in any of the communities, because I don't have just, 1A people and protest people. I've got people that do all kinds of different things on every level of freedom fighting. How can anybody that believes in any of that think any of this is okay? That's the shit I don't get. And I've said that since 2020, because I didn't understand why all these people that believe in, say they believe in freedom and all this other shit, and they call themselves We the People, but then they came to our city dressed up in camo and fucking guns and was gonna go off with our heads if they thought they'd seen a building burn. Like, that's a big corporation. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I don't. People don't like that when I tell them that, but I don't care about I don't care about corporation, period. They have insurance to cover whatever it is they need to fucking cover. And yes, I have 2 businesses, but I feel the same way. Shit, my house got, my shelter and everything got broken into. All kinds of shit fucking happened. You know what? It is what the fuck it is. It's a part of the beast. You're supposed to have insurance for shit like that. Let's see.
I'm a Johnny come lately. This guy, I heard the plans that put together through. Yeah. So Supreme Court rubber stamping is crap. Yeah. Democracy is definitely in a coma on its deathbed.
Yeah.
And
that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Where'd Christine go? She was.
I feel like
I'm the one that's supposed to be being quiet, Christine, not you.
I feel like you would.
I was muted. I'm talking as I'm muted. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm trying to get my
okay.
earbuds.
I was like, what the hell?
I'm trying to get my earbuds going because they were working and they stopped working. So while he's talking, I took that opportunity.
Oh, okay. What are you saying, Sarge?
I'm hoping. I haven't followed your chat. I just came on a few minutes ago, literally when Christine was talking about Trump comparing to Hitler. So if there's any dissenting opinions, I'd love to have a polite conversation about it. Seems like every time I get into these conversations and my opinions differ from the others, it becomes a death threat or a dox threat or a yelling match.
Yeah, well, over here that's not going to happen because I'll back everybody. But if people want to have a conversation about it, they're more than welcome to come up here and have an adult conversation. Because I think hearing from the people that believe in all this, I think that's kind of important, because I want to know why. Why do you believe in this? Why are you willing to sacrifice your constitutional right to live the way Project 45 or Project 2025 or Agenda 45 is saying? Like, why do you want to give your rights up for somebody like anybody? They're your fucking rights.
I agree, and that's where I'm having a real problem at. And most people, I'll be honest, everybody I've come across, they don't want to have a conversation. They want me to believe what they believe, and I can't. In my heart and in my gut, I can't. Now, on the opposite form of it, I'm not going to try to force somebody to believe what I want to believe. They're going to do it.
No, that's not what we're not over here to convince anybody.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what we want. We want somebody that doesn't have the same thought we do or have the same heart we do, that we're thinking that this could be the end of us because we're not standing. We don't want our rights taken away, but I read through Project 2025 and then I went through the Agenda 47 that is for Trump.
Yeah,
And
it's on his
there's
website.
there's so many comparisons, and it's where when he takes over after inauguration, what he's going to start doing. And people aren't reading the 47. If they would read the 47 and then tell me how Trump could deny he knows he's acknowledging this 2025.
Right.
And I have a really tough time. I'm having a tough time being a woman and feeling not so much my life. I mean, I'm at the end of my life, but my children, my grandchildren, my daughter-in-laws, future generations of women already fought for us. We have those rights, and now they're going to take those rights away. So we're going to see our grandchildren not have these rights and going through the same fights. Are we going to see our grandchildren not being able to vote eventually again? Are we going to see our grandchildren using back alleys for unwanted pregnancies? I have witnessed an unwanted pregnancy terminated with an ice pick. I witnessed it. It was horrible.
Yeah. That's
And
what I
we
always
should
say.
not get back to
I tell
that.
people all the time, I tell people all the time, you're not stopping anything. I understand they're like, oh, protect what? Then this is the thing. The same people that say they don't want women to have an abortion are the same people that also once that baby is
Intractable.
born and that woman needs, hold on, and they need food stamps and all that shit, they'll sit there and talk shit about that fucking kid. Or let a kid go down a troubled path. Oh, well, the little motherfucker should be locked up. Or and it's like, dude, but isn't this the same one that you sat here and told me that I need to go to hell about if I, no, dude. You can't have it both ways.
Well,
If a woman has it, if they have the babies, they're going to need assistance sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. That's what they're for. But by the way, under both of these acts, all that shit's going to be gone too. So all these kids that need insurance, that their parents can't afford it because they're barely fucking making the means, and they have to get insurance so they can take their kids to the doctors and all this other shit, that's gone. Social Security, gone.
I forget what it's called. In 1993, when I was stationed at Fort Campbell, my wife, she's now my ex-wife, she had a pregnancy, whereas there was a placenta and no fetus. It was an empty setup. And the Army doctors told us that if she continued to grow the placenta, it would become a life-threatening situation for her. So they did something called a DNC.
Yep.
a DNC.
Technically is terminating a pregnancy. It's an abortion.
Yes.
When Obamacare was passed, they had to stipulate to appease the right and the even right-leaning Democrats, what they call them, blue dog Democrat. Obama had to do an executive order saying no federal funds will be provided for abortions. The states that are now taking advantage of the end of Roe versus Wade are making that very procedure, a DNC, an abortion on an empty placenta. They're calling it murder. They're going to treat the doctor as a murderer. They're going to treat the woman as a murderer. Whereas the alternative is let that placenta grow to full term without a fetus, without a baby. It rupture and it kills the woman.
Correct.
So now she and her doctor are going to be murderers because they ended a pregnancy. This is scaring doctors to treat pregnant women who want to carry their children, but they're having other kinds of challenging pregnancies. Even if the determination is not to have an abortion, but to nurse the woman and the fetus, the baby, to health. If it goes wrong and it ends up in the fetus dying, she's going to be treated for murder, and so will the doctor. And that's why even people who intend to have families aren't getting the medical treatment they need because of the Supreme Court's violation of the Fourth Amendment. You ladies' right to private medical procedures. It's between you and your doctor.
Well,
It's
and here's
not the
here's a
husband,
bigger
it's not the boyfriend, it's not the sheriff, it's not the president, not the mayor. It is between the woman and her doctor. Period. Sorry.
well, it makes it a bigger picture also. You know what that bigger picture is? How are they getting our medical records?
Yeah.
Do you feel anybody that has a connection with the government has a right to my personal information regarding my health?
No, that's between
Oh,
you and your doctor.
but
However,
that's
there
what
are
they're going to
states-
do.
Yeah, the states are already doing it. Your
Well, for
private,
certain things.
whatever your
I mean, immunizations.
whatever your doctor's beliefs are, now that the woman they're counting menstrual cycles. If your menstrual cycle is off, they get access to your medical records, legal access against the Constitution, but state legal to these states that are doing this, and it's growing. It's going beyond the states. They're saying, oh, it's a states' right issue. No, Texas does not have a right to penalize a Virginia doctor for performing a medical procedure on a woman just because she's from Texas. That's a 10th Amendment violation. Basically, if Trump comes back to power, the Constitution's over.
That's what some of us, as they want to call us, conspiracy theorists, Trump haters. That's not it. That's not it at all. We're standing up for what's right. We are trying to stand up for the United States of America. We are trying to protect our constitutional rights. And I try to tell these people they were put into place to fight against the government, not each other. The government. That's what they're there for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why are people wanting to fight each other when we should be fighting the government? I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what political party you belong to. We have got to band together and put a stop to this government overreach.
And when we do things like, I went to January 6th with cameras along with some associates. We weren't there to join the January 6th attackers. We were there to film anyone we could see breaking the law. And if we caught any law breaking, beating up cops, breaking in, we turned that into the authorities. I had other YouTubers say that I'm betraying my fellow citizens. These are YouTubers who believe in the One Amendment audit. You don't want me filming people breaking the law? You don't want me to filming people violating the Constitution? But one specific guy whose panel I was on said, "I'll meet you on the battlefield." I'm like, what the hell does that mean? You meet me on the battlefield? I'm going to go to places like January 6th with the camera, and I'm going to observe, monitor, and report. What are you going to do? You going to plant a pipe bomb near my headquarters?
Right.
It's crazy.
Well, here's my next question. And, this is where the 1A community needs to look into it a little further. I have listened to this 1A community, and I'm not an auditor. I will never claim to be. But the difference is what I do or what Summer does or what millions of people in this country do, what those officers choose to do is affecting us also. I appreciate the 1A auditors because they're helping teach me that I can teach in my communities where their rights are and to stand for them. And they're starting to hold these police accountable. One town, one city at a time, we will hold them accountable. Eventually, we will get to that. But the problem is, Trump wants to come in and give them blanket immunity. Attorneys, judges,
Mhm.
police officers. They want to give them blanket immunity. In my opinion, they're going to be on killing sprees because they're going to get in their cocky little heads that are already cocky that, oh, I can shoot you and I'm not going to get arrested. Internal Affairs isn't going to do anything and I'm not going to be charged. So there you go. That's important.
Yeah. I believe state level laws are already going that way in Florida under DeSantis. Is that his name, Ron DeSantis?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hey, Nartu, different views are more than welcome here. We have no problem. And I think like the people that come in with Summer, I think that we have enough respect for Summer. And like if I'm up there, most of them have, respect for me. I think we can not agree and have a good conversation and not be forced to yell, scream, cuss, swear, put down, take it personal.
Right.
So any opinions are welcome up here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I needed to say that.
No, that's good. I want to opine that people really shouldn't lump one First Amendment auditing all into one group. There are libertarian, there are right wing, and there are left wing auditors. There are auditors who think you should stand in public and report what you can see. There are auditors who think you should go inside government buildings at various levels. So it's not actually when I found out. Oh, we didn't. There was less than 20 of us. There's no way we could physically stop the January 6th insurrection. So what we did was take pictures. When we were planning this, this is before I heard about First Amendment auditing. Do we have a right to take people's pictures if they don't want to? And they all kind of laugh and fell about the place. And they showed me the First Amendment audit videos. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is pretty cool. Yeah, you have a right to film from public, film or record. Much to my dismay, one of the biggest auditors I was following, I later on came across one of his videos where he was inside the Capitol building cheering on the insurrection. So there are auditors on all sides of all issues. We're not all.
I know somebody who is going through courts right now on something big to this person. And we have an auditor in the courtroom with us. And this auditor is taking notes on both attorneys, including ours, and the judge. I never knew that existed. Yeah. And I started doing a little research after watching a lot of these 1As on YouTube and meeting a couple in my area. I thought, there's all kinds of auditors, just as you said. I found one, and that is all her group does, is sit in courtrooms with families and audits the attorneys and the judge. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Never thought about it. Never knew of it. So there's so many things out there.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I'm learning.
Yeah.
And Nartu, some other panels. Yeah. We like to be chilled, but I think I'm a firm believer knowledge is power. You don't have that knowledge. I don't care how strong you are. I don't care what degrees you have. You have to have the knowledge to have the power. So, Sarge, you were saying something about Florida because with me living in Florida, I do pay a lot of attention.
Had a YouTuber. He's not very big, but he was very pro DeSantis, very pro Trump until he came on. We had a panel while I was walking around with the camera. I was trying to live stream from the camera. And this gentleman came on, and he was furious because DeSantis had just signed into law a couple of things. One was
the police, 25 feet.
How far you have to be away from a police investigation. And I forget the other one, but it was pretty much anti-First Amendment audit stuff. 100.
That is going to be a huge issue. You may not, and it's blanketed throughout the state. And I know the county I live in, and the county next to me, yeah, don't even look like it. If it looks like it's less than 25 feet, they're cuffing you. They are
Yeah.
literally cuffing. They're not giving you a chance even to back up. They're not telling you to move. Two of them
Yeah,
I know were cuffed.
I think it was in Houston, Texas, Carolina. Was it Carolina and Houston, or
Yeah.
Carolina? Oh, Fort Worth.
DFW.
CFW.
Yeah.
I guess everyone on YouTube's seen those videos recently.
Oh my gosh.
That was crazy. And when I first started seeing, I'm like, why is she following these officers saying fire, fire, fire? I'm like, of course, it wasn't real serious, but what was that all
Right.
about? Then I realized, oh, that
What
this
was going
other
on?
officer had nothing to do with that. He's suddenly cuffing her and throwing her down very violently and aggressively. And he tried to claim that's the guy. That's the mother.
Yep. There he is.
Okay, so you guys are very familiar with this.
Uh-huh.
He tried to charge her.
And there she is. She
Okay.
was the one panicking. And she was, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They tried to get her for interfering with a police investigation, which was several blocks away over a half an hour before this incident. They're just doing some sort of parking meter check. And that was her question. How do you know that they paid or not? Which confuses me. Well, Summer was just in D.C. a few weeks ago. Some of these parking situations are very confusing.
The way that they can tell that you pay with these things, because we have them here in Louisville too. You can pay by apps, and so they'll check. I mean, I don't know how beat cops can do it, but I know the parking ladies can do it, and I'm sure if they can do it, that the cops probably can do it as well.
Yeah.
But they can look into that app and see how much time you've had left, when you paid, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I have the app on my phone, and I can do the same thing when it comes to my cars.
And we have the same thing in our county. We do the same thing.
While I was on vacation, we went from West Virginia back over to the Maryland side. I just did a bike riding video. Where we parked was by app, and it was a different app than anything I've had in DC. I'm like, I got to download another app and upload my credit card information to that app, and then claim that I parked here at a certain time. And I realized the number I gave was the same number in all the parking spots. How do they know that I parked here within the 2 hour? I'm just like, it's very, I did it and I paid for it. And I'm wondering, how do they?
They do it. But you're even though you have a number and stuff like that, when you do the app and stuff, it's like a technological thing. There's something that says this is charged every single time, right? Now, what will happen sometimes is they tried to. So I went and testified against cops against a bunch of cops one day. I paid 3 hours on my meter. They ticketed me at exactly 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock was exactly when I testified.
Oh.
When I came back out, I threw a fit about it. Everybody's like, go get it amended. Boo, boo, boo. They try to tell me that. So I call over there and they try to tell me, oh, well, you have your license plate number in wrong. No, I didn't. Yeah. And they know I didn't because I was looking at the same app they looked at. That was just what they tried to hide behind of the harassment that they were doing, right? So
she was live.
Yeah, I was live the whole fucking time this happened. I was live when I paid for the meter. I was live when all that. So, but it's, because a lot of people, I see a lot of people in comments and different things like that. They're like, how do they know? Well, anything that's a city official, which parking meters, all that kind of stuff is, they'll have access to that. Now, whether they lie about it or not, that's something you can't prove, right? They could have said those people could have paid their meters could have been paid up. We wouldn't know that because it's not old school. We can't see the thing. It's all electronic. The only people that know that are them and the police. So now they'll lie about shit. That can definitely happen because I know that firsthand. It happened to me.
I felt really dumb because I wasn't familiar with Hancock, Maryland. We found this parking space. I did the download. I uploaded my credit card information. I paid for 2 hours. And then we walked about a half a block. We saw this whole empty parking lot of free parking. But I didn't want to go back. We found the bikes and we rode the bikes in about 2 hours. I'm like, we got to get back. And she says, no, just update the app. And
there's free parking places most of the time. But also, something I noticed in DC, what I thought was a little odd that was different. So if you instead of putting the ticket on your car or whatever like that, you know what I mean? Like they'll sit there and they'll sit there and like I seen them like take picture of the whole car and like tie it from one tree to another and kind of hang the violation right there. And I'm sure the person gets a notification too, but it was almost like done in a shameful way. You know what I mean? And I was just like, oh, that's kind of fucking weird. But you know, we just get yellow tickets on our shit. But then what also happens is because this is what we do, we'll keep our yellow jacket and we'll act like we already got a ticket when there's nothing in it. They never look.
We've all done that. Not at the beach.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be a whirlwind, Sarge. I don't know. The closer we get.
As far as Trump being the 47th president, I feel like the only thing I could do is talk about it and vote. If Trump wins, I'm not breaking into the Capitol this coming January 6th to overturn it.
He's threatened that if he doesn't win come November, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yep. And the people from the Heritage Foundation, I'm going to find that, matter of fact. The people from the Heritage Foundation also said it during an interview the other day. That there would be verbatim, I can't say what he said verbatim, but it was definitely as long as there's no pushback, everything will go in play that needs to. But if it doesn't, there'll be blood spilled. His exact words. I remember the blood spill part.
Yeah. If he wins by election, I'll accept that America's dead. If he loses and there's a bloodbath, yes, January specific. If you're in it, I'll meet you on the battlefield because the Constitution says how our elections go.
I said, yeah, there will be a battlefield, baby.
Yeah. And I imagine a big part of it will be just on the other side of the river here in D.C. Of course, the guy who said he'd meet me on the battlefield, he doesn't leave his wife's basement, so probably not much chance of seeing him.
As AJM said, every political politician in Congress and the Senate has a Jesuit handler, period. And, you know, that is one of the things that they have spoken about in Project 2025, that they want the United States of America back to Christianity. This is a conservative Christian movement. Now, my question is, there are over 200 Christian groups in the United States. Which one are we supposed to do? I'm just asking. Which ones are we going to be? And hold on, I'm gonna post it. Here's my question. Is it supposed to be Catholicism, Protestant, Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, the Church of the East, the Restorationism? Those are the main ones in the United States. Now, there's still 190 more behind that. Which Christians are we going to be?
The ones who take the Ten Commandments literally, the ones who take them figuratively, the ones who think that the Eucharist, the Last Supper, is the literal blood and body of Christ, the ones who think we're supposed to remember his sacrifice, the ones who think it's just a ceremony. I mean,
well,
yeah.
Some people don't even fucking believe in any of that shit. So what about those people? How about that?
Where do they fit in? Where do
those people? And I believe differently than a lot of most people that believe in religious type shit. So I took, like I've said before, I took my own shit. But what about the people that don't believe at all? Like my family. My family's atheist.
You're right.
I'm the only one that believes in my family, really. I mean, they all believe a little bit of something, but they're, for the most part,
even if you get them all to agree on which form of Christianity they want to be the law.
Which interpretation?
Yeah. These are the same people who tried to scare us a few years back about Sharia law. What is Sharia law? Sharia law is the death penalty for not honoring your mother and father. Sharia law is honor killing because you went outside of your faith, so your family has to kill you now. Christian literal Christian law isn't that far off from Sharia law, and it's not freedom.
Yeah, but we're also, again, the whole reason why freedom of religion, or not one of, is a part of our constitutional rights, because not everybody believes. So again, there's a 50% of population that don't believe in any of that shit. No matter Cheryl's law, but this law, Muslim, I don't care. None of it. They don't believe in any of it. So what about those people? That's why, America has the constitutional rights of freedom of speech, but also you don't push it on people. Right. Somebody doesn't have to, believe just because you believe, or believe what you believe in. Maybe I think my cat's a fucking god.
This one here does a charity. Well, you all know, Women of the Well. Is that from the story of the woman at the well?
Yeah, because I love that so much. Go ahead.
These followers of Jesus, who wants Christianity to be law, are forgetting that one of the things he taught that woman is it's not important if you worship the way the Jews do in Jerusalem, or the way the Samaritan, she was a Samaritan, the way they do on their mountain. What's important is you worship God in your heart, in spirit. Oh, so if you really want to make Christianity the law, you have to follow the words of Christ, which is worship in your own way, worship in spirit. It doesn't matter if you think the Last Supper is the literal blood and body, or if it's symbolic of a sacrifice. The problem with these hardcore Christians is they don't really listen to the man in their historical text known as Jesus Christ, because his message is not their message.
Right. Yeah. To me, it's weird because it's I get into it with religious people all the time, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, Summer, you're because I have an alt. It's Satan's daughter." I do that to trigger religious people, because you know what? You're fucking weird. Even if I am Satan's daughter, by your book and your words, you're supposed to love me right where the fuck I'm at.
AJM's got a good quote or paraphrase. I remember that from somewhere. Is it Peter? Corinthians? Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, but give unto the Father, the way I remember, is Christ what belongs to him. Christ, there's something like that. I can't remember the exact passage, but that comes from Christian theology, which tells us the law, the human law, is different from the religious law, and you have to keep them separate. At least that's the way I interpret it.
Yeah, no, we don't do religion around here, Erod. Sorry, sweetie.
Right.
I don't do that shit. I don't believe in it. I don't any of that, because it hurts people, kills people. Religion has been used in slavery. Religion has been used in dictatorship. Religion has been used to harm a lot of fucking people. I don't do religion at all.
All right. Yeah.
Now, relationship, that's a different conversation.
The name that Erod mentioned sounds familiar. Was that person on the TPP?
Yeah, she just.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
Well, she didn't just go to TPP. She went to other places too. But anyway, she believes that we're all demons.
Flying monkeys. That's right. That's right. I don't fly. Man's laws are battling with the creation.
But again, we live in a country to where, you know what I mean? Like, you're allowed to be a Christian, but the country is not supposed to be ran as a Christian.
Right. Right.
Because that goes against what the forefathers put in place.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If I'm not mistaken, like, it's weird.
If they really want to do it like the forefathers, take the forefather known as Thomas Jefferson, who rewrote the Bible for himself, omitting the word Christ or the Nazareth or Jesus. How's that for Christian law?
But I'm going to continue to say, though, but not everybody here believes. So I don't want to live in a country where Christianity is forced on me, because what if I'm Muslim?
Exactly.
And do you realize the Protestants don't look at the Catholics as Christians? You know that, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah. A lot of Christian sects don't see other sects as Christians. So if you say we're now going to go under Christian law, back to Christine's question, which version of Christianity, which group, which Whose version of the Bible do we take as our new constitution? Because there are several out there.
Separation of state and church. Isn't that one of the
Well,
critical things for us to do? Yep.
but
Exhibit
they,
today.
but they want our foundation in the United States brought back to the Christian foundation.
Right.
Heard another voice is down on the panel.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
she's multitasking. What's up, Larry? Welcome to the show. How you doing? I don't know, dude. It's so weird to me because, like, yes, again, I'm a believer. I believe in relationship and all that kind of stuff with my maker. But at the same time, I know tons of people that are Muslim. I know tons of people that are atheists. I have known tons of people that they just don't even put a label on it. They just don't believe in everything else, what everybody else believes. They believe the God in them is, you know what I mean? They believe whatever. And so you're going to sit here and you're going to force a bunch of people, okay, they say let Bibles in school. Okay, I don't have an issue with that, but also let the Quran and let everything else that whatever a person needs to believe or to use for their religion in prayer time or whatever, let them do the same thing. Then I won't have an issue with it. But see, they don't want to do that. They just want to be like, put the Bible in it. Okay, well, which version of the Bible? Because y'all got 5 billion fucking versions that say 5 billion different shit, depending on which one you read.
I agree with Seeger's mom and Erod. It's never been a Christian nation. Absolutely true. And I believe in coffee and sandwiches. On my vacation, my girlfriend took me to a tea where we had tea and sandwiches. And that was, until the 4th of July, that was the only meat I got, was a little thin slice of ham on a finger sandwich. But that worked for me. It was a religious experience.
I don't know. It's so, and people are always like, but you're a believer, and yes, I run a ministry. I was a faith-based organization. I am a faith-based organization, but not the way. And that's what's so great, because the people that I serve and I help, I've had women that don't believe at all. You know what I mean? They're like, nope, not going to believe. I'm not buying into the bullshit. Okay, cool. You ain't got to. You know what I mean? I'm not one to push stuff down somebody's throat. I'm more of one of the people that says, let's walk it out. Okay, God's word says, love people where they at. Do good deeds, do all this, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to sit here and beat people over the head with a Bible. You don't have to do any of that, because you know what? There's some places that don't even have churches. And you don't have to go to church to find fellowship. You don't have to go to church to find relationship.
I find it kind of comical, too, that these Heritage Foundation people, these people at 301 Independence Avenue, that are talking about making America a Christian nation under Donald Trump, who is, by most Christianity forms I've heard of, is the least Christian person in politics. A basic premise of most Christianity is that
he took the Bible upside down in front of St. James Church. That don't make him a Christian. That don't make him the biggest believer you know.
Well, I like a basic premise of Christianity is we're all sinners and we have to repent and ask God through Christ to forgive us our sins. And Donald Trump was asked many times, do you ever ask God for forgiveness? And he said no.
Yeah.
That's basic.
Right. And it's people like Katrina. Katrina doesn't believe. You know what I mean? And I'm fine with that. I've had people, some of my closest friends, one of my girlfriends, my homegirls, Julie. Yeah, we might be going through it, but she doesn't believe. I don't want her to fucking feel uncomfortable when she walks into anywhere. You know what I mean? Because she's not a believer. Or Katrina, these are people I love. You know what I mean? And I care about. I'm not going to sit here, and I have never, ever pushed religion down their throat. You know what I mean? I'm just not that person. Like, just, what I have, what's in my heart and what's between me and my God, you know what I mean? Like, that's between us. Now, I can show acts of love. I can show acts of caring. I can show acts of chaos. You know what I mean? I can do all of that. But I'm not going to make people I care about feel some type of way because they don't pray or they don't believe in what I believe in. Like, okay, so you don't like to wear purple. I like to wear red. Like,
peach.
Oh, baby, this conversation has been politics the whole time, sweetie. We're actually, what this conversation started out as was the Project 2025 and the Agenda 45. How are being they want to do shit in a very religious way, and they want to run this country in a very religious way. I don't know if you know what Project 25 is, but probably should look into it. And if you don't know what the Agenda 45, you probably should look into it. All right, have a good day. But make sure you look into those things because people need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Whether you want to talk about politics or you don't want to talk about politics, what is about to happen is going to happen with or without the people that don't want it to happen, it seems like.
When I jumped on this panel a little while ago, I had never heard of Agenda 47. To Christine's prompting, I pulled it up, and it is literally identical to Project 2025, with the exception.
Right?
The only difference is the challenge of egos. Project 2025 is being claimed by the Heritage Foundation, and Agenda 47 is being claimed by Donald Trump. It's the same. It's the same thing.
But then he also puts that on his website. But then he also puts, I don't know anybody from the Heritage Project. I don't know. These are all his people. We have the list of the people. These are his fucking people. He wrote on his fucking Twitter the other day, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, these are your fucking people. Like literally people that were head of his departments and shit like that.
One of the organizations that's mailboxed at 301 Independence Avenue, kitty corner from the Heritage Foundation, is the Freedom Caucus. You guys are familiar with that? Lauren Boebert, Mark Meadows. I saw some of the names. It used to be Marjorie Taylor Greene, but they had a falling out. They're both still very pro-Trump. And I'm out there one day with my F Trump flag, getting, reactions, standing in public. I didn't trespass or anything. And lo and behold, here comes Marjorie Taylor Greene driving by, and she flips me off. And I'm thinking, is she flipping me off because I'm holding a sign that says F Trump? Or is she flipping off the building 301 because she just had a falling out with the Freedom Caucus? I don't know which, but that building 301 is in close cahoots with the Heritage Foundation. In fact, when I went there with the cameras the most recent time, they were shuttling food and drinks between the two buildings. People were carrying big trays of food and bottled water, and they're going back and forth between 301, the Heritage Foundation, another address I'd never heard of, right next to the Heritage Foundation, and one right around the corner on, I want to say 2nd Street. I'd have to look on a map, but the local community is mostly Democrat, and they're very upset at that they're using these other buildings. They're supposed to be residential zoned. They're using them for offices and meetings for the Freedom Caucus and related the Heritage Foundation, and they're taking up parking and they're taking up residential resources. So they're very unhappy about it. So I actually got a lot of support other than Marjorie Taylor Greene flipping me off.
I can imagine that too. Did you get a camera picture or anything? That would have been priceless.
It pissed me off. I had a camera on my front. I had a camera on my back. I was holding a camera with the flag. And as I'm spinning around from where they're putting food out to shuttle to the other places, I come around this one-way traffic, and here she is flipping me off. And I'm like, did I get it? And I went home and I reviewed all the camera angles. No evidence that I was face to face with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'm very disappointed. The video is up, but you don't actually see her, and I'm very disappointed.
That is one chick that I would love to get in a one-on-one with. I get that bitch alive.
I went to her office, and that's on camera, but her staff claims she wasn't around. I went with the confidence that she did the same thing before she was in Congress. She went to AOC's office and did that whole, this is a confession, going through the mail slot and everything. Well, I went to the office, the doors closed, and the sign said, everyone welcome. I'm like, okay, I'm welcome. So I knocked first and I went in, and they said she wasn't there, and I was disappointed. But I asked them to have her reach out to me, and she never did, unless that's what she was doing. She flipped me off. There's no way she could have known that was me. One of the fun things about being in D.C. happened when I wasn't anywhere near D.C. I was in North Carolina. Summer went to D.C. and she's doing a walkabout with her camera. And Well, I love the reaction of how small the White House was. But
Yeah, right.
when you turn left and walk through Lafayette Park, I'm trying to guide you to Black Lives Matter Plaza, and all on your own, you recognize St. John's Church, and that was such
Uh-huh.
that gave me goose pimples. Like, okay, you didn't recognize the White House, you didn't recognize Lafayette Park, but you recognize St. John's Church. And I'm like, yeah, that's really cool.
That's hilarious.
Are you talking when I went to DC?
Yeah.
As soon as me, because Sarge was with me, he was in chat, but he was kind of giving me a virtual tour. I literally I seen the fountain of the White House. I didn't know it was the White House, and I was like, oh, that's a pretty fountain. And then I was just gonna walk off, and Sarge was like, Summer, that's the White House. I was like, what? That's the fucking White House. But then we walked over a little bit, and before Sarge could even tell me that was St. James Church, I was like, that's the church that motherfucker held the Bible upside down. Because I'll never forget that day of my life, because right after that, he ordered the protesters to be shot at. Now with pepper bullets and shit like that, but still, like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
He had the Secret Service and he hired a bunch of thugs from other federal agencies to put up on paramilitary uniforms, and he pretty much cleared Lafayette Park. And then after he cleared it, he and his staff walked up to St. John's, and he did the whole Bible posing thing. And that fucker is not Christian. I'm sorry, I don't mean to swear on your channel.
Oh, you're good.
He doesn't believe anything that's in that book he held up, which I have no problem with it. But he's posing as if he's a great leader
Right.
of the Christian faith, and
He's using it as a pawn to try to get true Christians.
Yeah.
You know, I try to tell people and I got to hit this again. And I know people that know me are probably tired of hearing me. You need to seriously read the history of Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not what you learned in school that you remember, not just about the Holocaust, or not what media tells you. Really read the life story of him. You know, the similarities are so eerie. They really are. They're just so eerie. And I have told people that. And then my next thing is that they're tithing. People are tithing because they feel like he is Jesus Christ, their Lord and Savior. And I don't understand that. You know, we tithe when we church. We tithe to the church and I don't, I'm just saying, Christians, they tithe to their church for their God. Well, I feel they're doing the same thing. They're tithing.
Yeah.
And they're tithing that same percentage, if not more, that they normally would tithe to their church for God. And my logic is I tithe. You know where I tithe at? To my homeless families in my community and the community next door, to our homeless veterans. I tithe. That's where my money goes.
That was with her talent and effort. That's what Summer does in her community. You know, you're on that team. Adolf Hitler became dictator in 1933, and when I compare him to Trump, his supporters say, he's nothing like Adolf Hitler. He didn't kill millions of people. The Jewish Holocaust started in 1941. Trump only has 4 years in power and 4 years on the edge of power.
Okay.
His 1941 is yet to happen, but up till now, it's a mirror image. So people say, "Oh, he's not Hitler because he hasn't done the concentration camps." We're not that repeating history yet. We're on the way. We are on the way.
Okay. There's 2 comments here I want to relate to. Nar2 lives in Germany. He's not an expert when we're talking about Mr. Hitler. Not an expert, but knows the story quite well. And he agrees. I mean, and somebody from Germany agreeing with what I'm saying and what Sarge is saying is to learn about the young Hitler. Okay. KS40FD Gaming, I have a question for you. and you're welcome to come up. Please, anybody is welcome to come up because I like discussing this. And the only way we get out to people, and I don't care if it's 10 people, 5 people, 15 people, a million people, we need to talk about it. But I do believe some of the Project 2025 is a good thing. Give the Board of Education back to the states and family values and get rid of the DEI, but the rest, not so much. So here's my question, okay? I agree our Board of Education, Department of Education needs a revamp. 100%. I will not deny that in any way, shape, or form. But if you've thought about this, because I'm already seeing this happen in Florida, they give vouchers now. Parents' choice is what they call it. If I as a parent do not want my child to go to public school, I believe it's $7,000 right now that the state will give me a voucher. I then in turn take that voucher and go get my kid into a public school. Now, right now, or into a private school. Right now, the private schools, they're kind of comparable. I think there's, you may have to pay $1,000 or $2,000 more a year, but that's it. But next year, I heard one of the schools that everybody seems to be going to, it is going up to $13,000. And I know they're talking in Florida, they're going to take this voucher up to $10,000. So if a family has money, yes, their children are going to utilize that voucher and go to a private school. Perfect. What happens when you take so many kids? Because how the states work, this is how Florida works, okay? Each child in a school, I'm just saying $5,000. It costs $5,000. The government gives $5,000 per child in a school. You had 100 kids. That $5,000 for each kid. Then all of a sudden, you take 50 kids and put them into private schools. Now you have 50 kids in a public school, but you got half the money to teach. And now you got teachers who, because the private schools need more teachers, you have teachers leaving the public schools because they're going to private sectors, which probably are going to pay more. Okay. What is going to happen to our wonderful little minds that aren't going to learn because the money's not there? The educator's not there. The money for the buildings aren't there. They close schools and then they put them in another school. What's happening with those kids? And you know what kids those are going to affect? Your low income kids, your poverty stricken kids, your families that both parents are working, that they classify them as a low middle class. They don't have extra money. So we have now just... Hey, honey.
Hey, I'm up here.
Oh, I'm going to let you in. Sorry. I was just a busy talking, wasn't I?
Yeah, no, but I disagree with. Okay, yeah, they're going to allow kids to go to public school. But once you get rid of DEI, there goes a lot of the teachers that should not be teaching our kids, pushing the whole transgender issue on our children. So then we can get teachers that are actually educated to teach our kids. So I don't see it really affecting the schools if the states have control over it. Once you get rid of DEI, now you ain't got these wackos teaching our kids, and now you have people that are actually educated teaching our kids. So I think the schools will actually be a lot better off.
Okay,
So I have a question.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question? Who do you think puts all these teachers that you say aren't qualified to teach our children? Who do you think puts them in place?
Right now, this whole DEI stuff's putting them in place.
No. That's what they want you to believe.
Not true.
The same people that they want. See, this is the thing, and I'm all for different opinions. So I'm not, please talk your shit in some sense, right? Because I know you'll be respectful, and so, but I'm just saying, like, they're not telling everybody everything, right? And they're making it sound like that there's this group of, this group that's pushing all these teachers that are forcing them to do all this stuff and and that's not exactly how it's not how it's working. And nobody's pushing transgender on children. That's also a false narrative that's out there.
I'd like to opine that the Board of Education not being with the states and counties is actually a misnomer. Boards of education or state boards and county boards are what's running your local schools. It's not federal government. Federal government does have some governance and some influence, but the final decisions of what your kids learn in your schools are done at your county level, which is basically pushed by the parents who vote for the local boards of education. DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not pushed in a certain format by any federal agency. That is incorporated by the parents and school boards of the local communities. And where we get into trouble with having that without government regulation, I put up, because I couldn't remember it till I Googled it, Meyer versus Nebraska. Nebraska's local school boards made it illegal in Nebraska to teach a second language of German in 1919, 1920, because we were at war with Germany, and they thought we don't want to teach the language of our enemy. That was a First Amendment violation, and it was fought in the Supreme Court, and I believe Meyer won because it was an overstep of the local school boards saying you can't teach that language. When Germany was and when they weren't our enemy, it was good to have people knowing a second language, including German. But that's just one example, I guess.
What about I think it was Brown versus the Board of Education out of Kansas, Topeka.
Not familiar with that one.
That's the only one I know about it.
Yeah.
Anything to do with schools is Brown versus the Board of Education. Except I think that one dealt with segregation.
Brown B. Okay. I'm looking at the Wikipedia. Landmark decision, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that U.S. state laws establishing racial segregation was unconstitutional. Okay. That's in 1896. Huh. Okay. The case was in 1951 when the public school system in Topeka, Kansas, refused to enroll local black resident Oliver Brown's daughter. And I wasn't familiar with this one. Are you pointing that as a good thing for state level regulation or a bad thing? I'm not really sure.
That's the only case I know of that deals with anything with the Board of Education. Was Brown versus the Board of Education out of Topeka.
Topeka, yeah, a local Board of Education. Our Department of Education has some regulation, but they're not the ones hiring the teachers or mandating what kind of education the teachers have or what they should teach. I haven't heard of this panel, but I have heard on other panels this myth that schools are putting kid litter boxes in, so kids who...
No, they're not. They are not. That is such a myth.
Nonsense.
There's YouTube videos of teachers admitting they're putting litter boxes in for these kids.
They're not they're not for what you think, though. It's in case there's a storm or something like that, or a hurricane or a school shooting. That's why that quote unquote things was put in there. Not because the kids want to be called a kitten. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but I do know there are YouTube videos saying that we're about to get hit by a planet called Nibiru, and there's YouTube videos.
It's on YouTube.
Nibiru, Planet X. Those have been going on since the late 2000s.
Chaos, I have a question. Can I ask a question? Do you have children in school or grandchildren?
Yeah, I have kids in, both of my kids are in school. One's
Hold on a minute, please. Hold on. Hold on, please. Hey, cousin.
Hold on. We have somebody in the back. I've never had this person on my panel, so give me a second.
He was in. He's been in chat.
No, he's been in chat. He's never been on my panel. So let's.
Right.
I got this. Hold on one second.
Oh, I was going to say I can put the banner up.
Yeah, it's good. I'm gonna.
Let's talk about this.
Hold on, everybody, please. Hello, Cruz.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going
guys-
on?
You pretty good or not?
Yeah, we're doing good. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. I just kind of been in bed all day. That's the only reason why I have this up. But then I said to myself, well, I'm not a shy person. I said, I don't mind showing myself. I'm just,
Hello,
I think my
hello.
hair is all fucked up because I normally get a fade. I just haven't, I've been busy doing so many things. So I kind of, oh, I'm sorry for cussing. Sorry for cussing.
You're good. So we're talking about politics stuff today. And so I'm gonna let KY and them finish, and then you can jump in if you want.
By all means, I only just came up here to introduce myself to you and just to say hi, Summer, and
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up?
you. And I that's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to make a big deal or take anybody's spotlight from them. I really, been taking a break from the YouTube stuff, but I appreciate things I've seen you've been doing with that Wednesday thing with the outreach. So other than that, I don't want to take them too much time. I just wanted to come up here and show you some love and say support.
Oh, well, thank you, sweetie. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but I got things I got to do. I just wanted to do it real quick, and then if I ever do another panel, I'll come over here and chill with you a lot longer than what I have been here right now.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, see you guys later.
And
Holler.
I've been visiting your panel.
Oh, appreciate it. I'm a little crazy. Don't take what I do personal.
It's YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've heard a couple things, you know what I mean. But I'm gonna give you a chance to prove yourself to me and not what other people have said. So as long as you
I'm
don't
a little
threaten to
crazy.
rape anybody, hold on, let me talk, please. As long as you don't threaten to rape anybody or any crazy shit like that over here, then we'll see how things go. But yeah, I've done my research.
Yeah, it's been 6 years on here, so it's my first time being on YouTube like this, dealing with how things are here. So I kind of got a little out of character for quite some time, but we're coming back to being mellow again. Other than that, I appreciate you for letting me up here and listening to me. I appreciate
No
you guys.
problem. All right, sweetie. Yeah, I always try
Thank
to
you.
give people a chance, be them because I understand sometimes you can say a lot of stupid shit and get into it with other people and yada yada yada, right? So glad Cuz came up. Holler, thank you very much. All right, KY and Christine, y'all can go back to it. I'm gonna mute up. My bad.
And I only ask if you have children in school because in our school district, I've got 6 grandchildren in school I am a very big participant in our school with our school boards. And when DEI came into our district, they were teaching not, I don't think, the way that some people say or think. It was just diversity and acceptance. That's what we were doing. Because of the simple fact that we are such a melting pot, especially here in Florida, a huge melting pot. And then all of a sudden it blew up. Our elementary school teachers are teaching this, and I didn't see it. No other parent saw it. We had no clue in our district what the hell was going on when they're trying to take it away. Because I think, and I have a few friends that are teachers, and they say they teach this diversity and acceptance every day. And it's lessons of life. And if you don't learn when you're younger, somebody don't have to talk like you, look like you, dress like you, act like you, believe in like you. It doesn't make them that much different than you. And that's where I have a problem with how they were portraying DEI, because I don't think that's what the majority of teachers were doing. I don't think that majority of teachers are out there are pushing trans on people or gay or lesbian. I just don't see it. But could it be out there? Yeah, I'm not denying it's not out there. I'm not denying in some states, some schools, some counties, some cities, it could be happening with a very minuscule amount of teachers if it's happening. I don't see it be this huge of an issue that all of a sudden we're all divided about it again. Things like this, I think they're putting it out here. They're causing division. You have somebody like my governor who wants it removed from the school system, and poof, it's gone.
Yeah.
That's just my belief.
DeSantis.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe, and I could be wrong because I no longer have kids in schools. I have grandkids. Uh, DEI is the new form of a talking point that we had a couple years ago about CRT, critical race theory. Critical race theory was never actually taught in elementary schools. It's a college level course, um, but they like to divide us by bringing these things up. The truth is, if the Heritage Foundation Project 2025 or the Trump version was Agenda 47, if that gets put into federal law, what they're really doing is actually taking away decision making on the local, on the state and local level. Um,
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
Project 2025 should come in with Trump. I think it should come in with a bipartisan White House where they'll listen to the governors and everybody works together with it.
that would be.
I mean, they have good ideas in it. It's just, I don't think it should come under Trump.
Yeah, I mean, a bipartisan White House working with all the governors. Uh, that sounds great, but let's be honest. Even if Biden wins, he's not going to cooperate with the right any more than Trump would cooperate with the left.
Yeah.
But what the Trump side is pushing right now literally is ending the Constitution. Biden, you may agree or disagree with his policies, but he also will be left, whereas Trump would be right. You know, I can't see a White House since. When was the last
Honestly,
actually
I would love to see the DNC jump ship from Biden and put our governor over here in Kentucky as running for president, because I think Bashir would actually work on both sides like he does here in Kentucky.
And that's one good thing I've talked about, right? And we know this, KS, because we're from here, right? We've watched this man in a red state sit here and work with both sides in a way that actually works for people in Kentucky. You know what I mean? And he's one of the only governors, and that's why his name's being thrown around as heavy as it is. Andy Bashir for president. That is one politician that I promise, as much as you all hear me bitch about politicians, you will see me on his campaign trail with him, doing everything I can to make him the president, because he really, you know, even if you don't agree with every single thing, you cannot take away that that man has truly done wonders as much as he could in a red state, got elected twice, and he's worked on for the people of both sides and as much as he can. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. And I mean, you got a red state that tries to block him left and right, and he finds a way around it to make everybody happy.
It sounds like
and Daniel Cameron, which was the governor, the AG that was trying to become the governor, which is Trump's puppet hand. They flew him out to Washington, D.C., and they was gonna make him his token guy, like they did Ben Crump or whatever his name is. Not Ben Crump. What's the one guy, the doctor dude? Anyway, not Ben Crump. I was like, what was I say his name? Anyway. Yeah, Ben Carson. My bad. Sorry, Ben Crump. Sorry, I did not mean to do that. Probably two different fucking people. Sorry about that.
What's your governor's name again? Andy
Bashir. Andy Bashir. He's the governor of state of Kentucky. You can look him up.
Sorry.
Okay.
And so his name has been thrown a lot around. Now, I think what's going to happen is because I know a lot of Democrats want everybody to switch seats right now, like and put Andy or whoever else, anybody but who we got. But unfortunately, because we have, who's got the background? Unfortunately, there's so much going on right now between wars and everything like that. Our country, in my opinion, already looks fucking weak. And I think that if we sit here and decided in the middle of a, thing, switch presidents, now I wouldn't be surprised which I'm not happy with Kamala either, to be honest with you. And I know that goes against the grain of what a lot of people think, but I just don't care for her. I just think that it'll, unfortunately, either we're going to get Trump or we're going to get Biden, and that's the way it's going to be probably for the next 4 years, unless Kamala unless he does step aside after he's already won, and then Kamala will be our president, unless something happens. I think that's how it's going to be played out. Personally, I don't want to see Trump win, and we all know that. Everyone that knows me knows I do not like Trump, and it has really more to do with things that are outside the presidential fucking thing than ever. And I've never liked him for personal reasons and things that I know he's involved in. A lot of people don't want to ever believe that.
I like the
But
whole
anyway.
Epstein files that just came out again.
Yep. And you like how his name's in there, and there's all kinds of shit thrown around him and that, all that too. Again, but of course, everybody will say, well, no, it was just Clinton. No, it was both those motherfuckers. So stop playing.
Oh, hell. It was Biden. It was Clinton. It's pretty much every politician in the White House. I've went through a lot of those documents and found a lot of politicians' names in there. But a lot of people just focus on the ones that are running for president.
Right. And they didn't just fly the air, they didn't just ride on the airplane or go visit the island. Yeah, okay. They were involved. But anyway, that's not even what this conversation is about, right? Those are the reasons why I don't care for him. Not because of what he did in the last 4 years, not because he makes fun of disabled people. He talks about women grabbing him by the pussy, takes women's rights away, wants to shoot at protesters, stand down, stand by. None of that is the reason why I don't care for him. Even though if I didn't have a reason to care for him, those would be the things I don't care for him for. But I think that, honestly, I think this is even bigger than Trump and Biden, to be all the way real with you. I'm a bigger picture type of chick, and I look at things from a bigger picture. And one thing about being a human trafficking survivor, you really understand, and especially in the realms that I was in, you really understand politics and the power control and the people behind the politicians, right? And I believe I do think that our rights are going to be they are taking them away. And I think that slowly but surely we're going to see that no matter who gets in office. Now, if Biden gets in office, it might derail it for another 4 years. But I think the next Republican that they put in office, this Heritage Foundation or whoever else that's involved behind the scenes to make all this weird shit fucking happen, is doing that. And you can see that by the placement of the Supreme Court. You can see that by just different little things that have happened. Again, women's rights have been taken away. Homelessness has just been criminalized. In a lot of places, you can't videotape the police. You can't do this. You can't do that. But yet these are all things that are in our constitutional right. So I believe.
Yeah, and you got Congress right now. They're working in Congress to make it illegal to film the police, where you get arrested for doing it because they're saying, oh, it's antagonizing them.
Yeah, and we have people, I kind of fell into the 1A community. Shout out to the 1A community. And there's a lot of 1A auditors that get arrested just for that. We had a young lady, 60 years old, probably as big as I am, which is very little. As for anybody who's ever seen me knows I'm a little person.
You talking about Carolina Fort Worth, what the cop did to her?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I'm pissed about that.
It was completely fucking ridiculous. And that happens every day, because even in Kentucky, when we were protesting, I tell this story a lot. I had two girlfriends. One was a survivor and she's an EMT and her real job. And then the other chick is like a business chick, right? They were out protesting. They were standing on the fucking corner. Cop got pissed off. He snatched her off the corner, threw her down on the ground, I'm getting ready for work. So broke her eye socket, that, right? Then the other girl, because we're just about that fucking life and we don't give a fuck if it's a cop or not, you're beating the fuck out of somebody. My homegirl that's an EMT, she jumped in. And what they do to her? They broke her fucking wrist in two places. You know what I mean? So things like this happen all the time. We all know that. But it's not okay. And the fact that Trump is playing with the idea of police getting fucking free immunity, which, let's face it, they kind of already have that, right? Every great now and then, they'll get us to pipe down because they criminalize a fucking criminal cop. But 90% of the time, cops get away with it. Can you imagine if they have basically free immunity now, but if they get free immunity to where they don't get convicted or anything, and they don't have to say, well, I'm hiding behind my badge, I feel fearful for my life, this is why I did what I did. Now they can be like, yeah, I fucked you up. Now what are you going to do about it, bitch?
Yeah, no, qualified immunity to law enforcement needs to go by case scenario. It shouldn't just be, oh, you pretty much have absolute immunity. You can go kill who you want, and we're not going to do nothing to you.
But that's what Trump wants to do, right? And then, okay, here's something else. And this is on his website for those that have looked at this, since he wants to separate himself so far away from the Heritage Foundation. He's talking about locking drug dealers up, locking addicts up, locking mentally ill up. This is in his shit on his fucking website. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm sorry. And I understand drugs are bad. I get that. Mental illness sucks. But unfortunately, it is a part of our society that the government help also put in. Because if you all think the government has nothing to do with communities sitting there having drug overloads and guns overloads, people are out of their fucking mind.
Oh hell, the federal government's the one that pushed all the drugs. They're the biggest cartel is our
The
government.
war on drugs, what did it do? Cause more drug problems. It didn't solve shit. Because it ain't a war on drugs, it's a war on people.
Yeah, well, it's technically a war on the low income and disabled people.
That's right.
One of the
Do I
things-
think a drug deal? It sucks to be. I used to be a drug dealer. Okay, so what am I supposed to get locked up for the rest of my fucking life? And I used to be a drug addict, and I got mental problems. So am I supposed to be locked up for all that? And
No.
most people sell drugs because they don't have enough resources. They can't get jobs. They can't do this. They can't start creating things that help people, and watch some of this shit go down.
Yeah,
Yeah, like let's see, supportive housing.
housing.
A lot of that's what a lot of them need is like supportive housing where they go there for 1 or 2 years, get clean, they have a house, and then they can move on and still have supportive services
Can
afterwards.
I just say? And then I'm gonna let Sarge because he's been trying to get in. I just want to say this because I ran a long-term program, right? See, what people don't understand is a lot of these programs are set up it's for money, right? If I can get you in my program, I can keep you there for 30 days, I can keep you there for 60 days. That's long enough to get you dry and make you think that you're going to be doing sober. Then they push you out when you're not ready. Then life happens and people relapse. So it's just like the prison system, the recovery and all that kind of stuff can also be used that way if the people's heart doing it isn't in the right place. Like for my business or my shelter that we had, I did not charge not one person that came through my doors. I didn't charge their insurance. I didn't charge them. I didn't give a fuck about none of that. We found funding to make sure that they were covered. I partnered with psychiatrists. I partnered with recovery places. I partnered with all kinds of people that had a heart like me and truly wanted to see people recover. Now, unfortunately, I'm the underdog, right? And people that do work like me are the underdog because we're not a part of big corporation money. We're not a part of making sure Medicaid can charge those patients $1 billion. We don't want to do any of that. So people like us usually don't last around because then we don't get the support we need to keep our doors open because we don't get government funded. We don't push government agendas. So then we're fucked. And that's why my doors are closed. So, go ahead, Sarge.
On the housing thing, I was reminded, shame on me for forgetting about it. This Supreme Court we have, it surprised me that 2 of the justices went opposite of what we thought. The woman that Trump appointed, I can't think of her name. She lives in Falls Church now.
Yeah, I know the blonde, sandy blonde hair, right?
She's real big on anti-abortion stuff.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she surprised me because she dissented, but one of the liberal justices surprised me because they went along with it. The Supreme Court, just before on vacation, ruled that yes, cities and states can criminalize homelessness. I'm like, what the fuck? If a city says it's illegal for you to be homeless, I understand they were trying to push that where you do your outreach, and I thought surely the Supreme Court would strike this down, but I was wrong. They
and so now since then the police are looking for homeless people with drones.
And they're doing the same thing in Florida.
Yeah, and I think they screwed up on City versus Grant Pass because they did it under the 8th Amendment. I think, honestly, I do believe they should have done it under the 4th, the 5th, the 8th, the 14th, ADA, fair housing. I think they should have thrown all that into the case, saying, no, this is cruel and unusual and illegal against these people because drug addicts have a disability. So now pretty much these places are violating ADA, fair housing, plus the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, which both the 5th and the 14th talk about. And yes, it is cruel and unusual.
Yeah. I have to go, but there's 2 more things I'd like to say. One is Mama Bear has a National Weather Service advisory. I think Summer might need to be aware of that for you.
Yeah, we're getting tornadoes.
And the other is I'm voting for Biden unless something dramatic happens at the convention and there's another anti-Trump candidate. I'm voting for whoever's the most likely to beat Trump. But if Trump wins, we have to remember our Constitution was ratified in 1789, and it will end in 2025. 236 years is a pretty good run for democracy. Maybe it's just our time to join the League of Ordinary Nations.
Fuck that.
I agree. Fuck that.
Fuck that.
I'm like, wait a minute, does he want me to throw in the towel, wave the white flag? What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm not throwing the towel. I just, if we lose, 236 is a good run. If you look at the other great democracies in history, that is a good run. I hope it goes to another 236, but yeah.
I never thought this would happen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I heard somewhere that it's a good democracy usually lasts about 200 years or something along those lines. I don't know where I heard that at, and I'm probably not quoting it right. But
I think it's because Rome it lasted 200, and Greece it lasted about 250 years.
Okay, so we're around that. We're around that time of where it either gonna make it or break it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to break it.
And I'm going to share something. It's quite nice up here. I don't know.
I want our democracy to stay. My bad. Sorry about that, Christine. I think I said that wrong.
Yeah, and I don't know how old, and I'm not going to ask how old KS is, but I know between me, Sarge, and Summer, I'm a different generation than them two. I am not in their generation. And I think this is great conversation because, you always have a bunch of old people, the boomers talking or the X talking or the millenniums talking. But here we've got different generations here talking about this.
Yeah. Technically, by the generation, I'm a millennial, but but at the same time, between like 81 to 88, they consider that the Lost Generation X group because we were right at the tail end of Generation X before everything got so crazy.
I'm in my 30s. This is I'm part albino. You think that's
I'm a boomer, and I have 2 children in that lost generation, so I understand that lost generation.
Y'all have
thanks, Sarge.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
You have a very good day, and don't vote for Trump.
You're too funny.
Because if you don't vote, that is a vote for Trump. Just FYI.
I just think it's cool that we have all these different ages, different generations up here talking.
Yeah. And different opinions and views, and we can get along.
Yeah,
that's what I think is what's really wrong with this country too, is people want to say, oh, if you disagree with me, I don't want to hear your side of it. Everybody should be able to have a side and be able to listen.
Here we have Nartu. Well, history would agree with Sarge, but I think we're still stronger and better than that. You gotta vote for what's right, and their voices might be louder, but they're still the minority. And I have to agree. But and I'll be honest, and people that know me know, I don't care for Biden either. I don't think Biden should be running our country, and I find it sad that the Democrats didn't find another candidate, or the Republicans couldn't find another candidate. But Trump seems to be this Lord and Savior to some, and he's Lord and Savior to the loud ones. I think Trump will win, but I also in my heart think that just like last time, Biden won, and everybody thought Trump was going to win. Trump was cocky about it. He thought he was going to win. But, and there's something else I wanted to bring up. And I tried to get it in at the time we were talking about this blanket immunity that Trump is willing to give to our officers, which I think is going to hurt every community throughout the United States. But what about when he starts pardoning people like George Floyd? I'm just asking, his murder.
I think he will, because he will. talked about federalizing
Biggie?
all law enforcement.
Yeah. And how is that going to sit well throughout the entire United States? That
Hey,
what
not to
Chauvin
interrupt
did.
you. I love you
Yeah.
guys. I'll be around. Christine's running the show, so I'm gonna let her do her thing. I'll holler at y'all in a little bit. Y'all come up and support her doing her thing. Holler. Love y'all.
Yeah.
Bye.
Come on up. I just posted the link. But, you know, with having him pardon somebody like a murderer of George Floyd, I have a really tough time with that.
Yeah,
And
I don't think those cops should be allowed to be pardoned.
no, you're 100% right. But he's going to. He said it in his early speeches, and I'm going to find that, you know, he was talking about allowing and pardoning a few of the officers that have been wrongfully convicted. And I don't understand how that's a wrongful conviction.
Problem is,
Mama
he
Bears,
cannot pardon on state offenses. He
well, yeah.
can only pardon them on any federal charges. The president has nothing.
Well,
I can't write the president right now and say, "Hey, pardon me for all my crimes I committed in such and such state, please."
but who's to say he can't write an EO giving him that authority? I'm just asking. There's always loopholes.
I don't know if he could or couldn't.
And I don't either. I mean, in all logic, no, he should not be able to. But I feel some of these things we're dealing with now, there's no logic. Now,
Yeah.
Mama Bear is saying the Senate Democrats, too, were meeting Tuesday as leaders, including Senator Patty Murray of Washington State, says Biden needs to show Americans he can capably run for re-election at this critical moment. And
I don't think Biden can. I don't think he's mentally there and capable of running the country again. Honestly, I'd rather deal with 4 years Kamala Harris as president
oh my God.
than Biden.
Yeah. Well, and we know Biden is just the name of president. We know he's not truly running the show. And honestly, no president runs the show unless they make an emergency order out there. But those are people also putting him up to these EOs. We are going to be a hot mess.
Yeah. Plus, I think there was a radio show he was on. And I think he screwed up in this radio show, admitting that Kamala Harris is the one that's been running the country.
Well, I don't know if she has or not been. I think, in my opinion, I see a lot of comparison with Obama.
Yeah,
So
I
you're telling me
I think Obama and Harris are collabing together because you don't see a lot of Harris doing anything. Like, he's so far in the background, you never see her on TV holding press conferences like you've seen other vice presidents do.
Right. And Seeger's mom, you wrote you disagree. Are you disagreeing with what we feel that Biden isn't capable or mentally capable of running the country? I'm not sure. I'll give you a moment to write that up what you disagree with, honey. But yeah, Nartu. And it's so funny because, you know, Nartu does not even live in our country. And he has seen what, and I'm sorry if I'm misgendering you. Nartu, he's seen or she's seen what we are seeing. And I find that so odd that you have somebody in a totally different country just watching us in the United States and knows what's going on and has kind of the same opinions. That is ironic, don't you think?
Yeah.
I think it is. That's just me.
I mean, I have this gut feeling we're headed to Nazi Germany soon.
Well, and
In
you
the
know,
US.
I agree. And that
Uh-oh.
and I've seen a lot of comparisons. And yeah, we don't just vote. Yeah, not I was going to say Nazi Germany. Germany and the U.S. they are pretty close. And you know, the United States has more in common with other countries than we all realize. There's a lot, and it's funny because we talk about the liberals and the conservatives, and I fear what's happening with our country, and I need to help try to protect it. I know I'm just one person, but we get one person here, one person there. Us one people end up getting a little bit bigger and a little bit stronger, so that we can save our future generations.
Yeah, there's one quote out of the Patriot movie. Me and my wife both love it. When Mel Gibson sat there and said, "Why should I trade one tyrant 3,000 miles away for 3,000 tyrants less than a mile away?"
Yeah. And Sarmento, recounts can be requested by a campaign, but the campaign needs to pay for it if it's more than a certain margin of difference. Well,
I think it
I
has to be
don't wanna
within
see a
1%
repeat.
margin before a recount can even be considered.
yeah, and I don't want to see a rerun of 2020. God, I don't want to see that all over again. That has lasted 2020, 2021, 2022,
Oh, it's
2023.
still
And here
even
we are.
lasting now.
I know, that's what I said. And here we are now, still wanting recounts of things. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I think my honest opinion, if Trump loses to Biden or whoever the Democrats won as president, and he doesn't get the presidency, there's going to be enough people. We're probably going to end up in a civil war.
Well, he talked about if he doesn't win in November, there will be a bloodbath. And historians, I posted earlier, I'm going to post this in the chat. Hold on a second. Let me. Okay, I wanted to post the two thing in the chat. I'm going to read the one. Trump described his political opponent as vermins last year. The historians quickly warned that rodents like terms were used by fascist leaders of Hitler and Mussolini. That's huge when historians are picking that up. Donald Trump already tried to overturn one election, and he promised a bloodbath if he loses in November. I'm just saying, these are little comments here and there that we're being told, oh, you're reading too much into it. Oh, it was a joke. Oh, I'm going to be dictator for a day. Oh, that was a joke. He's reversing everything that was done. Joke.
You don't joke about that stuff. That's warning.
That's what I'm trying to tell people. He is not a joker. He is going to tell you that's what it is, but he is so egotistical, and I see a lot of narcissistic behaviors.
I do too.
He can't be dictator for one day. And who is running for any country and let's not even talk about countries. We can talk about local, city, county, states. I've never heard a politician say that, ever. That's insane.
I've heard politicians say that, but what usually happens? They lose because people don't want it.
Well, and here we are.
You're going to be a dictator. Nope, we're not voting for you. And they go vote for someone else.
Well, that, in my opinion, that should have been the first red flag for everybody. You have somebody who says he is going to be a dictator for a day. I really want to see how he is going to stop at a day. Do we really think that, okay, let's say 6 months later, all of a sudden a bill popped up that was made in 2021 and all of a sudden it's affecting him? Oh, we're going to take that off. That's still dictatorship. And here's Nartu. Look at some of his idols. Putin, Orban, Capone. He admires them. You're right. Putin is a dictator.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
He's buddy with them.
And please tell me I'm wrong. I want somebody to give me facts instead of all I hear is, oh, you're jumping into the conspiracy theories. You're running down rabbit holes. You're taking things too literal.
The problem
Well,
is, I don't like the term conspiracy theory because that was conjured up by the government to have deniable plausibility to stuff. They sit there and say, oh, no, these are just conspiracy theories by nuts. When people actually find the information and it comes out decades later, it's like, wait a minute, that was never a conspiracy theory.
right? That's what I was going to say. I said almost everything that in my lifetime, okay? And I told you, I'm a boomer. In my lifetime, things that were classified as conspiracy theories, they've all come true. So why am I the person that goes down the rabbit hole? And they're saying it to your face, and it's okay. I'm like, it's really not okay. And I'm telling you, I can't vote for Trump because when this is going to be the demise of democracy, I took no part in it. They always say, if you don't vote, you don't get a say. Well, I vote. I have voted since I was 18 years old. So I get a say. Okay. They say, well, you voted for this, like the gas prices. People say, well, you voted for this. If you voted for Biden, you owe me gas money. Well, I didn't vote for Biden. So I owe you nothing. Well, when this is the end of democracy and people say, well, you put him in there. No, I didn't. I didn't vote for him. So, no, I tried to stop it. I'm sorry you woke up too late. And now what are you supposed to do?
And what also scares me is the international courts that handle like genocide, dictatorships, war crimes, stepping in and taking over.
Yeah. I just have so much fear because, there are enough people in the United States. We could stop this. We could keep our democracy. But as people said, we've had a good run.
Almost
323 million.
390 million people. Even if, let's say,
2 million are voters.
Even half of the American people took up arms and said, no, we don't want him, and take back our country. We have enough people to fix our country.
And I'll be honest with you, it's not even taking up arms. It's getting to our local and state government, whoever is representing us, and you sit out there and you protest it, because that's what protesting is supposed to be for, to our government. That is the time they take to the streets. Everybody thinks 2020 BLM, they took to the streets. Do they really not think, especially if George Floyd murder gets released, people aren't taking to the streets? 2020 is going to be nothing compared to
look
this.
What happened in '94 with Rodney King. LA burned because of that.
Well, and same thing with Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014.
Yeah.
Same thing. History keeps repeating itself because we aren't paying attention to it. So I don't know. It's just insane. It's just absolutely insane. Number two, it's crazy that they admire him. And we need to get more of this out, more and more. And like I said, maybe one person, maybe 5 people, maybe 50 people at a time, they're talking about it. Eventually people will come forward. I hope.
I think Trump should be 25th Amendmented. Biden definitely needs 25th Amendmented. We need somebody else for the RNC and the DNC to run as president.
We do. And Jonathan thinks that Americans don't care about democracy. They care about economics. Jonathan, you are 100% correct. But the problem is, when it's taken from us, what are they going to say then?
Yeah, but who technically runs the economy? It's all the damn rich people, BlackRock, Vanguard, Soros, Morgans, Rothschilds, Rockefellers.
Yep.
They can
You were
shut the
right.
banks down. They can shut these companies down left and right and hurt our economy at any time.
Yep.
Most all these people I named off own everybody's mortgage. They can sit there and tell the federal government, hey, I want you to raise the interest rates so we can take these people's houses, and they'll do it. We got to get rid of these special interest groups in DC where politicians cannot listen to them.
Jonathan, you're welcome to come up. There's the link, honey. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so much going on in this country right now, and there's just so much division. And, you know, everybody keeps saying, well, they're putting this out there to divide us. They're putting that out there to divide us, just like the Project 2025. I've had people say, that is a rabbit hole. It is nothing. You know, no, it's to divide us. Sarmento, he's calling for death penalty for drug dealing without specifying what level of dealing. You're right. You know, I'll tell you in Florida, if somebody gave or sold drugs to somebody else and that person, it causes a person's death, the person who gave it to them or sold it to them are caught and they're charged with murder.
Yeah, they just did that over here in Kentucky with House Bill 5.
Yeah, and, you know, murder is death penalty here in Florida. And it was also changed, our death penalty. Normally it had to be unanimous. You had to have 12 jurors vote for the death penalty. Not anymore. You only need 8.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Thank God, honestly, thank God the Karen Reed trial didn't happen in Florida.
Yeah, she'd be dead.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Parkland shooter, he didn't get the death penalty. And because of the Parkland shooter, that's why our law was changed. Because of that person.
Yeah.
DeSantis and everybody else came forward and said the jury got it wrong. He should have been sentenced to death. And he wasn't.
Yeah.
And with this death penalty for drugs, I don't understand. And that, you know, I said something earlier to El Sarmento. There's a problem there because he's got to have some criteria. What, if you sell a pound of marijuana to somebody and you get caught, is that the death penalty? Okay.
I don't think marijuana should even be lumped into the death penalty theory.
And they're trying to change the class. They're trying to classify it the same thing as like a codeine or something.
They already did. The DEA reclassified marijuana to, I think, like class 3 or class 4 controlled substance.
Yeah, I think they were saying class 3 the same as like a codeine. You know, because codeine is a class 3 substance. Yeah. But you know, if we have a fentanyl dealer that just brought in 100 pounds of fentanyl, he brought it in. You know, but does he deserve death? I'm asking. He just brought it in. Does he deserve death? You're talking
like a mule bringing it into a dealer. I think the law enforcement should use him to find the head guy, the kingpin. That guy deserves death.
Right. There you go. That's what I'm saying. And that's what El Sarmento's saying, that he puts this blanket statement out there that we're all for it because we're stopping crime. You haven't stopped crime. What makes you think you're going to stop crime? Killing everybody? I'm just asking.
But I mean, if you want to chop the head off the drugs, you pretty much would have to get rid of our government. They're the ones allowing it.
You're right. You're 100% right.
They pay the cartels, or the cartels pay our government. And once they do that, a lot of the drugs that are coming from the southern border are being allowed to come through because they're paying the government off.
But you know, they're not only coming from the southern border.
Yeah,
we have it here in Florida all the time. All the time. They're finding stuff washed up. I think about a month ago, up in Amelia Island, which is the very northern tip of Florida, heading into Georgia. It all piled up it came afloat the water. And that was odd because with our jet stream and with the current and everything and the way that Florida curves in, it should have never went there. It should have went further north or stopped south. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking it came out of Jacksonville or something.
Yeah.
I think Americans like dictatorship sometimes. They like strong men. Well,
Yeah.
we're going to find it out, aren't we?
What was it, like 6 months to a year ago, where the sharks were eating cocaine in the water down there in Florida?
Yeah, they were. Sharks had cocaine in their stomachs. Yes, sir. Pretty sure more drugs come through ports than any borders. And Nartu, I agree there too. I 100% agree.
Yeah,
And
but
why is
they're
their
paying
Coast
our
Guard?
government off to get it through
Mhm.
customs.
Well, I was just going to say that. Why is our Coast Guards allowing, not checking these out? And how is it getting through customs? My God, I can't get a bottle of wine through customs, but they can get 100 pounds of fentanyl through customs. Explain that logic to me.
Oh, because
I
let's see.
almost got arrested for a bottle of
fentanyl,
wine.
They're probably writing a check for 100 million to the government, and
Oh, yeah.
it's like, okay, here's the shipping manifest. Here's the numbers on the box. Let it through.
Well, and here's my next question. I don't know. It sounds like you live in Kentucky, but out on the West Coast in, I know, Utah, Oregon, California, they have medical rooms, they call them. And they call them something else. But anyway, so for example, let's say I am a heroin user and I can go in there. They will supply my needles. They won't supply the drugs. They will supply my needles. They will supply the alcohol wipes. They will supply a bed for me. Let me shoot up, take the dirty needle, and if I need to lay down for a while, they're there.
Oh yeah, the
They
safe houses out there in Utah where they test
Yeah.
your drugs to make sure it ain't going to
Yeah.
kill you, and have
Mhm.
Narcan on standby. Yeah.
Impossible to check everything because the sheer numbers of containers, right? You know something? I don't care if we're going to do a war on drugs, you check every container. May slow the shipping process down. So be it. People are dying daily. We have people dying of overdoses of fentanyl. Fentanyl.
Yeah. I mean, I OD'd on heroin smoking weed.
Yeah.
And I didn't even
It's
know the
laced.
heroin was in the weed.
Yeah. And a lot of people don't. We had a 17-year-old that, you know, and they're teenagers. They're going to experiment. You know that as well as I do.
Yeah.
A 17-year-old that was at a party, smoking some pot. Normally not a big deal. I'd rather have him smoke pot than drink. Seriously. Nope. Ended up in the hospital ODing because it was laced with something because her friend thought it was funny. They refused to pay for the checks. Yep. Reduces the profit 100%. Money, money, money.
Yeah. Money's the root of all evil.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to go back to a barter system like we did in the 1800s. Oh, I need a cup of sugar for you. I'll go pull the weeds out of your garden for a cup of sugar.
Okay, but that's not going to happen because we have
Oh, no.
raised. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I raise kids your age that are your age right now, okay? I made life convenient. And my kids were latchkey kids. I had to work. Their dad had to work. So, yeah, I made life convenient. And now they're making life convenient. And I have one son. He bought his son, who's like 12, a $6,000 gaming system. I'm like, hello, are you out of your mind? He goes, keeps him out of trouble. Oh my God. Him and I are
That's what was fun back in the day. Being mischief, getting into trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well,
And then
I
you
will
learned
tell
a
you,
life lesson, you got caught. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
I couldn't do that again.
I have an 18-year-old granddaughter who recently graduated high school, and she just texted me. She has arrived at her boot camp. She has joined the military. And I did everything in my power to talk her out of it because I'm a real good influence on her. And I've been her female role model. And I did everything. She looked at me and she said, Grandma, I love you. She goes, but you need to stop. I said, why? She goes, if I don't stand up for these rights, you keep telling me we're losing. Who's going to? Who's going to save our country? I wanted to tell her nobody's saving our country if we all don't do it, but I didn't. I supported her. I hugged her last night when she had to show up where she had to show up. I cried. She cried. And she's gone. She's gone. And I have to respect that she thinks enough about her grandma's rights and everybody else's rights and not about herself.
Mm.
I got to commend her for that.
Yeah. Oh,
But
there's
then-
one
but-
cop I got to commend. There's a cop up in Miami Township, Ohio.
Mhm.
Mother calls 911 at 3:00 in the morning. Frantic, trying to find formula for her newborn because her milk in her breast dried up. Instead of that cop being a dick, drove to every grocery store he could find, banging on doors until somebody let him in and got her formula in bottles and took it to her. Instead of being a dick like a lot of cops would be, calling CPS and causing problems for that mother.
Well, and that's part of the problem. Us, people, are going to save our country just by doing that.
Yeah.
We have to do that. We have to take care of our neighbor and our community. And sometimes it's giving some bottles of water, or it's taking some fresh fruit, or simple peanut butter sandwiches, or volunteering. We feed our homeless every day here. We have it in morning and evening. And it's pretty simple to do if you don't have the money and you got some time. That is giving back. And that's what we need to do. We've lost that form of giving back.
Yeah, and that's what I think Louisiana and Oklahoma are trying to do, is get back to that. Because Oklahoma's getting ready to pass a bill where the Bible must be taught in schools. Louisiana just passed a bill that the 10 Commandments have to be shown in the schools. And I think the Bible does need to go back to the schools, but also bring in other people's religion into it too. If you're going to try to teach it as history.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. Are they bringing the Quran in for some of these families? I'm just asking.
I don't think so. Right now, they're just doing the Bible.
Right. And the 10 Commandments, I'm not so keen on some of these commandments, but I am keen with them. I mean, I grew up in a Catholic family. I went to a Catholic elementary school, a freaking all-girl Catholic high school, and a Catholic college. I mean, that's what I did. And so I think that they didn't, the 10 Commandments, I have no problem with that because those are some basic morals.
Yeah.
And and like Hot in the Summer says, that's a huge problem for her. And I agree. It's why why are you not just
If you're going
teaching?
to bring one religion in, you might as well bring all and teach it all as history.
But why bring any in? It is a public school. Again, church and state. That's number one. Number two, why are my tax dollars being used for a teacher? And explain to me if a teacher doesn't believe in the same religion or doesn't believe in a God. Why do we have to do that?
I don't know.
Yeah, call it, and that's what I said. Call it something else. Call it the morals or the 10 pillars of school. She wants to call it something else.
I know.
Because
how
10
long was it?
Commandments. But again,
Like
it's the Christian beliefs.
I think it was around 2012, 2013. A lot of schools started bringing in the 7 pillars of Islam into the schools. So I think a lot of schools already have those.
Are those schools like in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and things like that? Because I know Minnesota's like that.
I think so. It was a bunch of schools across the nation that brought in the pillars of Islam, and it made an uproar then. Now they want to bring the commandments in the
ain't never made no mother crazy as the white.
Did I lose everything? You there? Are you there? Shoot.
Hello?
Are you there? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I'm here. Yeah, I can hear you. I got a phone call.
Oh, okay. I'm like, no, I took my Bluetooth out because I thought it was nice. I just got new earbuds and I just got them hooked
Mm.
up. So I've been playing with those today because I thought it would be a slow time.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole separation of church and state, I don't think that has anything, I don't know if that really has anything to do with schools. The separation of church and state, the way I understand it, is the state can't tell churches, hey, you have to teach A, B, and C, and you have to show us what you're going to preach. Unless I'm
Just
misunderstanding the
can't.
separation of church and state.
I don't know, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
How do
Because I know when I was in high school, I got in trouble because we were learning about Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah in the history books, right? They only had like 2 pages on the whole thing. So I pull out the Bible that has a lot more history on it, and they tried to expel me for it. And it's like, I'm not trying to preach
Yeah.
this. There's history in this book that's talking about the subject matter.
Yeah, and see, that's the problem. And because and then who's deciding what subject matter in the schools? I think that should be left up to the parents. I know Florida, they push parents' rights. They're pushing it back onto parents. Well, what happened to it now? Why is it gone?
Because the FBI labeled all parents as domestic terrorists. And
I
if
know.
you don't go with the agenda of the school board, you can be arrested.
I know this for a fact because I got escorted out of a school board meeting. So, yeah, I learned this the hard way.
Yeah, there was a mother who's dealing with a federal case right now for just speaking out about stuff that was going on with her daughter to the school board. They labeled her as a domestic terrorist, charged her with terrorism.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. I don't know. And this Quran thing and what we're putting in and what we're not putting in, I just don't see where we have a right to do that. When Louisiana put the 10 Commandments in, as Summer said, we don't have to name it the 10 Commandments. It can be, like the 10 pillars. And a
That
lot of
are the 10
people
basic
are okay.
morals of life. I think it
Yeah,
would
a
be
lot of people
more
are
acceptable if it
okay.
was like, 10 basic morals of life, follow these and you should be good. 'Cause, I mean, I do believe we should teach kids they shouldn't steal, that
Right.
we should help our neighbors as ourselves. Those are all good morals.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Call them morals. Or we have the pillars of school. And they're basically the same thing. It's help one another, be kind to one another. They're 10 pillars. Or 7. We have 7 pillars. They can do it like that. They don't have to call it the 10 Commandments because again, that goes back to Christianity.
Yeah.
That's exactly where it goes.
And then,
Yeah, they're state funded schools.
let's see, who was it? I think it was Oklahoma, where there was a case out there where they put the 10 Commandments in the Capitol. Satanist groups sued the state of Oklahoma, and now they have to put a Satanist statue up there too.
Yeah.
Or take out the 10 Commandments, and they can't put the Satanist statue.
Do you know that it is in there about, oh gosh, what was it? Wanting more of the Christian background, bringing back the morals, but I'll have to go back and read it again. And that's
Pretty much
his,
like the
he is
40s and
denying the
50s,
Project
where
25.
pretty much the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and the early 60s values back into society.
Yeah.
Makes sense. That's society law for America. Yeah, I think if we don't watch out, we're going to end up like France, because I think I just seen something about France getting ready to have a revolution because somebody that believes in Shireen law just won the presidency over there.
Yeah. And I think UK too. When El Sarmento was telling, hold on one second.
Oh.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I shouldn't be doing this on this like this. I should be practicing. But anyway, God, I need to go back. But anyway, I was reading his Agenda 25. Have you read any of that?
I started to. I mean,
Or
I
47.
really do believe we need to get back to a mother, father raising the kids.
And how's that going to work?
I think fathers should be in their kids' life. Yeah, it's going to take both parents working, but I mean, the father should be there, help raising the kids instead of dumping them on the mother and then going off doing whatever. I think we need to get back to the family aspect of a mother and father and kids. I mean, I grew up without a father and a mother that would disappear.
Well,
And I've had family tell me, "Oh, you're going to do that to your kids." I haven't done it to my kids.
Hey, Phil. How you doing, hon? Hey. And Katrina says it's never going to happen. And I agree. I don't know how that would ever happen.
The only way it's ever going to happen, it's going to end up hurting everybody, because you would have to get rid of SNAP, TANF, social SSI for these people. Because the government incentivized back in the day that women can have a bunch of kids, get on Section 8 and get paid, and they can't have the fathers in the life.
Oh, my son and I got into a huge argument. And if you look, let me find it. I'm going to post it in the other chat. Hold on. Let me find it. I got so much stuff stored here. It's something, and I'll read it.
I mean, the only way it would ever work is if you got rid of all the welfare system.
Well, here you go.
All it's going to do is hurt people.
Trump says he is wanting to reform temporary assistance for the needy families. That's your SNAP. Trump's administration adopted and is in favor of strengthening existing work requirements in order to receive benefits. Now, again, I'm older than you, so here we've got somebody else coming, bringing back something back. There were for a while that, we want parents in the home. We want moms in the home. We want raising their children. We want this. Get it. Totally understand. In the meantime, they're not willing to give them any financial help in helping these families. But according to Trump and how it used to be, in order to receive these things, you had to roll in classes. B, you had to work, volunteer, or do something so many hours a week. Well, what are you doing with your children?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of states already had that as a requirement for SNAP and TANF.
They used to. They took it away now. You don't have that. It's not.
We do over here.
It's not a total requirement.
It's a requirement over here now,
Is
unless
it?
it's a requirement here. The only way is if somebody in the house is disabled, then that requirement goes away.
So when you take this assistance away from, and you know it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt single mothers, and it's going to hurt our poor communities. We know that. Okay.
Yeah. Plus, they changed the asset level here. You can only have $2,750 in assets. If you have any more than that, you're not getting food stamps.
And how do you survive like that?
You can't. So if you went by a $3,000, $4,000 car, they consider that an asset. Oh, sorry, you're losing food stamps.
But, we want a strong economy, okay? Inflation has increased, but nothing else is increasing to keep up with inflation. Disability isn't, Social Security is, sure, they give a COLA. But, when they give a COLA, that goes and pays for their
That's BS. They lose it. COLA don't mean jack diddly squat for Social Security, right?
No, because they raise your insurance and
it's
there's
going
your
up
COLA.
2.9%, but then now your Medicaid premiums went up, so there goes your COLA. So
there you go. So you're still stuck.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to tell you something. I believe parents should be raising their children. I have no problem with that, none whatsoever. But I also believe that if you have a mother or a father or mother and father in a home, we should be helping, because the way this economy is going, that is making the rich richer and the poor poorer. The economy, everybody wants to see a good economy, but to rent something, and sure, there's some renter assistance, and we're seeing more and more people on renter assistance. You know that, right? We are seeing more and more people on welfare, and it is because of the economy. The pay scales can't go up. The foods are expensive than all get out.
Yeah, but
Gas,
Kentucky just screwed
rent.
people on welfare, right? I think it was either House Bill 1 or House Bill 5. It was one of the bills they pushed in there that landlords can discriminate against Section 8. They don't have to take that income or take your income, period, if you're on Social Security.
No, they do not. And here's like Siri's mom, and no offense to anybody, please, no offense. I was told when I say that I sound like a white person. Well, I am a white person, sorry. Hold on one second. I want to see who's backstage.
All right.
Oh, hey, Phil, hold on. Come on in, baby. Nope, what'd I do with you? Come back here. Phil. Where'd you go, Phil? I'm back. Okay. Phil, come back. I don't know where you went. Still here. Okay. I'm going to add you to the stage. Hey, what's up? I'm going to move that as soon as there we go. Got rid of it. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. I just want to finish one thing, and I'm going to let you have your conversation. And Seeger's mom is right. So we want to force women to stay home no matter what, but they're going to starve to death. Oh, yes. Hey, Mafty, how's it going? But see, that's part of the problem. We want women to stay home, and how are we feeding our children? We're not helping these kids. We're not helping these families. And it took my husband and I both to work to be able to afford what we had. And there was a time we couldn't afford food. My parents bought it for us. So anyway, go ahead, Phil. How's it going? What you think about all our little conversations?
I wanted to chime in. I'm letting y'all just chill and talk, and you guys are kind of hitting some things I'm talking about anyway. So I'm just kind of like feeling the flow. I'm feeling the vibe, waiting the right time to jump in.
Hey, I
Oh,
got
well.
to balance. We got real bad weather headed towards us.
Be safe out there. I know there's supposed to be tornadoes and everything.
They just issued a tornado warning in a county that's right next door to ours.
Oh, be careful.
Henderson.
Henderson.
Speaking of hurricanes, what do you do if you're on Section 8 as a hurricane?
I don't know. What do you do?
I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm asking the question.
You mean for supplies or where you're going or what?
We brought up rental assistance. We brought up rental assistance, Section 8, so on and so forth. I'm just asking that as another question. Like, people who are poor and need assistance, like, what do they do in that circumstance?
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know what we're doing, and that's what we're talking about. And here's Matthew saying traditional values don't work in the modern day. The time where women stay home and had no rights, that's what they want, are no longer around. So the only thing that changed was human autonomy when it comes to relationships. Right, we became equal. Both of us became equal. And it seems like they don't want us equal anymore.
Well, I don't think it's not about
stay there,
equalness.
go
It's
to
just like, it's the values again, going back to the values and tradition and so on and so forth. And that tradition back in the days, the man might have worked and so on and so forth. The woman took care of the kids. But you got to also remember back in that time frame, kids would also work at an early age. And you don't have that neither. So there's pros and cons to the whole situation and how to handle it. But unfortunately, there's not a right or a wrong way to do it. It's just, what can you accept as
Right.
society?
And what are you willing? And how, a lot of things have to do with how you were brought up. And if women stay home, let's just say, if women stay home, we lose a huge workforce. Then
Yeah.
who's going to help serve you? Who's going to take care of you if you're sick or you're hurt? Who's going to do that? And back in the day, you're right.
Yeah. And I'm not going to cut you off. I'm not saying that that's only the jobs that women do too. I mean, women do welding, they do truck driving, they do a bunch of shit too. It ain't just that field of work. I just wanted to add
And that's what I'm saying. You're taking half the workforce away. How are you going to replace that?
Yeah.
We didn't have as many people.
Also, to bring up that whole thing about like Section 8 and like having the assets. A lot of people sometimes, will get assistance to live at a house, and you can only make so much money. So if you do get a job, for example, at McDonald's, as one person working out of the household, and you make whatever number it is per month, and all of a sudden you got a 25-cent raise because you're doing so good at your job that now you don't qualify for this.
Yeah.
Because you just went over by $20. So that quarter-cent raise that everybody is striving for, or that raise everyone's striving for, if you get that raise in that circumstance, you have completely lost all your assistance. So is that quarter worth the raise that you're going to get to? Where I can't help myself, because if I get that quarter, now I got to pay for rent, and I'm back to square one again.
Well, and I'm capable of working 40 hours a week, but if I work more than 30 hours a week, I lose my EBT and a way to feed my children. So,
or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
I
it's
need
like,
to work. I cannot work more than 30 hours a week. Even though I love my job, they need me. I can't. I have to feed my kids. I can't let my kids starve because you're offering me full time now. And that's
but
exactly
in
what's
a
going to
sense,
happen.
in a sense too, that's holding everybody back who's trying to grow because you know,
Correct.
everybody who is trying to grow, if you get that quarter raise or you start moving up in the world, for you to change the scenario that fast and have these bills that you didn't account for, like that's the problem too. So, and the economy again has just gone up drastically. That I mean, it's hard for people right now just to even live their lives, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
it is. You're not confused,
hard.
Satan? I'm glad Satan's not confused because we'd be in trouble if Satan was confused.
Yeah.
I had to say. But no, you're right. And here's the other thing. They're building throughout the country, and I kind of been watching affordable housing. Okay. You can't make and they want to get our teachers in there and our firefighters in there because teachers really don't make a lot of money and we need them in our communities. And if a teacher's gonna have to drive for an hour to go to school, they can't do it. So I researched and that's how they're trying to sell to these communities that to allow them to build, give them millions of dollars in tax credits, millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Um,
Or grant. Or grant.
right. They're getting grants, given tax breaks, they're giving all the stuff. And here's the thing. Some of these places only have to have 30% affordable. Let's say $1,000 is their max or $1,200 a month is their max. Let's just say it's $1,200 a month. Only 30% of those have to be that. The 70%, they can have it at $5,000 a month. But they got all these millions of dollars given to them, all these tax cuts on them, and all these grants given to them. The companies are making millions of dollars,
Yeah,
billions
and
of
and,
dollars
and, and,
doing
and
this.
they can pay for them themselves, but because of the grants and the tax breaks, they're taking advantage
Yeah,
of that. They're building these giant buildings that hold 40
yeah,
people, and they're using it this way. And then the building gets paid off, probably I don't even know within 5 years, probably. And
yep.
they got basically free money.
And you know what else? After 7 years, on most of these places that I've been looking, because that's how the government has set it up, after 7 years, they can take that affordable housing away and make it regular $5,000 for each
Yeah,
unit. They
yeah.
can do that.
So they're
And they
using
got
it
all
to
this
their
money.
advantage.
And then, listen to this though. Somebody who, let's say, my husband is retired and gets Social Security. I'm retired and get Social Security. We all know Social Security is not enough to really live on. We
Ain't
know this.
shit.
But do you know with what he makes and what I make, our combined income, we would not we would not qualify for affordable housing. Did you know that? So
Yeah,
in order to get into affordable housing, you, you can't work. And so this is why we have more elderly and more of our elderly vets living on the streets because what they're getting paid does not sustain food, rent, clothing, utilities, food.
my mother-in-law can't afford. She can barely survive to live where she's at right now, and all she's paying is taxes. She hasn't paid her taxes like 4 years on her house.
Yeah,
And I'm like, and her house is shit. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not too worried about it, but I'm like, in my head, like me and my wife talk about it. Like, we're gonna think about buying a house just for her to live in. You know what I mean?
well,
And
yeah.
maybe I'll charge her $300. Anything just like a simple thing. But it's our house, and when she goes, she
Hold
goes.
on.
And
Hold on one second, if you don't mind, Phil.
go ahead, Mom.
Nafty, sure. I posted the link. Do you want me to I'll post it again. Hold on, honey.
So I mean, but again, like most people aren't able to do that. That's the thing, Like I have the luxury, and I'm thankful. I'm very grateful that between me and my wife, we're able to do that for our mother. You know what I'm saying? But most folks can't do that shit. And I'm not like trying to put myself higher than anybody. I'm not. I'm equal to everybody, just like everybody else. But we just had the financial situation to be able to do that for her, maybe. And it's even 100%
Well,
sure. And The other option would be her coming to my house.
Right.
So I mean, that's the other option.
And this is a huge thing that we're talking about. The only way this country is going to make it out of what we're dealing with and to become a better, stronger country is if we care about others. We help others. We stop the large corporations. We go to our county commissioner meetings and stop these large corporations, these tax breaks. Yes, we want you to come in and build affordable housing. Yes, we do. But we want it 30 years this way, 100% affordable housing.
How about like, like the internet itself? Like back in the days, people used to be outside all the time. You knew all the kids that were in your neighborhood because they were always outside. You knew the people who lived in the houses because they were outside, either the front porch or whatever it is. Nobody comes out no more. It doesn't matter. Like, people stay inside. They're on their goddamn phones. They're on their electronics, their TV, whatever they want at their dispense. And they're not outside no more. Like back in the days, your mom threw you out the house early in the fucking morning, and you didn't come back till the street lights came on. And you had to fend for yourself to get water and food, and you did it, and you hung out with your friends, and you survived outside until it was time to come back home. Like,
right.
That's another downfall too. You can think about it that way. It's not just people in general. It's also the style of living, what we used to do and how we do it now. It's completely different.
Okay.
And not to knock everybody down. I mean, we're all growing up and evolving, but
okay,
that's another thing to look at also.
Okay, so this Mapty, can you put your camera on for a second? Hold on, so I can see you. I don't know who you are, hon. I'm sorry, and I'm trying to put a banner up. Why is it not letting me put a banner up? Hold on. Private chat, post layout, settings, stream, private chat. Hold on. I was on Summer's panel last time. No webcam machine. Hold on. That's my first time doing StreamYard, Bill, so bear with me.
No worries, love.
At least
you know how to add them. So.
Oh yeah, I know how to add.
When you go to the guest,
Yeah.
I think when you look at them, their camera's on. You should be able to see them.
He doesn't have a camera. He can't do it.
Well,
I did have.
Maybe you can't show nothing. We'll have to take his advice.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Maybe I got it. No, that's not it. Hold on. It's not that. I did it earlier. Well, I can add them. I'm just trying to put up a screen because I don't know who it is. Go on. Hold on a second. Go on the other one, not that one. Banners. You will just hit. Then we see. Okay, go on the other one. So logo, classic. Damn it. Oh, this pisses me off.
We got both our dogs though on the screen.
I see we've got our dogs on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I want. I don't understand.
You had the banner up right now. That's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to cover the screen.
Oh. Can you make the banner bigger?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nancy.
Okay,
Sorry.
perfect. No,
You're going to have to bear with me.
No problem. Take your time. I just don't know if you remember me, Christine.
How's it going?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
We're just playing it safe, Mapty. That's all it was, Debbie.
Juan, have you been on another panel by chance? That I've like recognized the name. Have you been on another panel?
I'm normally calling it Filthy Phil. My normal
I'm sorry.
name.
Oh no, I'm
My
just
normal name is
calling.
Filthy.
Okay, my bad. No,
Filthy
because I see
Phil.
Juan Wick, so I'm just calling you Juan. But I
No,
don't know if
but
that's how you want to be
I
addressed.
use that too. I use Juan Wick or Filthy Phil.
Have you been on
It's my
Steven's
face.
podcast? I mean, not Steven's
It's
podcast.
my face.
Steven's panel by chance?
You see my face? I don't know.
You why do you look so familiar?
I'm on Eli's page. I've been on Summer's page. I've been on Mello's page. Native's page. I don't know.
Because I've seen you from somewhere. I just can't put a
I'd be
picture
on
on it.
Quinn's page.
Hey,
What up,
everybody.
Summer?
Just
So-
so you know, hold on. Just so you know, Christine, it's under brand. There's banner.
Under brand.
brand.
Okay.
That's where the thumbnail is. Do you see it?
Well, I see I'm under brand. Which one do I hit? Just the first one?
You got to go down. You got to scroll up, and then you'll go down to not the first set because that's the set for the thing.
Oh,
the
I did
overlay.
it. I got
There
it.
you go.
I got
There
it.
you
Sorry,
go.
thank you.
No, you're good. You're doing a great job. I just wanted to come up so you knew where that was. All right, I'm out.
Bye.
By the way, hey everybody. Hey Phil. Hey everybody. Holler.
What up,
Hey,
Summer?
supporting Christine on her first show.
Hi.
Thanks for coming in. Hey, Dolly. You're welcome to come up if you'd like. Stephen King, maybe, Mafty. So, Mafty, what do you think about what we're all saying about this stuff?
Okay, so because you brought up, because when I got back in the house, I've been meaning to get on, but it was because I was moving things around. I had you guys on speaker, so it depends on what you want me to touch on first to give an opinion. But the last thing you said, in regards to, like, let's say for example, like the housing market in the United States, and something that Phil said was that it's getting harder and harder to obtain some form of sustainability financially. I've had this conversation on like previous two panels where I don't think people quite understood, but I'm going to reiterate some of it. The problem with this country is that there's a lot of money mismanagement, right? So the number one thing that people don't like hearing is things like tax codes and taxes and things like that. But you have to remember the country in itself, being that it's capitalistic, the country itself represents a ledger, right? An account. And obviously these ledgers will sprout out and they'll go into different ledgers. And obviously that's how we fund all these programs. The housing market thing can be solved. And I've always said that the problem with fixing the housing market is that you'd have to give some shred of freedom, because the only way to tackle the housing market is to heavily regulate it. And you're going to have to give most of the power to like the federal government, meaning the federal government will step in and say simply, ownership of land or urban properties can no longer be obtained for profit reasons. You would then have to convert it to a subsidized structure, the same way housing, NYCHA, Section 8 has it, where it would seem more fair that you can just give up 30% of your income. Now I'm starting to see nowadays that you can make six figures in the state of New York, still qualify for subsidized housing, but now you're held up to a higher percentage. So you can make up the gap for it, right, in some shape or form. So it's kind of similar argument to back like during the 1900s, the early 1900s, where I forgot the president at the time. At one point, the United States actually was charging upwards to 90% in taxes, right? And the rich wasn't really complaining. There was really no pushback from one side to another. But so in terms of the housing thing and that type of regulation, it's whether Americans want to give up that freedom of ownership in order to provide sustainability for the rest of Americans that are not working full time. So when I say something like that, you have to understand that over 60% of Americans work part time. That means 60% of Americans are not receiving benefits, 401ks, certain benefits that would only be given to you if you are a full-time employer. The other half of that number may be full-time, or it could be a mixture of contractors and etc. But on the part of housing regulation, I don't think we as a people are ready to give up some form of freedom, because there's this big divide where if another person gets it, why can't I get it? But if I pay my taxes and I do this, they shouldn't get it because they don't give me the equal amount of tax worth that a typical person at the middle or upper class would. So it just depends how much morality you're willing to exude in this situation, given if you could change things, what's really fair when it comes down the line. This is just speaking about the housing stuff at the very least.
But I have a question. Not some houses and some facilities, are owned by individual people. And that's how they're making their investment. They're making their profit. They're making what they have, what they're renting to live off of. Okay. So what happens, somebody like me, who my plan is, that is my investment money. I'm not allowed to make an investment, or is the government going to reimburse me for that? What I would lose.
I was kind of going towards the same thing about getting something and like you want to invest in something. I know, but buying a house like versus making it all like that, like you want to like pass it down. So essentially, if you own the house, as your family gets older, the house will get passed down. So essentially, they'll live rent free, house free, mortgage free. So that can help eliminate that too.
Sure, I do agree. But how about this? Look at it this way. Do you honestly think that when you go buy a house in today's market, you actually own it, even if you paid it all?
Well, no. You still have taxes to
I
pay, and then
understand that part.
the government still owns it.
Yeah. So remember that based on what they build around your property, or if the locality somehow gets a bump where a lot of more high-paying taxpayers are kind of coming into that market or that locality, your property taxes are going to go up. It's going to reflect the people moving in. So potentially, when you do pass that house down, there's a chance that somewhere down that lineage, someone could possibly lose the house, but it's not because they're not working. It's just simply because they got out-marketed in that environment. So then, wouldn't you think that it's messed up to say this, because the whole premise of coming to the United States is that as long as you pay your taxes, you can virtually do anything as long as within reasonable bounds of the law, right? So obviously you're not going to commit crime, but you can invest in your own business. You can invest in hiring your employees. You can have this, you can have that. There's no necessary rules to say how many cars you can own here in America, right? So you have privileges and luxuries that you're afforded being here that you obviously wouldn't have anywhere else. So the fair thing is that when it comes to specifically housing, either if you give into the side that claims, well, I'm going, or that says, and this is just conjecture, that says, I need to see something because this is the investment I made, sure, but at the humanitarian cost of how many people are going to be left out in the street if they can't even secure proper housing. So you have a bunch of people dumped in the street that may cost you more money, right? Being on the street, using up more governmental subsidies, as opposed to then housing them, and then you could cut down on your spending because they're no longer requiring a third party. That would be the benefit into giving up these, the right to own. But on the flip side, like you said, it should be an inherent right, because this is what typically this country was founded on: the principles of freedom, democracy, and people could allow to vote for their best interest as long as the majority of Americans vote for that one issue.
Another thing is that I don't believe that we should be helping the whole world when we have other issues here in our own goddamn land that we need to deal with. You know what I mean?
Absolutely right, Phil.
A lot of money all over the world, and I know that we're the country that makes like the world kind of like regulate itself, but we spend a lot of fucking money on other countries, bro, and it's like,
yeah, but you have to understand
that
money, the reason why we subsidize other countries is because it sort of props up the American dollar. There's a reason why recently, the last month, the U.S. had to bail out the Japanese treasury for a reason. And it's because if that treasury fails or becomes too unstable, what they're going to end up doing is liquidating U.S. debt. And the one who's going to purchase that is going to be foreign competitors that we wouldn't want them to purchase. Obviously China, Russia, and the UAE, stuff like that. You wouldn't want these guys to have that much equity into your country. So it's murky, because what's frustrating about this topic is that, unlike, let's say, most of my debates of science and stuff, there's a metric. When it comes to like the politics, and when it comes to policy, legislation, the problem with these topics, is that you can only conclude off of interpretation. Sometimes you may inject fact into the interpretation, but ultimately, everyone voting on these issues won't know what's going to happen until these things are implemented, and then you start to realize, okay, now these are the loopholes we forgot to patch, and it could take us anywhere to 2 decades to have these holes patched. By that time, exploitation
why are the loopholes like another thing? I'm sorry, I changed topic left and right. My mind's going all over the place right now.
Oh, my bad. You go.
Why there's so many loopholes that are out there. Like, why don't these loopholes like be publicized for people to know them? I feel like they'll take advantage of them so much that the government will start losing, and they don't want that shit. It's like they hide any loophole that you can probably try to get a benefit out of.
Well, it's like, do you think that they hide tax codes? No, they don't. It's just
No,
that
you just gotta find them.
no, well, not even, because here's the thing, right? Okay, like all these talking points, I've been meaning to have it in a certain way, and this has probably been the best place to have these thoughts. But I would say this. On par, like for example, when you say we're giving out subsidies to other countries, it's not only the prop of the dollar. You also have to look at it from a humanitarian point of view. So instead of looking at it from a nationalistic or tribal point of view, you have to look at it that when we give aid to certain countries, like places like Africa, South Africa, stuff like that, a lot of these subsidies do bring in tech that lower the mortality rate in the regions. For example, you're introducing methods of making vaccines and medication in a way that you could use yeast to form them, and it makes it more accessible into third world countries. Then you're pretty much preserving life as much as possible, right?
And I do see that part of it too. Joe. Yeah, I mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. So it's like I told a friend earlier, government doesn't run top to bottom. It runs from bottom to top. You can't govern when you don't have no people. So we have an incentive. So when we want to change these things on any particular issue, what people could do is just go out and vote. The sentiment is at the time is that, hey, my vote doesn't count. And generally people seem to be like, like this is not going to work out for me. And it's because of these sentiments is the reason why voting, like the politics doesn't play out the right way, because we end up voting for people that end up getting lobbied. And then these are other things that kind of fit into the equation, which is that politicians could pretty much get lured with a bribe in a way where you're not breaking the law. So before we deal with all these other issues, we have to sort of like clean out house and make sure that, if you ever notice, majority of senators are paid off by Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, BlackRock, Boeing.
Yeah, large corporations.
Like he can say.
I got a question. Okay, I got another question. My bad. What if, like, I never thought about it this way. What if just hypothetically, they make everybody needs to vote? None of this. If you're a felon, you don't vote. If you're fucking lose the right to vote, everybody in the United States, you can come on this day, where the fuck you live at, and you need to vote. Okay? The same way they made the draft, like you need to be in the draft if you're this age, vice versa, back when it happened. If you make voting essential.
I'm going to stop meowing like last time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, my bad. If you make it an essential, hypothetically, everybody needs to vote. Now these votes can't be bought off. There's money coming in. The people are going to talk now. And the problem is with voting is that when it comes to voting, first of all, you can have two idiots in party. That's one thing, okay? Second of all, some people are prevented from voting, even though they don't want to vote. They have a good opinion on how they want to live this country, and they can't vote. Third of all, some people don't vote at all, okay? So then you got fourth with people who do vote. So out of those four, how many people can vote? You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the numbers that speak about where we want this country to go or lead this country. Like, if you make it, not that I want to do that. Again, I'm just throwing a hypothetical. You brought up votes being bought in, people, companies who can control people. I get that part. But you can't control everybody. I mean, essentially, we're outnumbering everybody else when it comes to the 1%ers. You know what I mean? We have more numbers than they do people. So why can't we just all put in the vote? Go ahead. That's all I wanted to say.
I got a real question. I got a question on the top of that answer. The response I'm going to give you. What do you think qualifies as a 1%er?
When I say the 1% of the people that we don't know the names of that are running this country.
You do realize that 1%ers just means you make over like 70 grand, right? You're not even breaking 6 figures.
No. I'm not talking about that. I ain't talking about.
Okay. Oh, the 1%ers as in like the elites.
Yes, he's talking about the ones that run.
The people that you don't know their names, they fucking own BP. They own fucking, companies that when you look it up, they own everything. The 1%ers. That's what I mean by that. You know what I mean? So
the problem with the voting issue, and I've seen it now, is this, right? So I don't know if you guys feel this way, but I've heard this shtick before and I think it's true. I think it's more than plausible, but It's like, for example, when you look at the two-party system, you have liberals and you have conservatives, right? Conservatives no longer live. They're not. The Conservative Party is dead. And what you have now, replacement, is the political party of Trump. That's all it is. And it's not so much that they like the guy, so much that he's the only one we can run as a conservative. He'll do what we tell him to do or what we ask of him, right? Then you have liberals, where obviously a lot of people seem to either dislike or hate them. The problem is, during that pandemic, when Trump was in office, he had the ability to close borders down because the country was in a special status of pandemic, which then allowed him the freedom to close and control all the borders. He chose not to. So, for example, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when the current voter base you see right now are typically people that are going to be like, well, the main issue is immigrants, right? Immigrants are causing this, immigrants are doing that. But when you look into the causation, the over 90 to 98% of immigrants coming into this country are actually coming under asylum. So 90% of them are asylum seekers. Only a small fraction of them are actually helping the border illegally. So when you look at Trump in general running in politics, you have to understand that Trump has one talking point throughout this whole engagement, and it was just the border and immigration. He said it himself on the recording that the reason why he did what he did was because if he actually closed the borders, he would not have a political running point in his next election, which is what he's doing now. So he bamboozled, he played everyone, good game, okay, cool. But the problem is that the growing sentiment in America is this: immigrants are coming in, they're taking my jobs, they're taking this, they're taking that. To dispel some of the rumors for the commoners, immigrants are allowed to pay taxes, but they're not allowed to use the same subsidies and tax privileges that we use. So ultimately, they pay taxes, but they're still in charge of paying for their own health insurance. They're still in charge of paying all these things that they still have control over. Now, if by chance they go into the emergency room, they won't have to pay, sure, but that's because it's emergency circumstances. Outside of that, immigrants can't take food stamps. They can't take any subsidies for housing, this and that. So when it comes to the voting base, you have a large voting base that is obviously upset because the jobs that they claim have been taken from them are jobs that typically most Americans won't do. Most Americans don't want to work in a vineyard. Most Americans don't want to work on a farm. Let's not also bring the issue that there's only about 7 to 8 companies that run the entire produce supply chain or logistical supply chain in the United States, and that small-time farmers are pretty much being phased out. So voting, I think at this turning point, it's either we get a better candidate on one side, but even then it doesn't solve the issue that America is just, there's parts of America that are angry and it's just echoing nonstop. It's a giant echo chamber.
And that's what we're talking about. It's like the division and what to do and what not to do. And and I'm gonna take some credit, even though not credit, but I'm gonna take some blame, even though I don't think this way. Sometimes I guess maybe I do, but I don't think that families should be struggling to the point they can't afford food for their children. But and on the other hand, we need to give subsidies, and we've got a generation that's still kind of in control. Well, that is in control. That feel you want something, you need to work on it. If you got to work 10 jobs, then you work 10 jobs. There's more to life than work.
There is. You're not wrong. But I also think I need to make the admission that, to be fair and to be lenient on the topic, it's easy for people to get up in the morning and feel upset because of circumstances that have nothing to do with them. So obviously markets are unfair. I don't believe in the saying in the old days where it say, hey, you have to be tough or pull up yourself with a bootstrap because if I did it, you can do it. And it's like the market, right. It's not like that anymore. The market's non-existent. So when I hear people like online or in person, when they have hateful rhetoric, I have
right.
to forgive them because we all at one point fall into the same trap. It is perfectly normal. Some people will admit it. Some will. I've had my episodes of being extremely hateful towards people, to a certain class of people. I've always made the admission that I was extremely racist towards white people at one point. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, I was extremely racist against the opposite side. But that was when I was young and I didn't quite understand how things worked. But then once I got through it, I started realizing what's happening in this country is more of an emotional response. But the problem with the emotional response is half of that problem lies in with the government providing solutions. Now, the problem with that statement is that if you have a two-party system, there's only one party that's willing to work with the rich, and there's another party that's only willing to work with the poor. So you either have to choose one or the other. It's like the whole broken windows policies back in New York City back in the 80s and 90s that they're asking for it now. Snuffing small crime doesn't stop big crime. But all it did was give you a false sense of security because it allowed cops to over police, give you the impression that bad guys were being caught. But the reality was that the majority of people getting put to jail back during broken windows policies were people that were doing petty crime. It wasn't like things that people should get arrested for. So when you see New York City and you see, well, there's no bail reform, this or that, it's because the majority of the crimes that people are committing, like shoplifting, no one should go to jail for shoplifting candy bar. Or
diapers.
For diapers. Infamil. You know what's crazy, Phil? I'm glad you brought that up. There was a girl that did prison time for stealing Infamil, and the company still went ahead and got her charged. And it's the right thing to do was to separate her and say, yo, you did bad, yes. But remember, King Solomon would have said it best. We have to be fair. Stealing is not right, sure. And, companies do lose out on profits because companies can choose not to insure certain products, sure. But given the state of this economy, how hyper monopolized it's been, and we've been warned this by Eisenhower for like so many decades ago when he literally said, beware of the industrial complex. He was talking about this. He was talking about companies having high stakes in military sectors that are now seeping into, right now, even to the housing market. So I think realistically, two things are going to happen. It's either the majority vote for a dictatorship or switch to a different system, which is very plausible because that's how the country is built on. And then people that choose not to agree with that systemic change could either just go to another country. And then you have the other half of that is where the poor people caught in between can't leave. So they're going to be objected to a set of rules that they never agreed upon because they lack the votes to have their voices heard.
It's no matter how you flip the world and how you're going to do it, it's going to affect somebody in a bad sense.
Exactly.
It is. And I guess emotions are being brought into it. It's like, how do we, I'll give you an example. We had a cold spell here in Florida and we had people that had to get off the street. I worked with families. We had almost 30 families. Somebody else had a few more. 30 families who were out in the cold in tents. One had a 6-week-old newborn. And we're like trying to ramble and get these people in, and the spouses or the men in this family didn't want to be separated from their family. We didn't have shelters. They weren't open. We worked really hard and we got a hotel to open up a whole slew of rooms for these families for 2 weeks during this cold snap. And so again, that's emotion, but it's out there helping the community, and we need more of that. We have to think about everybody else. I'm blessed. Not everybody else is. I understand that. And some people are greedy and some people want this, and they think that the government's going to save them. And then you got this group like me. We need to save us, not the government.
And another point to bring up is some people fucking work so goddamn much that they're not home. So the family can break down on their own because the one parent or the one person is working so hard. So it's hard to see his kids if they're separated. He's got kids at the house. He can't be there. He's got to work. He's got to pay child support. He's got to pay insurance. He's got to pay his rent or mortgage on top of that shit, vice versa. And they have to work 2 jobs or work 16 hours a day, come home, sleep 5 hours, and go to work again the next day. Sometimes Monday through Saturday. Sometimes Sunday to Sunday type shit. And those guys, the families get broken up that way. Another topic that was brought up earlier about that family being separated and shit. I thought I'd bring that up too. I mean, some people work too hard, man. But you know what I find fucked up though? It's like, again, my head's all over the place. There's people from other countries that come into our countries. I work at a $1 billion company, and we have Latinos cleaning our bathrooms and our lunchrooms. Okay, most people don't even talk to them. They just come through and they know English, but they don't even talk to them. I talk to them in Spanish all the time. I give them love. I give them pound, all that shit. But that dude and them guys are busting their ass cleaning bathrooms, and they're still making money. And the fucked up part about it is, out of the money they're making, they're sending some home somewhere else. So that check, even though that check's 1,000, you're probably only keeping 600, 700. You're sending 300 back home to take care of the family that's back home that you left. You know, that's another shit to bring up too, man. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. My mind. I got some good dope, and this shit was gangster.
Yeah, you're all over the place, Phil. Come on, baby, come on.
Don't you think?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
but don't you think if he works for that money, he should be allowed to do what he wants to do with it, even if it's bought out the market? Because at the end of the day, it still has to be.
No, when I say that, I'm saying that with all respect. I would do the same thing. I love to spend the money.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out like how you.
No. My thing process is that, you know, we're talking about affordable housing. Again, I'm just bringing up people. There's a lot of jobs out here too that people don't want to do as Americans. People don't want to clean bathrooms. Okay, people don't want to drive the goddamn garbage truck. They don't want to fucking work at a McDonald's as their first fucking job. They don't want to. That's another problem we have in this country. You know, like all these companies are all hiring right now, and this economy is going up because these jobs have to raise their goddamn prices up just to get employees to start working at their companies. So if you're paying that much to the employees, we're going to raise everything else up. They're going to afford it now, but the problem, like you're saying, 60% of us are part-time workers. You know what I mean?
Okay, keep this in mind. This was like, I think this was released like a couple of days ago. So when companies have to raise their prices on the like foods, let's say, for example, and then the excuses that we have to do this because we have to increase the wage, I think that's full of shit, and I'll explain why. Dior, the name brand bag that's expensive, uses up. They spend. You know how much it costs to make that bag? It costs $58. They resell it for a couple of grand. So obviously, there's a lot of there in profit that could be rerouted to pay people that are making the bags more. The difference is that guess what? They're gonna go to China. They're gonna get a manufacturing plant. They're gonna hire people that are willing to work for 25 cents an hour, maybe even lower than that. And the problem is that at the end of the day, these things are produced outside. They brought in, so it's sort of like necessarily even domestically when you look at these companies that are increasing prices. When you look at raising a wage a couple of dollars to match that in product, it's only a couple of cents per item. Like it's not a couple of dollars per item in order to facilitate this wage increase. No, it's just a couple of cents. It could be extra 50 cents on the menu added.
Yeah.
And that's enough to increase it to a viable wage. But it's just most corporate companies are per profit. They're not nonprofit.
Well,
so,
I mean, I think the local McDonald's pays, I think, $15 an hour right now for a kid. Like most kids getting a job, they're getting $15 an hour.
And what state is that in?
Teenage kid. I'm in Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin's minimum wage is what?
I don't even know what that is.
I'm in Florida, and our McDonald's wage is $21 an hour.
$21 working at McDonald's, bro.
Yep.
$7.25 in Wisconsin, the minimum wage as of 2023 was $7.25 an hour.
Okay,
well,
they're paying people at McDonald's.
They're paying them $15. All right, so that's a good job then. That's a good job.
I'm just bringing that up.
For that market, that's amazing.
I'm just trying to tell you. And Christine's saying 21 in Florida. At
21, and our minimum wage is going up to $13 an hour. That will be our minimum wage.
Because I've heard stories of people in Florida needing 3 jobs just to pay rent.
You want to know why? You want to know why? In the community I live in, I live in, okay, I will tell you 7 years ago, you could rent a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home for $1,000. That same home right now is renting for $4,000 to $5,000 a month. And here's why. They're building homes. They're building these crackerjack homes. 50,000 homes in the last decade in my county. Okay, 30,000 have been approved, in the process of being built. They just approved another 20,000 homes. So the problem is, Florida has increased, I think, 43% in the last decade of their population. So people are coming down here from the north areas, from the west coast, that it was more expensive to live up there to begin with. They're coming down here, and it's I
Or too
need, I'll
cold. Or
sell.
too cold.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, all this started happening when the economy started breaking, because I did the same thing. When that economy went down in 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, I bought several homes
I
because,
bought a condo for 50,000 in Florida before COVID.
well, right. But what I'm trying to say is it's a supply and demand. But because, and like I said, I own several, but because
my aunt's in
our
it. Yeah, my aunt lives in
our
there. I'm saying
our
it's like
tax
it's free.
our
It's kind of dope.
taxes our taxes went up because we have to build more
Yeah.
schools, we have to build more infrastructure. Our taxes went up. We don't have a state tax, but our taxes went up. Building supplies went up, and when you're renting, you always have to fix something when they leave, clean, replace carpet, whatever. All those
Yeah.
supplies went up. Our insurance, to get homeowners insurance, has become next to impossible. Hey, Callie, how's it going? Has become next to impossible. And for an average home like mine, and mine's not $1 million home, not yet, close, but anyway, but mine's not, one of these millions of dollars homes. But my taxes, my homeowner's insurance, I shouldn't say taxes, my homeowner's insurance for the year, 10 years ago, I was paying maybe $2,000 a year. My new one is $5,000 this year for homeowner's insurance.
Yeah.
And a lot
then
of
you
people,
got taxes. And so
well,
let's just say taxes are 5,000. That's $10,000 a year you got to pay just to live in your
my
house.
taxes are a little bit more, but yeah. But what I'm saying, and
I'm
then
just saying.
if you
A
are
number.
if you are within 15 miles of like the ocean, if you can get insurance, it's outrageously priced. There are people that have been paying $50,000, $100,000,
For flood insurance
$70,000
for the floods.
for,
Yeah.
well, and then flood insurance, and we can't get insurance companies get our flood insurance. So now the state's stepping in, and there's a state insurance you can get. It's crazy,
And that's
but
their price.
it's a supply
That's their
and
price.
it's a supply and demand. People make a profit. I did. I bought a house for $79,000, sold it for $300 in
Yeah.
5 years.
And that was all pre-COVID. Now after COVID, like everything is just the market is completely fucking changed.
It has.
Like to buy a house now that you're paying $100,000 for, you could have paid $30,000 for it in 2018.
The house I live in, I think I purchased it for less than $200,000. Okay. Right now, if I wanted to sell my house, I would get well over $800,000.
Wow.
Yeah, bro.
And that's in 10
On the market
years.
right now.
On the market right now. And that's in 10 years. I will make that much of a profit. You tell me.
That's
Where else am
4
I going to
times
make a
fold.
profit? Yeah. Where else am I going to make a profit like that? Just asking.
Nah, that's pretty insane. You're close to $1 million already.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, if you bought $1 million house before COVID, it'd be worth about $10 million right now.
Probably
I
about
don't
4 or
doubt
5
it.
years. No,
I don't
it
doubt
is.
that. I mean,
It is, but-
like it's gotten expensive. I think the points are coming down now. I think at one point they were trying to, like, the loan percentage was at what, above
Do you
8?
know, when I bought my first home in the 80s, do you know my interest rate was 13%?
Oh wow.
My first
Yeah,
home
dude,
that I purchased
it was high in the
13.
80s, just so you know, 70s. It was high.
Hey,
somewhere
Summer.
even 19%.
And
Oy.
anybody's welcome. Kelly, I hope you're doing okay. Anybody's welcome to come up. I'm going to post the link again.
Yeah,
But going
just so
back
you know,
but Bill, to go back to your overwork part, did you hear about the guy that I think he worked for Bank of America or Wells Fargo? He was an American. He worked 100 hours a week, and he ended up dying from exhaustion at age 35.
what the fuck?
Well, and that goes back to my statement that you have people that feel in order to have anything, you got to work 100 hours, work 80 hours a week. And now people have decided there's more to life than just
Yeah.
working. there's where we're at. But then again,
That's another good thing.
and,
You're right.
and the
Good
American
topic.
dream is to own a home. I have 2 kids, have great jobs. They can't afford to buy right now. Yeah, CD rates at 14% in the 80s. Yeah, Erod, you're right. Hey, Aid. Yeah,
When I bought
100%
when
right.
I bought my house, Christine, I already had $40,000 equity when I bought
Yeah.
it.
Well, and Matthew, I don't know the answer, and nobody wants to talk about it. And this is why I think this has been a great panel today. Different people,
I mean,
different
that's not
thoughts.
even a year. Yeah, it's not even a
Oh,
year. I've been in it. I'll be a year in September, and I already got 40,000 in equity
sure,
on the
because
property
of the
with the house.
increase. But I don't know how to fix it, and nobody's talking how to fix it. And as Matthew said, is it going to be the government is going to take control? Are they going to start regulating so it can be fixed? But then in the United States of America, we've all been taught we're the land of the free. Did you take that land of the free away?
Yeah, but you know what okay, here's another thing to add on to that, right?
Okay.
Consider this. So, because there's like 2 points I want to bring up. I think I'm going to start with this one first. So, on one side, right, the like half of America would say poor people don't work, etc. Right? The whole shtick. There's lazy people on food stamps, blah blah blah. But to defend that point, you don't get much like people think like we do. But at the same time, the reality is that if we had more people paying taxes, this is one half of it. If we have more people paying taxes, obviously we'd be more properly subsidized, right? But then when you look at the other side of the spectrum, what is it? I think the annual budget is dedicated 51-52% to the military. So then you
Oh
have
yeah,
the military.
I have. I'm going to post it in chat. Let me find
Yeah,
what Trump plan is.
But
they have a lot with military.
if you ever read the because I'm into military news for some odd reason, but when it comes to like finances and stuff, but recently there was this whole argument of if the United States back then the United States could build a bunch of warships. Right now, our own like actual military engineers can't build ships and can't build sea docks, and sea docks that are military certified, meaning that they could withstand an attack. So when you start hearing things like that, you start realizing, okay, so what does the military do about that right now? Okay, they contract third-party companies to build them ships. So the problem with that is that if I quote you and I say, hey, to build this ship, including research and development, materials, labor, because I'm providing my own labor, so I'm charging you as the government, and I say I'm going to charge you 270 billion, right? Then after a certain amount of years, when the first fleet of ships are built, the reality is that the government did not just only pay me 275 billion. I got another 275 because I went over budget. So then the one that ends up paying for that is the taxpayers. Then here's the problem. This is a real life example, but not monetary wise. I'm just using the numbers as an example, but it's
Right.
in the billions. But so we built 5 new ships or something like that, right? Then we found out that special gun we put on this ship, the ammunition, the rounds, just firing like a couple of dozen will bankrupt the funds you would set aside for that ship. This whole funding of maintenance, armaments, paying the personnel. Like I'm talking about those type of like assets are being affected. Not only that, the ship it's faulty because the design is faulty. Keep this in mind while all this money was being pumped into the research and development and going into building the ship. The ship can't turn a certain degree to both sides. So it can't make fast enough turns. It doesn't qualify to be in the military as a military vessel, right? So the problem is that we built 5 of them. We're out X amount of money. It's going to cost us way more money than building the ships to retrofit them with other technology because space is sparse. And that's one of many examples. But just to give you an idea, Do you understand that if we took all that money that was spent on that program, do you understand what we could subsidize at the local levels in multiple states? Do you understand, like, we could literally decrease poverty and food insecurity and housing
The
insecurity?
chipset, listen, the chipset
So,
we
Matt,
have right now in the ocean, that we have in the ocean, there's a bunch of them. The naval system, the Navy in our military system has the ocean under control, bro. And we
so
have billions of dollars out in the ocean. Go ahead.
Mafty,
Go ahead. Steve.
have you read the Agenda 47 that Trump's planning?
Is that the whole handbook written by that conservative that wanted to switch the government into a dictatorship? I've heard about it.
Well, no, that's Project 2025, but there's also Trump, and there's a link for Trump's page. But here, for military spending, here's what he has in his plan. Increasing military spending, Trump's budget calls for a $54 billion increase in military spending to improve capacity, capability, and readiness of America's armed forces. Now, he wants to increase it by another $54 billion, and I
Now-
believe we're already spending $54 billion.
You know
Okay,
where that
just-
money's really going to, though, right? It's not really going to the military. It's going to be
Yeah.
going into BlackRock, Raytheon, and all these
Right.
military contractors that facilitate that for the military.
No.
Right.
It's going to SpaceX. That's the
What?
new branch.
Space Force.
SpaceX.
Space
Oh,
Force.
SpaceX, yes.
Space Force,
Well-
whatever you want to call it.
Well, here's the thing, right? Okay. Let me just add
That
this
money's
tidbit.
going to Space Force. Whatever you want to call it, SpaceX, whatever you want, Star Trek.
Right.
And it's fucked up because they use the same Star Trek symbol. It's kind of weird. And the
Yeah.
icon for Space
It-
Force is a Star Trek symbol.
It's sort of weird that he did come up with the Space Force, but considering that in Congress right now there is literally a whole an investigative committee that's dedicated to the whole UFO thing that we're talking
Yeah.
about, which is like hasn't been on the news much, but when it is, it's typically because this is taking a long time. But apparently AOC talked about how recently they found out that a lot of these companies are shell companies, and that's how the military actually
There
ends up
you go.
hiding money and actually funding what they call black operations. So it sounds conspiratorial, but it's like physically there's a paper trail. So black operations just refers to things that have not been approved by the American public, that have
Yeah.
no benefit to the American public. So you can look at it that way. So for example, if the government says, yo, I want to kill Osama bin Laden for whatever reason, but it's not a benefit to us to kill him, we'll be using money that can't be, that's lost in translation amongst all these accounts, right? So the question is, realistically, if back in 2001 we were just about to talk about $2 trillion that went missing from the Pentagon, then September 11th happens, that gets brushed under the table, and now we're in an all-out war in Iraq, and that's with a blank check, mind you, at the time. So then
Yep.
fast forward a year or two ago during a pandemic is when we found out that the Department of Defense failed 7 audits. So it could be construed that maybe about $7 to a little bit more than that $1 trillion went missing. So when Jon Stewart went on stage and interviewed, I think someone from the DOD about it, someone higher up that was responsible, I guess, to take on this conversation between, on behalf of the government and between Jon Stewart, her answers are pretty much like, oh, we'll do a job better next time. But it's like, yo, you did this 7 times. How much money did we really lose? Right? Realistically, and when a country says we don't make money, why is it that we made a $34 trillion profit recently? These are things that are on Forbes and that are on that you don't see on the news. You'd have to literally go to a very eccentric news site that deals with finances, but the country's making money. So why do we even have a deficit at this point? And
Exactly.
it's because it's like a friend said.
You have to have
The
a deficit.
debt is more valuable than the money.
Yeah.
It's all about debt liquidation.
And I agree. You have to have the debt to make any money. Just like in order to buy a home, you have to have a debt. In order to buy a car, you have to have debt. We
Pretty
can't
much.
run a country without debt.
So
You can't.
I would be more interested in seeing if someone's already done the math on the amount of money you can reduce from the military, and then how much of those billions can really do in an open market.
Matthew, we just have J1 that just appeared. Hi, J1. How's it going today?
Okay, how you doing?
What up, J1?
Good.
Hello,
Any
Jay.
questions or comments for us?
Oh, that's Phil. Phil. Oh, how you doing, Phil?
What up, homie?
What's my question? Not a question. I work at a school, right? And I was talking to the history teacher, and he said that if Trump wins, not to worry because we have the separation of powers. Executive branch, legislative branch. If he goes too far, then the people just vote in the midterms to check him.
Sure, but then look what happened in January 6th.
Yeah.
Look how close we got. The only reason why America didn't get like assaulted the way it should have was because Pence was literally the last line of defense. Pence did not walk away from his duties, and we can. And the problem is that Pence may have had the balls to do his job, which that was his job at the end of the day, was to not deny what Trump was requesting. However, what if the next vice president isn't so chill and he's with the shits? He decides to say, "Yo, today I woke up and I chose violence." Then what?
Let's say Trump would have been successful, right? Let's say he would have stayed in power, right? At the same time, the Democrats control both houses, so nothing would have got done.
That's not true because
No, I think the Senate wasn't because wasn't the
Republican.
You're right. Wait, at the second half, didn't they lose the Senate?
Yes, they lost 2 seats. They lost the Georgia seat. Yeah, the Georgia seat. Yeah, they won.
Okay.
Democrats won. So it would have been a stalemate, right? Because Congress would just block anything.
But here you go. Think about this. All Trump's got to do is sign an EO. Think about it.
What about if they take it to the Supreme Court?
Well, hold on. Here's another problem, though. The Supreme Court is conservatively stacked, right? It's like
Yes,
4 to 3.
it is.
Okay, that's one. Also consider that the majority there was a recent article that came out a few months ago. It was recent because that was the last time I've heard of this issue. But there was a lot of concerns of radicalism in the military. And we're talking about, we don't know who's been infiltrated to the point of, we don't know if someone's in a nuclear bunker having access to Trident missile. I mean, not a Trident, a Minuteman missile. We don't know how far these groups have infiltrated the military, where even, let's say, for example, Trump decides to do something, and you're right, maybe the other branches could step in. But what if half your military forces turn in on you? It's another, I would say it's akin to having another civil war, but this time the politics is going to be so dirty because most of our nuclear weapons are consolidated on land, and it's typically on red states.
I don't know what to say.
I mean, it's fiction. I mean, what I'm proposing is fiction, but remember that this is something we've seen even in a few video games. Far Cry was one of them, where it's mundane to think of, but even I forgot what movie that came out recently where people were seeking shelter, no one knew what was happening, and then at the end you learned that the United States was getting attacked, and it was a civil war because of propaganda, and it's these are real topics that, as fictional as they sound, they're still probable. And then I think the problem is that if we get up to that point, there's no mending or there's no remedy for the situation. People are going to be so divided at that point.
Right.
And Jay, I have a question for you real fast because, it's on the subject. So you realize what Trump's doing, there is a bigger picture, and this bigger picture, bit by bit, has been put into play. And that is why we have our executive branches set up to where it is conservatives supporting Trump. That's a bigger picture. There's a huge picture here. Trump's just a small puzzle piece.
What if the economy collapses under Trump?
You broke up, sweetheart.
What if the economy collapses on a second Trump term? Because as usually happens when a Republican takes over, usually the economy suffers. Maybe the people will be motivated and they'll vote him out.
The problem is that It was a paper written during the pandemic. It was a financial paper where I think this was like a year before the pandemic or during the first year of the pandemic, where what happened was when Bush left office, this was during like I think during his height of the Iraq war, but then it kind of simmered down, and then Obama took over. When Obama inherited the economy and he fixed it, the effects of the economy weren't felt until the next administration. So Trump could just simply tell his people, "Hey, this is from Biden's administration. I have to fix it."
Well, just like Biden's been doing with his administration. This is a Trump thing. I have to fix it. This is a Trump thing. I have to fix it. Same thing. It
Speaking of the
happens with
U.S.,
everybody.
what if someone drops like 10 EMPs, like in 10 cities, like New York, Chicago, LA? I'm giving you 10 cities, Miami, whatever, right? And we lose all electronics. What do you think the world will become then?
Who's gonna wait? Repeat the last part.
What do you think the world will become then? Like essentially, if you put an EMP as a terrorist, you want to attack the United States, you put 10 EMPs in 10 cities. Big
Okay,
cities.
all right. So it would just destroy. It would just fuck up civil infrastructure. Military will be fine.
Okay, well, it will, but the United States will be in chaos.
Yes, it would.
If you say that was an attack, let's just say that. I mean, everybody will be like, "Oh my God, I can't call. I can't. Nothing works. My cars don't work."
But to be fair, remember what happened on September 11th. Hold on. Remember what happened on September 11th, though. September 11th, during the time of the attack, in New York City, virtually suffered no crime. What ended up happening was during a time when we got attacked, the whole idea of tribalism and nationalism kicked in. People were actually more joined together during an attack as opposed to any other time. Meaning, I have a feeling that it may not be chaotic as it seems. I think most.
And you know what? I was there during 9/11, so I know what you mean by that. And I'm not at the towers. I was at the Pentagon, but I get what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is like the pandemonium that people who may not be maybe essentially mind focused on handling the situation can cause a pandemic in the United States that will be worse than COVID. I'm just using that as an example. Not that it's COVID related, but I'm just saying.
Possibly. We won't know until it happens, but
they're already working on disease X.
I mean, the way the world's right now with computers and phones, and everybody uses that. If you take all that away, and I'm not saying that we can't maintain because people before phones grew up very well. And you're right, the community will probably get together and we'll take care of each other. I'm not saying that, but that could also cause just craziness because no one can have that connect to the people or to the world. If that makes sense.
I mean, but we've already survived through a period like that. Remember, before like commercial computers became cheap, where everyone had them in a household, all our families like just depended on a rotary phone and when we met up, we'd always said, "Yo, be here at this time," and we met up.
I'll give you an example.
It wasn't that
the
far
rotary
long.
phone. The rotary phone. You give a rotary phone to somebody right now that was born after 2000, they don't know how it even goddamn works.
That may be true.
I'm just giving you an example. You brought that up. You said rotary phone, so I'm using that as an example. So the fact that the people are so used to it, that's why I say that. They're so used to it.
I would say this.
Cause a little bit of chaos.
I think it's fair if I say this. I think chaos would ensue, but in small clusters.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I think the people that are gonna be with it to conduct themselves like in a pandemonium situation. I think it would just be small clusters. It wouldn't be, but I don't think it would be like. Probably retail, commercially, people will suffer, sure, but livelihoods and stuff, probably not. I mean, probably people that are gonna end up killing themselves are probably people that are gangbanging. That's about it. After that,
but I'm just saying. I mean, imagine not having no communication. Anything electronic is basically dead. So no radios for firemen, police officers. There's no phones. There's nothing available. You know what I'm saying? You probably don't even have power in your house.
But we'd
So you
pull
have no
together as
power.
communities. Our communities would start working together, and that's
And
what
I'm
maybe we
not,
need.
Christine, you're right. I'm not saying you're not. Like, I'm not. I'm just saying that could also cause some cities that are like the reason why rent is so high in some cities because there's so many people there. People choose to live in New York City and choose to live in Miami or a hot sun area. Some people living in the middle of Montana with nobody around them. They live alone in the woods. Those people will probably be all right. They're used to that and they're okay with that life. The people that are in these big cities that take the amount of our population, when they put it all together, that will cause chaos. LA, Miami, New York City, San Antonio, Atlanta, Chicago, the planes, all the planes are down. Buses don't work, trains don't work. You know what I mean? Like, and when I say EMP, I mean like a massive EMP. I always believe with technology that we have nowadays, the internet, we got drones, all this shit. EMP is gonna be the goddamn future, goddamn nuclear warhead.
You did
We'll just
say
build a
though
stronger one.
in your example, you did say that certain cities got attacked. In a scenario like that, other states will probably chip in and start sending us the things we need to like power on the grid.
Other
True,
countries, other
true.
countries, it'll be a
Even other
disaster.
countries. Because
And
remember,
I'm not saying that, but in that pandemic of that, maybe let's just give it a month window because they ain't gonna do it overnight. It'd be a month
you
before
also
it
have
might take
to
full effect.
you also have to account that the United States has a specific contract with Mexico and certain South American countries that if they were ever attacked, Mexico would join in on U.S. soil. That's a real document. They will literally have to send troops to
So
secure the
why
western
build a
borders.
giant wall to separate us to help us out when they're
The
gonna
wall
attack us?
was by the way, the wall was never there back in the day. Like they did a documentary where they talked to people that live near the borderline, and they could even tell you, yo, we never had walls and people never used to hop over. That was a thing. It's just the world became harsher and people had to relocate to like, to survive. Like that's the unpopular truth. A lot of these people are seeking asylum.
Yeah, now they are. I believe that.
Now it's bad.
know?
Like you see, not Peru. You saw how bad Salvador was at one point. I saw a documentary where like the whole big moratorium was like packed with bodies every night.
It was so funny. When I first moved to Wisconsin, I worked in a pickle factory, right? So I became like a line lead, to run a crew type shit, and had all these people that came in to like temporary work visas. Essentially, they gave them housing. The company gave them housing. They gave them food, but they worked. They bused them to work, vice versa, and a lot of them weren't Mexican, believe it or not. I thought they were, okay, because when I first got to the company as a new employee, I thought they were just Hispanics. I met them as people. Oh, you're Mexican, and then I found out a lot of them from down south. And the shit they gotta go through, bro, to make it to Mexico from South America is just crazy ass stories. And then they come up here, and then I'm seeing them, and bro, I've heard stories galore, bro. And most people think, oh, you're Mexican, and you're not. You say that El Salvador, they're from Chile, El Salvador, fucking Brazil, any country you can think of, man, for South America. Ecuador, coming to the US just to make some money.
Have you seen how many? Here's the thing: when they talk about the immigration issue, a lot of people tend to refer to like Mexicans and stuff like that. But the reality is that a lot of people that are coming over here through the Mexican border are Chinese,
I was going to say
Russian,
Chinese. Yep.
ISIS
German.
members have been
Yep.
caught. 9
German.
of them, German, French, and I'm just like Albanians, and I'm like, and the funny thing was, I knew an Albanian guy that was in I met made friends with one guy who introduced me to like this big group of vendors, people who resold like memorabilia, like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff like that. And one of them was Albanian, and he used to tell me, "Yeah, my dad got deported 3 times," and I'm like, "How the fuck does he come back to the country? We pay an Albanian, they smuggle him in." And I'm just like thinking, like, holy shit, how long has this been happening for? That no one's really talked about it. So then it gives you this eerie feeling of, if they caught 9 ISIS members coming in, they just caught 9. How many of them got through? And then remember, we're having this whole thing in the Middle East, so it's like it's a scary time to be alive, I'd say, at the very least.
Hey, I want to add one thing real quick. Matthew, I've never met you, or you never seen me, even though I sound familiar to you, because you have an intellectual conversation with people, and I appreciate you for that. I
Thank
just
you
want to
very
say
much,
that.
Phil. I
You know what I
still
mean?
think I've seen you on another panel. I just still can't.
I'm not
put the
sure. This
face.
is my face, bro. You see my face? I always show my face.
Wait,
I'm
do you
never
know
gonna
what?
have my face.
Phil's
Do you know a
everywhere.
He knows
Steven?
who I am.
Do you know a Steven though?
Stephen King?
Yes, 718.
Yeah, I've been at
I've
Stephen
seen
King
you on
show.
there. Yeah, I've been.
Alright,
Yeah, that's
alright.
why.
But salute to you, bro. Being intellectual and having a grown man conversation. Like you say, like you wanted to do this shit and you can't. But we have positive people on the vibe right now. It's a smart conversation, so I appreciate you for that.
You know, I'm glad you said that because I've been meaning to say that I've been having trouble because I've been on a few panels already, but I typically stick with Stevens because it's more chill over there. But I've been on other panels where it's not so much. I get that people have a lot of concerns to live in America, right? So people are having tough times like holding jobs. People have tough times paying bills. I get all that. But when you propose a solution that makes sense, when you tell people go out and vote and people say things like, my vote doesn't matter, it's kind of like, then what are we really doing at any given time talking about issues that people aren't willing to go out and do the first thing, which is vote, right? Or at the local level, get involved with like the local, like the politics in the locality. But it's just, I don't know if people are encouraged or they're dissuaded from doing so, but most of these issues can be pretty much solved and every party could leave happy. The military could get its massive budget, states could get more funding, people could get the housing, people could get the extra food security, conservatives could get away with most of this shit. But
people
it's
also have to
just
be open-minded, dog. Another thing, people have to be open-minded and like understand to take in knowledge. You know, like some people don't want to take in knowledge or learn or have a conversation that can be like, okay, I'm not the smart person in the world, but I want to learn from this. And I don't want to like call you out or do dumb shit. It's like, I want to learn what you're going to say. And if it's smart, I'm going to hear you out. You know what I mean? Like most
I
folks are
always
just
say
like,
rebuttal
shut
it.
the fuck up. Fuck that. I don't want to hear that shit right now. Like,
I
I'm just
kind of
saying.
I kind of hate when I get like when the rebuttal always is I disagree and it's like and then they'll give me the rebuttal but it's like you're giving me something that inherently doesn't tie to the situation, so it's like in order to talk about these things we're talking about you have to be inherently selfless.
Yes.
You have to be either empathetic, compassionate, or have a decent emotional
Open
intelligence
mind.
gauge right there.
Open-minded, bro.
Because the reality is that there's consequences to everything we do. So obviously, if we were to look out for the small people, there are going to be consequences. But there's a way of doing it where it's not so scary and the public is not panicking.
True.
Because that's all it is right now. Is right now we haven't panicked because the main focus is immigrants coming over, crime happening. But guess what? Regardless, crime is always going to happen. And if we want to bring in statistics, immigrants account for a lower percentage of crime while citizens account for the larger majority of crime.
And Mafty, that you brought up is funny because here's a situation. When we start talking about our homeless or the poverty or families who can't afford food or blah, blah, whatever we have an issue with in the United States, the rebuttal I have always come up with, well, the immigrants are coming. They're being given $50,000 in housing and they're given phones and they're given free foods and they're taking our jobs. And that's not true. Again, you have to concentrate. If we worked, there wouldn't be jobs for them. They wouldn't come here. If you really think that our problem with our homelessness or our poverty are the ones coming across the border, and don't get me wrong, I think we have a border issue. I think we have an immigrant issue. Do not get me wrong. But they haven't taken money from us to give to them because they weren't giving us the things before.
Exactly. Like the issues, this was a before thing. I think the way I look at immigration is that the part that I find revolting is that potential saboteurs or like espionage when we talk about spies, or you have to
Or
understand this,
the
right?
sleeper cells, all these things
Exactly.
that are coming in. Yep.
Not only that, if there's a map that they have that you can look at where it shows all the military U.S. military bases, like very high end, it's like I'd call them like exclusive sites, meaning very restrictive, like you shouldn't be nowhere
Right.
near them. And then you have a lot of Chinese businesses buying property near
Yeah,
these
right by
military
it.
Near there.
installations.
Yep.
So
Yes,
that's
they're buying
scary.
the farmland
So
and shit.
yeah, exactly. But then when you look at the immigrant issue, the other thing is that the more immigrants we have that are working and they pay into the tax and they pay back into the tax pool, that's great. But we should be able to keep those that are willing to work and pay taxes and provide proof that they're paying taxes. But I'm in favor of removing people that are here and are dodging their taxes, because ultimately the fair thing is that we live off of subsidies. Everyone benefits. A person may lose their house, end up going from middle class back to lower class. Now this person could go obtain the housing security they need. They can go apply for food stamps and make sure that them and the kids have food at the end of the night when they go to sleep. They have at least a public education. At least they get the bare minimum where they can able to survive and thrive, and they can work back to the position they used to be in. But the problem is that you're not, like, people don't have that ladder no more, and that gap that exists now between, I think it's fair to say at this point, middle class is non-existent or it's about to become extinct.
That's
Yeah,
what
but
I
listen,
say. I have
hold
been saying that the poor are getting poorer, the rich are getting richer, and the middle class is gone.
But listen, how about like there's hotels in fucking New York where they're taking immigrants coming in and they're giving them housing and giving them all this shit. But yeah, in the same city, these people living in the street.
I'll answer that.
They have
Hold on.
nothing to live.
I got you. That you're
Why
right.
is that going on?
You're absolutely right. The problem with asylum, the problem with the procedure of asylum seeking is this. So it's not so much that it's a sanctuary city, is that by federal law, you can't deny like someone seeking asylum, right? It takes up to 3 years to wait for your court date in order for them to decide whether you could be here or not. And I'm assuming at that point, it takes them 3 years to get working papers in order to start providing for themselves. So I think when you look at, for example, the hotel situation, it's because the shelters are overpopulated. The problem also with the shelter system is a third-party system, which means it's a private company that's for profit that's providing those rooms to the government, and they're allowed to charge, like, mark up the price per room for X amount of dollars. And the problem with that concept is that the shelter requires you. They'll purposely tell the government, "I'll give you this contract, but one of my stipulations is that this person seeking shelter has to stay in my shelter for 2 years." So that's 2 years worth of a sum of money that each of those families are worth, instead of housing them directly into a nitro apartment. So the problem isn't really the federal level. The problem is at the state level, because it's a local issue.
Okay.
The solution may be to federally regulate it, but again, it goes back to the average conservative is not going to want to give up certain rights, because remember, when they start offering these things to states, you have to sort of put a piece of policy, and depending on the verbiage of that policy, ultimately might affect certain class of people. So inherently, you're giving up something. You see the problem? So the solution is we can fix this ourselves. Are people willing to give up that part of their freedom in order to come to a solution? Because ultimately, we're trying to remove third-party markets, right? We're trying to remove the contractor. In order to do that, we have to federally regulate it so that the government can provide those services. And the government itself could hold up itself into a standard where it could be audited, and exactly what's happening.
Well, and the audits that the average person understands versus all the mumble jumble that goes along with it, that unless you got a degree in law, poli-sci, you're not understanding them.
Sorry. I had two bikes go by.
I think like ultimately, so that's typically what's happening, right? So in other words, the system's hemorrhaging money. So I think the first step is to kind of plug where it's bleeding. And that's going to be like almost every sector of like that budget that we give out annually. So we're gonna have to literally figure out a way how to satisfy the military, because at this point we're gonna need one based on everything that's happening. China's making threats for 2027. So, then you have the Ukraine still happening, and it's sort of like, at this point, the last thing the country needs is another war. And I think the only way to the only way to kind of deter this from happening and kind of minimize the amount of money you have to spend, it would probably be to like a show of force. But even then, at this point, I think by the next two administrations, I think we're gonna see like a steep decline in like not even survivability, and how well a family could be able to maintain themselves anywhere in America. There's no real actual solutions like besides that. It's either
I don't think Trump is with his administration is going to look at the poor, the single parents, the asylum seekers. He wants to get rid of all of it. We're not going to have anything. It's going to be the rich getting richer again.
You didn't see what Florida said a few years ago during the pandemic when they started getting rid of like the illegal workers there. The farmers were complaining they couldn't.
I live in Florida.
They couldn't make money. They couldn't profit because the cheap labor was no longer there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we remove immigrants. We are gonna hurt a part of the market where people don't want to fill in. People don't want to work at an Amazon warehouse. People don't want to work at a grocery store. People don't want to work like in a vine. Like I said, people don't, and they pay well. Surprisingly, you end up making decent money, but it's just people don't want to work hard labor jobs.
Nope. No, they don't. And there are a lot of jobs out there. We have this place called Buc-ee's, several of them in Florida. They're starting out at, just for a cashier, $20 an hour. It's going up to, it was 18. It's going up to $20 an hour to start as a cashier at a gas station. What it is.
Well, I mean, I can see being a cashier being a scary job at a gas station.
Well, this is a gas station open 24 hours a day. They have over 100 pumps, and it's kind of like.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that because I've never been that far out. I think I've only been to South Carolina. That's about it in Florida.
Yeah. Well, it's called Buc-ee's. It's out of Texas. They have like each Buc-ee has over 100 pumps. Some has 150 pumps. No semis are allowed. They pay good money. I mean, put it this way. It is such a fun place to go that I'll grab my grandchildren and we'll go there for a day field trip. I'm just saying. It's hilarious.
Okay, so since we're on this topic, I want to ask you two a question. Do you guys feel that Biden may be too old? And so to attach that, the second question would be, is it too late to find a replacement candidate?
Biden, I think, no, it's not yet too late to find. Let's go back to the first. Do I think Biden's too old? I'm not really going by age. I am going by, along with age, a few other factors that I have observed, that I have seen, that, and not just what people tell me. What I have read and what some of the background knowledge I have in medical. Okay. I do not think Biden can be our president. It is not too late to get a different person, but I don't think the Democrats would do that. I really wish the Democrats would push forward and get somebody else. Now, saying that, I kind of feel there is a little push that maybe something might happen because their expectations now, and they're telling him he needs to get out there to reassure the American people that he is capable mentally and physically to run our country. I don't think he is. And I'm not diagnosing him with anything. I'm not saying he has dementia, he has Alzheimer's, he has organic brain disorder or anything like that. But what I am saying, he is showing signs and symptoms like an aging American or an aging human that the brain does start shrinking. You do start losing faculties. And I think he is one that is suffering from those aspects.
What
So,
about
yeah.
you, Phil?
Phil might have stepped for a second because he even lost his thing.
No, yeah, I saw the unmic. He unmuted, but I don't know if he's coming through.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. There, yes.
Yeah, we hear you now, hon.
Sorry.
What do you think, Phil? Do you think that Biden is the? Do you think it's too late to get a new candidate, or do you think Biden? So both questions actually. Do you think Biden should run for president, and do you think is it too late for him to be replaced?
Biden shouldn't run president. I think he's too. He's way out of whack. We can't have him as president. I believe that, but is it too late for somebody else? I don't know.
No, they haven't had the convention. The Democrats could push him out and replace him, but I don't think they have anybody that could possibly beat Trump.
They have one candidate that actually expressed running against Trump that could beat him. You kind of knocked two birds with one stone. You could have Michelle Obama run for president.
But I don't think she'd beat Trump.
I think people misunderstand like how popular she is right now. When there was the rumors that she was running for president, a lot of that caught a lot of people's attention. And I dare say most conservatives probably would end up voting for her. I think she'll be a fair person to make fair policies on both sides. On top of that, she's smarter than her husband, apparently, according to the professor at Harvard. But I think if we were to look at this in a way of who can pretty much bring the country together and be gentle enough with it, I would say Michelle. Because we could also use Andrew Yang, but I don't think Andrew Yang's going to gain enough traction.
No, I don't think he could even possibly come near Trump.
He's great on policy. It's just specifically that after we got out the pandemic, I'm pretty sure people are going to start making comments. So, like, that's probably not going to be fair. But I say the closest candidate, I dare say probably Michelle Obama.
Who could be? I just, and the only reason why I only think Biden could beat Trump is because there has been so much controversy and talk, and I just don't think the American people would deal well with them replacing him right now. With that being said, could he run for president, get presidency, and then he declares that he's not fit anymore and his vice president take over? Could be. I'm just saying.
Gavin can't do it.
No.
Gavin will never beat Trump. Half the country hates Gavin for one reason, for being very restrictive on guns.
Yep.
He's never going to win. We're going to literally need, if this is even plausible, I think the Liberal Party should ease up on a gun control thing, because the reality is that it's not so much that guns are killing people. It's just, I think people don't look at behind the person that's using that weapon. And I think the real issue is actually the individual, not the weapon for the most part. But that's just a personal opinion about it. Gavin won't win. No, Gavin will not win. Gavin definitely won't win.
I don't think so either.
You're pretty much giving Trump the win if you put Gavin up.
Yeah, and see, that's what they're going to fear. If they put somebody else up, they know they darn well better be somebody that could have a chance against Trump.
Here's the scary part. Another thing about the whole Trump thing. When Trump, so the Conservative Party was heavily leaning towards DeSantis from Florida, right? and
Uh-huh.
he was supposed to be the fan favorite. The moment Trump pretty much insulted him on stage is when his popularity tanked. That was literally the Conservative Party's best efforts to install someone that was going to align more with, the conservatives that didn't want Trump in office, and even that didn't work. So they couldn't bump Trump off of like the nomination if they wanted to. Nikki Haley also dropped out. Like at this point, it's a no given that Trump is going to be the nomination for the Republican Party. Now the question is it even possible to introduce somebody else into the mix?
I believe so. Until they get that national convention, I believe they can. But we're going to welcome Jay. Hey, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
How about Hillary Clinton running again?
No way. No way. That's not going to happen. Hillary Clinton's reputation is ruined politically for the most part. And it's not, here's the thing. When they did the whole investigation on the Clinton servers, it's not that it wasn't a big deal, it's that nothing technically happened, right? So it was just gossip for the most part. It was just like one of Trump's talking points. If you notice between, I think the whole thing between Trump and Hillary, it was every time Hillary fell, oh, Hillary's too old. She has this, she has that. It's the same thing they do to Biden. But the reality is that Biden does seem to be like declining due to his age.
And it's the normal aging process he's going through. That's the truth.
Look at Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, I think, caught a stroke live on TV while he was giving like a speech in front of a news camera. Yeah, like he was old to be in there making decisions.
And there's one very minute thing that people don't recognize with Biden. And I've noticed that they've been hiding it and not allowing it to be shown. But if you watch Biden, the way he walks, he shuffles. And they've kind of stopped showing him walking on surfaces from point A to point B. And I guarantee you it's because of that shuffle.
Yeah, he's not. I don't
That
feel good about
shuffle
this election.
that shuffle is a huge indicator of a brain disorder versus, could be dementia, Alzheimer's, organic brain. You can only make that determination by testing. But that is one of the things when they are doing one of these cognitive tests, they ask if he walks with a shuffle, and B, they have the person walk and monitor that shuffle. That's a huge part of the test.
Well, they also said that I think Parkinson's, a doctor that specializes in Parkinson's disease, made like 3 to 7 visits to the White House in a month or something like that. So like
And somebody with any one of those illnesses can ride a bike. It's a different muscle and it's a different part of the brain that's utilizing those muscles to do that. So riding a bike, even with keeping his balance, again, that's a different part of the brain.
What about Joe Biden for president? Jill, his wife.
His wife's not a politician, is she?
No,
but she doesn't. I don't know. Some people say she's running the White House. But why not have her run? She's very popular.
No, she's not. No, there's no way she even would have a chance to beat Biden or Trump, in my opinion.
There's a reason why Obama beat Trump. There's a reason for it. Like, it's because in order to beat Trump, it's not so much your policies, it's so much of your image. You got to think about it. These are all politicians. Trump is just this guy who's pretty much agreeable to most like U.S. citizens. Like if you go to Manhattan, you go down to the city, a lot of people love him. It's just, they like his character and, the way he like talks and stuff. So I think whoever's going to beat him has to be more popular than him in some like respects.
Seeger's mom saying that the White House doctor said that Parkinson's doctor was treating someone else, not Joe.
I don't believe that. They wouldn't do that for any other worker there. They would only do that for the president, wouldn't they? But I mean, even
Yeah,
then, let's say,
I don't think they would be sending somebody else in either. I really don't.
yeah, they'll
A,
probably only give it to the president. That they'll probably like a
correct,
house doctor would make a visit.
correct, unless it was a true emergency, but they'd still take him to the hospital, take him or her to the hospital. They're not going to come in and check somebody else. Even Jill, it wouldn't be that way.
Well, he does have, yeah, they do have the presidential hospital room nearby for that. But then, what if they don't want to give the impression to the media that he's going to the hospital, hospital frequently, and then having the doctor come to him would just be a way to cloak the whole like intentions of something actually happening.
100%. And it's just like he said. Somebody asked him if he would take a cognitive test, an independent outside study cognitive test. And did anybody hear his response?
What did he
say? He said, I get a cognitive test every day. I don't need to go have a cognitive test.
Yeah, he's talking like someone's grandpa.
Christine.
You can still hear us, Jay?
Yeah, I was thinking, Christine, do you remember Ronald Reagan? He was the older president, right? And he won re-election.
Yeah, but Ronald Reagan wasn't shuffling, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Ronald Reagan also didn't have that stare, that far out stare. Ronald Reagan also didn't have that jaw drop issue that I observed the other day numerous times.
Wait, how old is Biden right now?
81, I think. And
no.
Sometimes it's not always age. I'm just saying, it's where are they in the aging process? Not all 80-year-olds are going to be at the same aging process together. Okay, Sears mom said, they said he is not or has not been treated for Parkinson's. And he has visited and treated someone in the White House.
I mean, I don't think I don't think Parkinson would disqualify him from running for president, because I remember a president that had polio or something like that, or he couldn't walk.
Yeah, right.
I forget. I think it was it Ford?
No.
It was the guy from World War II, during World War II, who was president. Eisenhower, maybe?
FDR?
Maybe. I know one of those two couldn't walk. He had to be pushed in a wheelchair, yeah.
FDR.
Yeah, so like, if that's the case, then if he does have Parkinson's, I don't think it would have a bearing. I just hate the fact that it's just the media coverage is what's really killing him for the most part. And there's nothing we can do about that.
It was Truman.
Nothing they can do. Truman.
And Parkinson's doesn't necessarily start affecting the brain. Cognitively, I should say.
But if he's 81, Christine, 81.
But Trump's up there too with age.
How old is Trump is in his 70s, is he not?
He's like 2 years. He's 2 years younger, I think. I'll be honest.
78. Yeah.
I haven't really, I don't really pay attention to their age per se. I'm paying attention to their behavior. That's what I'm paying attention to.
Gosh, I don't like Trump, but I give him credit. He's 78 and he eats unhealthy. He's still alive?
I mean, he's pretty obese. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, right?
Like, he may not have, he does seem a lot healthier than Biden, though. Because he still plays golf, so I'm assuming, I don't think, if you put Joe Biden in a golf field, at a golf course, I don't think Biden could actually play golf, as opposed to Trump actually swinging.
Did you not hear the debate? They want to compare golf swings. That's what Biden said.
He should, but guess what? Biden's probably gonna fall. He's old. He's 81. Like people I know that are 80. I know people right now in their 70s that are like way past, like way worse than what Biden physically is. But I'm assuming at 81, you're pretty old, like physically at least. And then to take into account how much your mind deteriorated over the years. He does have great policy. He did do the infrastructure package. He did send stuff to Ukraine. His policies weren't entirely bad. I think his problem is just the way the public perceives him right now, and that's just not something anything like anyone or anything can do to like make it better. He did finish high school, I think.
What about no, the unemployment rate is low, right?
But the problem is that everything that was happening under Trump before the pandemic, that was the effects of the previous administration. So technically, all that low unemployment rate was the influence of the Obama's administration's policy making. Because those effects don't take an effect until the next administration. You don't start seeing, because you're going to need a few years in order for things to regulate. So in this case, when Trump was in office, he inherited pretty much something that was already dusted off and cleaned. So the perception was under Trump's administration, things were going great. But when the pandemic happened, unbeknownst to Trump, what Obama ended up having done, most of it was being undone policy-wise by Trump. So, for example, before the pandemic, before Obama left office, he had put a CDC team in place that was funded, and their only job was to sort of like look out for like infectious diseases and give the heads up and give recommendations much more faster. And they were allowed to go to other countries, and they were allowed to do things like epidemiology and virology. So they were pretty much the first line of defense for the country. What ended up happening is that before the pandemic, Trump disassembled that CDC group, that small group that was attached to the CDC, and said, we don't need this. Then what you get was the whole pandemic is what you ended up getting, where we weren't protected, delays in policy making, and everyone ran around with their heads cut off. So it's not really fair to say that under Trump things were good, because we were afforded that low unemployment rate because of Obama, not because of Trump.
How's the economy now?
I heard at least in New York City the job market bounced off, but other than that, it's still a disparity between part-time and full-time.
As they usually say, a person wins re-election, right? President wins re-election. Oh, right? If the economy's
Shit, I fell
booming.
off my seat. Sorry.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I'm good. I fell off the seat. That's why.
Oh, gotta be careful. Is the economy good right now? Because if it's good right now, then Biden should win, right?
Not necessarily, because his image gets in the way of actually acquiring votes. So,
Because I don't think there's never been a president that's lost when the unemployment rate's below 4%.
Oh my gosh. You really, okay. I don't know how much you work with numbers or statistics or anything else like that, but you do realize statistics with the numbers can be manipulated, right?
Yes.
Okay.
mhm.
Because I guarantee that is not an accurate amount. I guarantee you it's a lot higher.
So what, the unemployment?
Yeah.
Probably is.
Oh, absolutely it is. Because there's several reasons why. And some of them we hit right now. A, if you're working or looking for a job, you're going to lose your housing assistance. You're going to lose your food assistance. Okay? So it's just better not to work, not to look for a job. People had unemployment, totally ran out of that because of the virus and the times that people stayed home and collected unemployment. So those people collect that are no longer collecting unemployment. They have chosen, they're in the system because welfare is at an all-time high. So is rental assistance is at an all-time high. So all those people that got all this money, now they don't want to go to work. They're hoping the government bails them out again because they got this assistance. And again, if they work. Just saying, when they're pointing out this unemployment has never been so low, where are they getting those numbers from? I'm just asking because I guarantee you there are still too many people out of work.
Also,
Too many people.
Low unemployment doesn't translate to people being able to afford things. So they
That's
may
right.
be at a low unemployment rate, but it still doesn't mean that they're able to make ends meet. So it's like, I think unemployment, the rate doesn't really matter. It just serves to gauge of how many jobs are available on the market, but it doesn't gauge a person's survivability or how much they have to depend on these like government subsidies in order to make ends meet.
Correct. And the other thing is, they put out how many jobs have been created in the last 4 years. Well, FYI, how many jobs and companies went under? So somehow or another, you had to replace the jobs. So here we are reinventing jobs. And that's where we come up with our numbers that we've increased the jobs by $12,000 or 12,000 jobs, new jobs. Sure. How many jobs were lost? How many companies went under? Just asking.
If you look at the pandemic, do you remember when they were bailing out the airline industry? And so at the time, the agreed upon thing I remember was vividly, I remember this was, I'm going to bail you out, but I don't want you to fire or lay people off, right? That was the agreement. Well, a week after they got bailed out, people got fired. Oh, you have at the time big stadiums that weren't in concession. So I mean, or what wasn't active, so they weren't selling anything in the concession stands. There was no games being played. Like those coliseums got paid off, they got bailed out, but most of their employees had to be let go.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, it's sort of like there's not. I mean, the pandemic was pretty much a trip for the most part. The entire process from start to finish under Trump's administration was insane. I mean, I'm even lucky. I dare say we're even lucky we ended up getting a vaccine out of it.
Yeah, right. Well, and Jay, let me explain. And I'm going to use myself as an example. Okay. Do you know during that time frame when they were mandating the vaccine? Do you know I lost my job? I lost it. Lost my income. Lost my livelihood. I was in school finishing up my doctorate, and I stopped. So, and many of us did in the medical community, and many of those in the medical community to this day have chosen not to go back to work for several reasons. One, that's all we know is medical. So there's no other jobs out there, and I'm not going back. And I'm not saying just me. They're not going back because they're not going back into the medical. They're not going back to bedside. They're not going back to patient care. They're not doing it. I'm not only talking nurses. I'm talking nurses' aides, medical assistants, nurses, doctors, physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners. A lot of them. They're not going back. That is why there is a higher shortage of nurses and doctors and assistants at this point. Because of that, we've chosen not to go back. We know we cannot go outside of the medical field and get a job because they won't hire us. First of all, because we were used to making too much money and they can't afford that to pay us that. That's number one. Number two, they don't want people with college degrees because a lot of these jobs are not within our scope of what we got our degrees for. So they're not hiring us. And they know that if something better comes along, because we're not in this field and we're not looking for something, they're not going to hire us because we will never be a long-term employee. I'm just saying. Sorry.
You think maybe that's why they should do immigration reform?
Well, we should have immigration reform.
For the most part, yeah. I think the reform is important, not because immigrants are committing crimes over here. I think it should be implemented over national security, because like it was stated earlier, if ISIS got into the country, it's not so much we have to worry about the immigrants, it's so much we have to worry about how many of these terrorist organizations are seeping over into this country, considering that the Palestinian-Israel situation is still ongoing, and that Iran made some threats recently, and the United States, didn't catch their bluff. Pretty much, they threw out a threat. The United States went in, and then now they said, okay, you did this when we said not to do it. Now we're going to do something to you. So it's the borders need to be closed to that extent. But the problem is we can't really close them. It's because we have a lot of imports and exports that come in through that border. So I don't know how they're going to deal with this whole border issue. You have pretty much two economies that are symbiotic here in the United States. You have the Mexican economy that heavily relies on the United States, and we also rely on them for product and manufacturing. So we need those items because these are the privileges we have, right? That's why we can go to the store, buy a Pepsi, buy some food, buy some bread. A lot of these things come from over the border. If we close that, we're going to start denying those imports from getting into the country, and it might even be more expensive if it has to be rerouted somewhere else entirely just for it to get here.
Why not just legalize immigration? Open borders.
Well, that would depend on the people that live here.
Like how it was in the 80s and 90s, right? There wasn't really enforcement. Just
yeah, but then here's the thing. Let's say we have open borders. Realistically, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Realistically, if everyone pays their taxes, realistically, it shouldn't be a problem. Now the problem is that you have a country where citizens get to vote. If the majority does not want it to happen, it's not going to happen. So there's virtually not much you can It's you damned if you do and you damned if you don't. Some way your economy is going to get hurt.
Well, and this is the problem. Which group are we willing to hurt?
You ever heard the saying? I forgot. I don't know if it was a philosopher that coined this or something like that. It was along the lines of, "We're about to see the rich eating the rich."
I'd like to see the rich eating the rich.
But that would be bad for us at the bottom.
Sure, because the rich eating the rich is just going to take more from us. And here's the thing, and we all know, and this is, I'll be honest, this is kind of what scares me. And I think it's hit home harder to me because I don't know if you were here, Mafty, when I said I have an 18-year-old granddaughter who just graduated high school, and she just arrived at boot camp a little while ago. Okay, she joined the military after high school. But here's what concerns me. We know our economy sucks. It's going to be hard to get out of, and we don't know how to do it. But war changes that. War gives jobs. War changes your economy. War does allow the rich to get richer. So are we only going to get out of this via war?
Yeah, but then we wouldn't want war, for one.
No, I don't want war. Trust me.
I mean, like, there's only one reason why we wouldn't want it. Realistically, you are right though. During war times, like there's a lot of things that I think, if I'm not mistaken, there actually is a law written that during wartime you don't have to pay taxes.
Right.
Right? There's something along those lines. But I did say the reason why we wouldn't want to get to war is ultimately, if we get into a war, we get into a draft. And the first ones going are going to be ages 17, 18 through 24, 26. There we go. So then here's the thing. We're giving up the lives of children.
Yep.
In order to rectify like what's happened, like this economic turmoil. So, for example, the war in Taiwan and the war in Ukraine, it's all economical to some extent. It's not, there's a reason why Russia took certain regions, because they had manufacturing power in that region. They had the industrial sectors and stuff like that. There were things tangible for them to take over. It's all economic. At the same time of, quote unquote, I'm creating a buffer zone. So if NATO decides to attack, I'm willing to give up this portion of land and poison it in order for my enemies not to be able to go through. But with that sentiment being shared, it still stands. Are we willing to send kids to war? Because one thing that's going to happen, they're going to get killed. I think about my little brother who's 18, 19 now. And if he gets drafted, he's going to get killed. I don't expect to see him.
Well,
that's just the reality.
And I'm going to tell you, I have a 26-year-old son. I have 2 18-year-old grandchildren. I have 2 16-year-old grandchildren. And I have another son who is retired military, but he is only 34, so he could get called back. And I guarantee you, none of these grandchildren would ever want to kill somebody. So
I had a friend tell me, "Oh no, but you could give them a support role. It doesn't matter. Everyone gets caught up in war. Everyone."
That's right.
You think you're gonna send these little kids to do a support role? No, they're gonna send them straight to the front line. That's
yes,
what they did
are.
in World War II. They did that on D-Day, and you can even look like the last movie I saw was Fury with Brad Pitt. But
yes, they are.
The interesting part about that movie was when you see the scenes in the beginning. A lot you'll see, like, they purposely put these kids, they're young, like on both sides you have kids fighting a war, and it's like the only thing that happens when you put kids into a environment like that is that they're gonna get killed. And if they don't end up dying and they make it, you potentially have someone who's you just took everything from them if they manage to come back from the war. They're not gonna be themselves, and it's not fair for them.
Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. There's plenty of interviews from, like, if there's interviews on 42nd Street back during those times when they were asking a crowd of people, and all those men served in Vietnam on a draft, and most of them were saying, "Yeah, we can't even get jobs, mental health, we can't even get housing." So this problem has been existing since Vietnam, at least. So it hasn't been plugged in. I have one friend that claims it's due to the housing market crash. Some claim it's just something that hasn't been resolved previously and now it's just going to bout out of control. But ultimately, another way of looking at this is another way to reset all this is to go to war. Because when you start warring with countries that you owe so much money to, you think I'm going to pay you back? We're at war. I don't have to pay you back.
And that's why I said what I said. And I will tell you, after Vietnam, I had 2 uncles that served. I had 4 total. 2 of those uncles didn't get the mental health they needed, felt guilty for what they did, was forced to do what they did, and they took their own lives. 2 out of the 4.
Oh, wow.
2 out of the 4. And El Sarmento's right, too. Warfare is changing. It's becoming more drones and missiles than boots on the front line. You still are going to have boots on the front line. I will tell you, I have a brother-in-law who works for a company who helps do these missiles, and he has shown us the simulations of them. He could be in Nebraska, and that missile has a memory and is trained. It will go over to, let's say, Russia, one of the small cities, and it will hit its target exactly when and exactly where, and it will destroy it. So that's what we're doing with our missiles right now. They have a memory.
You're not wrong, Sarmento. It is more of going to be like a cyber warfare / like robots, drones, and missiles, but you're still going to have troops on the ground. And I don't think the number is going to decrease past what we had in other wars, because ultimately, if we get into a war, it's not going to be a war ships and like missiles only. You're going to have ground battle, and then when you're talking about dealing with the infantry of China alone is insane. So we don't have enough people in the military. If we were to fight this infantry, like, close quarters, we don't have enough soldiers. Like, for every soldier we have, they got 5 to 10, something along those lines. And they're very disciplined over there when it comes to that, like being that nationalistic. So I don't know. I think if we do go to war and we lose, we're gonna suffer. We probably won't even have a stable like naval force at that point. We're probably gonna have to rely on like controlling the skies up to that portion of space. And then you also have to contend with the fact that Russia launched its whatever they launched a platform up in space. So if anything, this could be warning signs that, hey, things are gonna get messy. And everyone's just doing their due diligence to like prepare for like when things get bad. Look, we can't survive a nuclear attack. Russia
Well, I was
can't,
going to
by the
say,
way.
and we all know if a true war breaks out with any other country, we're all gone. The cockroaches may live, but we're all gone. My Cuban tree frogs may live, darn it. Country like Russia with crappy equipment needs to have 5 to R1. Well, all it takes is 1.
But here's the problem with that statement, Sarmento. When Russia went out their way and said, we have a dead man switch, all of that doesn't matter. Because they can lose the war. If we set off a nuke in their country or big enough seismic activity happens, their systems launch nukes to everywhere by itself. Like, getting into war with Russia is not a good idea over the simple fact that they have a dead man switch. Meaning, if the country, something happens to the high chain of command, nukes will fly. Like they don't need someone at the other end to press that button. We don't have things like that. But in order for us to launch a nuclear weapon, it has to come in a missile silo with 2 people, 2 different keys, and orders have to match in order for them to put those keys in, punch in those codes, and everything's predetermined from there on out. Russia, on the other hand, most of their missile silos are mobile, meaning they launch on trucks. So we've always made the admission that those trucks are a lot harder to hit. Not only that, those trucks are harder to protect because if you have a sizable amount of force, you can go in there, steal one of these trucks, and launch a nuke to a neighboring country. Now you started World War III. Because at the end of the day, if someone gets nuked, everyone's going to be on edge.
Well, and I'm gonna point out here. El Sarmento said nuclear is the biggest threat with unhinged world leaders. Well, I think we have a couple unhinged and possibly another one becoming unhinged. I'm just saying. But
Maybe
yeah, we're all
Australia
going to die.
They said that if you lived in Australia or in the lower parts of the equator, you could make it theoretically.
Right.
But
and then I thought, well, what if it's a civil war? How is that going to look, and what is that going to do? Because I'll be honest, I see more of a civil war than anything, and I really, truly think the biggest thing that would start anything in our country would be, and I said this, and I could be wrong, and maybe it's just my mind, that if somehow or another Trump pardoned George Floyd's murder, Derek Chauvin, because I don't think the majority of Americans, after watching that, would just sit down and let it go.
I think the last thing we want is a civil war.
Oh, I don't want any war. I mean, but
specifically civil war, though, because I think a civil war would do more damage than a war on a foreign country.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you have to
Well,
consider that at least if we go to a war, let's say we indulge in a war with, let's say, Russia. It's two
mhm.
combatants. Now when we talk about a civil war, now we're talking about an active war within its own government. At that point, it's everyone's trying to grab power. It's either going to be one group that wants to change things, or it's probably going to and
Right.
then probably going to be the opposition as people are trying to preserve the way things are being ran. All three branches, etc., constitution, all that. But a civil war, in my opinion, is worse just because now you have the grounds or the means to change things in a constitution, or just do away with the document entirely.
Yeah. Well, and that's I think that's what's under attack. Summer, you weren't here earlier, and it's like, well, most things like the constitutions will last for 200, 250 years. We've had a good run. That's the only thing we can say anymore. We've had a good run with our constitution. Let's brace for what's happening next.
I dare say that if I had to, because I think you said something interesting. So I think there was a philosopher making a case in point that like capitalism, fascism, socialism, like the reason why a lot of it failed, why Rome failed in general, is because they failed to adopt or evolve, that system. So, for example, I believe in order for us to thrive, capitalism has to sort of change, has to evolve. That's obviously because the saying is that they say it's every 100 to 200 years. That's how you keep these countries up and running, based on theory. So I think the only solution here is that we have to adopt a new system. It has to be a system that has to employ some kind of universal basic income, and it has to apply parts of conservatism, liberalism, and maybe even socialism. It has to provide the basic necessities. That the reason why we pay taxes to the government is to have certain things. And I think now that we come to the point that we realize, okay, instead of being humble to what we have now, it's not enough. It's obviously going to cause more problems than not. We have to be able to change to something that benefits everyone, but obviously it starts with supplying some form of security of any of those sectors when it comes to the low class, middle class, and upper class. But one can make the argument, how do you propose trying to instill something that's going to benefit both a rich, middle, and poor class? It might not even be feasible. Yeah, Naruto. There was something stated that Russia was running a propaganda campaign since the early 2000s on the U.S. And apparently we've seen it throughout the Hillary situation, the Trump situation, and it's probably gotten them actual results, honestly.
They want a USCW2. What? I'm
Civil
sorry, I
War.
don't. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm like, what's a CW? Okay, thank you very
I
much.
thought concealed weapon. I was like, wait, we need guns now?
I know, I'm thinking, what? Wait a minute.
It's telling us to arm up. Okay. I want to do that. I want to put on military equipment. I'm going to fight
Well,
for freedom.
at least, if you think about it, we all know there's 300 and something million, almost 400 million people in the United States.
Something along
There
those
are
lines.
people. So I don't know. It's a lot of information today, and a lot of different information, and a lot of good information. I'm just quite impressed. But I'm just so, and I'm not a nervous Nelly or anything like that. And I am very involved in my local and my county and even my state agendas and laws and politicians and politics and things like that. And even the things that I'm seeing now and over the last couple of years in Florida that I've paid more attention to, I am seeing a lot of what Trump wanting to implement in his Agenda 47. I mean, we're doing so much in Florida, and then I'm finding out as I'm talking to people, and this is part of the, the solution, in my opinion, as I'm talking to more and more people, I'm finding out these same things have been implemented in different states. So that's telling me whomever who are Trump's little buddies and who's Trump's putting into cabinets, they are embedded into these states and already getting a lot of these things passed per states. It's crazy what, after reading that, you gotta read that Agenda 47. I'm telling you, it will blow your mind.
Who was vouching for the anti-abortion? Was that from Trump's administration? Like, did that come from Trump's era when the states started like retracting their stance on abortion rights? Christine?
Did I mute myself? Okay. Yes, I do believe that was a Trump thing, but I don't know if you listen to the debate between Trump and Biden. Biden said something to the fact that it went to the Supreme Court because people wanted it back into the states, but he could prevent it from going back into the states. Well, if he could, and to solve the upheaval about it, why didn't Biden stop it from going back to the states?
If I'm not mistaken, Biden's very religious, so I don't think we're gonna know his true intentions, but I don't think he'd be for abortion rights, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
He
and
is
I
very
don't think
old
so
school.
either, but if you listen to him or from his, administration and everything, he is for it's a woman's choice, her body. But he speaks out of both sides because we know, you're right. He is a Christian. He goes to church. He claims to be a Christian. But we know Christians do not believe in abortions.
Hmm.
Am I right?
It's either that, or he's gonna save it for this campaign. Because you're right. He could have actually jumped into the whole when they were attempting. I don't know if they overturned it entirely, but
They did.
Roe v. Wade thing, right? He
Mhm.
probably could have done something, or at least given his input or influenced the decision. But to be fair, it is for a conservative party. I mean, for a conservative
Correct.
Supreme Court like justices there. They're gonna outrule the liberal side. And on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, Clarence Thomas was the one that spearheaded it at the time when it got to the Supreme Court. So let's say I think it's fair to. I think the problem is this. I think if you wanted abortion, and I think the state has the right not to give you an abortion. Sure, but a woman shouldn't be prosecuted for crossing state lines for getting an abortion.
Well, I don't think a state should stop a woman. Why is the government getting involved in my body?
Well, because remember, it's not a federal issue. Well, when it got overturned, it was a federal issue. But
Correct.
what I'm saying in a sense of, remember, it's the states. The states decide how they want to run the locality. So if a very conservative state has a stance of they want to do the whole anti-abortion thing, it's within their legal right to do that. That's fine. I don't think it's fair. That's fine because that's their state. That's how they want to live. But I think when they go to the extent of saying now, hey, you can call this number, report a woman's about to get an abortion, we'll arrest her, and you get money. Like when it got to the point of like saying now you can't leave, like you had to move to another different state to get an abortion without being prosecuted, at your local county back home. So, or, like just to go and visit and come back. So I think that was the extreme that I didn't agree with. If states want to ban it, that's fine. But because there's always going to be states that are going to be for abortions. That's cool
Right.
too. And some states do offer like a program where they'll come get you
Right.
and then they'll send you back in one piece. But I think that prosecuting people for this is a little bit too far. at this
But
point.
but do you know why it went to the federal government? Because it used to be in the states. But do you know why it went to the federal government?
Why?
Because we didn't learn about history. We didn't learn from our history. Because the states before with abortion, it was one state did this, one state did this. It was all division. It was people crossing lines, people doing their back alley ones. So at that time, it was decided, let's see if we should take it to the federal government, and they did, and then that way it was equal amongst every state. So we didn't, again, we repeated history. Here we are again.
Okay, how about this? I think it's fair to say that what's really under attack right now is the First Amendment, which is, I'm assuming that is what they're phrasing for the separation of state and church. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, do you think, because I feel this way about it, I can sort of get maybe mine some more information on it, but I feel that the majority of people making, at least let's say, the argument for the anti-abortion are usually people that are part of a large conglomerate that's very religious, or a large group
Yeah.
of politicians that are all
Yeah.
either Christianity or Catholics.
Yes.
So here's the problem with what they're trying to do as well. So if they dismantle the First Amendment, the problem that which will occur, that's about to occur now, is that it's a separation of state and church, yes. But who's to say that another religion can't come into the picture and now demand the same rights, because it's also a religion, and therefore there's not an exact foundational religion that the country has. It might have started very influenced by Catholicism or Christianity, but we have to also make the admission that this country is made up of multiple religions now. Some have more members than others. So what this sets the precedence is that the reality is that if there's enough voters that are Muslim, for example, they can impose things like Sharia law, because or even corporations can start imposing religious rules.
Yep.
So,
and that's what Trump's wanting to do, though. In his when he takes over in his administration, that is what he wants to do. He wants to bring back the Christian nation. And there are over 200 in the United States alone. I think in the world there's over 4,000. There are over.
You cut off, Christine. I think Christine might be lagging, or she's muted, because it doesn't show the mute symbol.
No, when I go over to the other side in YouTube, I post something and it takes me off, and it wasn't doing that, but it's doing it now. So anyway, he is wanting it. There are over 200 practicing religion groups in the United States. Worldwide, there are over 4,000. So he wants to bring our country back to the Christian nation. Okay. I just pulled up a few of the top Christians. So are we going to be practicing Catholicism, Protestantism, Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, the Church of the East, the rest? This is a hard one for me to say. Restorationism. Which one are one of the other 190 something? Which Christian rule are they going to try to rule us by? And I truly think with this Roe v. Wade and telling a woman when she can or can't, or if she can have an abortion, I again think we are going backwards in time. Are they going to, and they want the mom in the home and blah, blah, blah. Are they trying to take women's rights away again? Are we going to end up not having a voice? Are we going to end up not being able to vote? Are we?
I was about to ask you that too. I was about to ask you, since if we're taking a reversal, right, and we're dismantling, let's say, the separation of the church, then that means that we're most likely the next thing coming is women's rights, because it just seems like if we're taking a step back, it's either going to be, if we're declaring, hey, women have no free use of their bodies, that could only mean that if we start incorporating, like, say, Catholicism, it's
Right.
not going to work out for women the same way that it's working out now, when religion can't pounce on you and instill certain metrics of this is how you should conduct yourself, because this is what it means to be a woman in a religious
Right.
sense. That you have to reflect that. I
Mhm.
think here's the thing, because I'm pretty sure, I don't know how much of mothers make up, like, or women or mothers in general make up of the voting base, but I do think that if Trump were to get defeated, he will most likely lose for sure on the anti-abortion stances.
Yep.
He will definitely
Absolutely.
lose. And it's not because Biden is better. It's just off the fact that I don't think no one's going to vote. Like, those participants are not going to vote for that man. For that
And
reason.
let's just say, for example, and this is what I have been telling people and trying to get out there. Fine. You believe in abortion. You don't believe a woman has that right to her body. Okay. I'm not gonna touch that with you right now, but I want you to look at it this way. They're taking this right away from you. How many other rights as a woman are they going to start trying to take away? Because they think they know better, and they're bringing in Christian values, and Christians maybe don't believe women should vote. Maybe Christians believe women should be at home raising children. I mean, I think this is just a start of chipping away at women's rights until they take us completely out of the picture of having any say. I have a really tough time with it. Sorry. And I'll be honest, I'm told to get pregnant. And if I could get pregnant, there's no way in God's name I'd ever want to get pregnant. My fight is for my children, my grandchildren, and any other generation after that. Plus, I've seen these self-mutilating, aborting women. I saw somebody try to abort their own child with an ice pick. And the mom didn't make it either. I've seen this. I don't want to go back to that again. I have seen when they started implementing. I have a friend. I have not personally seen it, but this is what happened. They had somebody who came into the hospital that was having an ectopic pregnancy. After it went back to the states, their state does not believe in abortion. The doctor, now mind you, an ectopic pregnancy, somebody could die from. If that ruptures in the fallopian tube, the woman dies. So instead of the doctor taking that tube out to prevent that woman from dying, wouldn't do it, had to get in touch with the lawyer. It took 6 hours between the doctor, the lawyer, the hospital attorneys, and a state's attorney, constitution attorney, whatever it was. So many attorneys were involved. The woman died. She died because of this law, and doctors afraid to lose their license and not doing what was in the best interest of saving the life of a human that's here versus an egg, a cell in a fallopian tube. She died within 6 hours of them fighting. That's a problem.
Wouldn't the hospital be forced to save her, though, based on policy alone of?
No, because the only way to do that was to have what they would call an abortion.
Oh,
you get that now?
they were forbidden
6 hours.
Even if it's under dire need?
Well, that's when they started changing and laxing up. If it's a threat to the mom, if it's rape, if it's incest. At first, some of these states, absolutely no abortion. No abortions allowed. Well, a miscarriage is a spontaneous abortion. That is the medical terminology. Under 20 weeks of gestation. If you go in to remove that embryo from that fallopian tube that is an ectopic pregnancy, that is classified as a D&C, and that is removing a fetus from the body. That is technically, in legal terms from some of these states, an abortion. So 6 hours it took, and she died. So
Wow.
here we are. We're going to kill women.
I don't understand how the I don't understand how I don't want to say this country. I don't understand. Maybe it's because of everything that's happening, and they're making this correlation that we have to bring back religion and praying, and somehow that will end up that will stop the violence and the shootings. And it's like I don't think it's not to validate if, like, any chatters they hear religious. I'm not against religion at all, like those type of faiths or spiritualism. But I think the excuse of bringing back religion up to this, like, being this overwhelming in society is like, now is not the time to do it. I think at this point, I think there's too many things going on to be virtue signaling.
I don't understand how somebody in their right mind would think it's okay to force a religious belief, morals, whatever you want to call it, onto an entire country.
Here's another thing I think ties into that, though. Did you hear about the stem cell thing that was happening with
Oh, I did. I read up on. See, I'm in the medical field, so I kind of read up on more of this stuff. I did. Oh my gosh.
The fact that we, like, I guess to, like, certain, like, I guess to the politicians and the senators are religious, it may seem like outwardly or unhuman, but
yeah.
I remember, who was it? The girl from Vice that ended up getting ALS, I think it was.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I think her name was Amanda Ferrara, something like that. And I remember watching this woman when she was started off doing Vice, and then I think her last one, she gave the news to the, like, I guess to the fan, like, to the people that watched the show that she had ALS, and then when she was going through it, she mentioned that stem cells can help. Like, stem cells really do help. Like, in most cases, I dare say it probably will, like, extend a person's life to decades if, like, worked with enough, right? If they refined what they were doing. The problem is that when I looked into it, Congress doesn't want to go ahead with it. So it's like, okay, so you have a problem, and obviously women that need the procedure done on emergencies are getting killed because of the lack of the procedure. But if they get the procedure, it is sad, when it is a miscarriage. Maybe some people are sad that, the person's aborting what they perceive to be a child. That's fine. But on the flip side, it's sort of like, if we harvest animals for their blood for antibiotics, as morbid as it sounds, these fetuses literally are like, it's like if you notice through, like, most medical journals, you'll notice a lot of the stuff they can deal with had they had stem cells.
Absolutely. And I'll give you something closer to home. I have a very rare illness, and there's 4 categories of my type of illness. My illness specifically will not get rid of my illness with the stem cell transplant. Okay, it won't. But the other 3 will. And I know people, through networking and meeting and things like that, that have the same thing I do, because we're rare. And they have fully recovered and have a fully natural immune system after stem cell transplants. Now, do you know how many? And I'm lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones, but I think with my knowledge and training and my mother pushing, I should have never lived to the age I am. I should have died. I'm lucky I made it through childhood. And because of me and people like me, that every child now born in the United States of America are tested for an illness called SCIDS. Okay. It is a very rare form of, the simplest term I can put to people. Do you know who the Bubble Boy is?
There was the movie based off him, the one that couldn't You know,
Yes.
that he had no immune
Yes.
system, I think, or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's it. They lack IgG. They do not make antibodies. Some of the most, like I have that. I was born with it. My sister has it. Two of my cousins have it, and I have some very close family members that are in the process of being tested right now because it is hereditary. But because of us, we test these babies where 2 decades ago there wasn't enough testing. They didn't realize what it was. We had infant deaths because they didn't know what it was. They didn't know, and by the time they identified it, there was a bacteria or a virus or something that already attacked them, and they died. Now we save lives because of everything I've gone through my life and the testing and the studies that I have been into, along with thousands of other people. But those stem cell transplants on the other three categories of what I have have complete normal immune systems. And sometimes, like cancer patients can end up with something similar. It attacks their immune system and they end up with like an agammaglobulinemia. Stem cell transplants can fix that, rectify it, reverse it, and then they lead a normal life after they're done with their chemotherapy and radiation. So there's a close thing that I can relate to, that I can talk about on stem cells transplants save lives. And I'm not saying, oh, everybody go out and have an abortion because stem cells are hard to get. I will share that with you. You wait years for it, if not decades.
I have a question about it. So you sort of you specifically, how would they treat that with medication? Do they give you like antivirals or no?
Oh, with what I have, I infuse IgG weekly.
Okay.
And I get different other types of infusions, or I'll have to do blood transfusion sometimes. I will have to do platelet transfusion sometimes, because all that's part of your immune system. It's all affected. But these stem cells have saved lives. And in all honesty, what happens is because there is a mutation at birth or in utero that was passed down throughout my family tree, and somebody possibly who ends up getting the stem cell transplant and changes that mutation is no longer there, there's a possibility that their offsprings will never have this illness. So there is a way to possibly eradicate it someday.
Yeah, because I'm reading right now from the NIH. So they did a test with piglets. And it seems here that they tried numerous cell injections on the pigs, things like CD34 cells from bone marrow, down to T-cell depleted bone marrow or cord blood. So like I have like here the references to it.
Yep.
But I always thought that for something like that, it'll be antivirals. But when I'm looking at the whole the IVs and everything, it's like, wow, that's pretty intense.
It's pretty intense. Yeah. It's kind of exciting though. I mean, but then it's pretty devastating.
I mean, as a person with going through it, I'd say it's intense. Like and that remark that I could only assume that because there is an immune deficiency going on. I'm assuming like you feel often fatigued, maybe lightheaded, like
I have T cell issues, I have B cell issues, I have platelet issues. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it?
I mean, at this point, I think if it goes going back to everything we've spoken about, it all leads up to politicians imposing a bias that they believe the country should be represented.
Correct.
So, like, for example, the majority of them are religious, now whether they're Protestants or like Catholics. But the point is that they ideally share like a similar goal of, you know, but then it doesn't make sense considering that. I think if you read, there was a recent research paper. They coined the term turbo cancers, because now we're seeing kids as early as 18, 17 to developing cancer. And
Mhm.
we're talking about multiple children are now developing aggressive forms of cancers. And it goes to say that if we keep heading down this route where the focus is if it comes to like a room full of people making an argument, well, we shouldn't do this because God wouldn't want us to. And against the respects to religion, I think we have to look at it this way. Is the majority of voters in this country probably religiously don't outnumber the amount of people that don't follow a faith or maybe have like a different point of perspective where they accept that, hey, certain things have to be done because obviously with more medicine, people get to live, people don't have to die. So seeing those two like school of thoughts clash in that manner where if we have the means to solve an issue, we're not going to do it because this gets in the way. One can only assume that if Trump does get into office, I'm assuming a lot of things are going to get undone. I dare say that there's a chance disability can go away, Social Security disability, things like Medicaid might go away, and then we're going to have a problem. Just in the name of preserving profits.
Yeah. But why is the average person not seeing this? That's the question. That is the $1 billion question.
Well, you kind of sort of have to look at it this way. The problem is in everyone's faces. It's because the States does something unique that other countries don't do. The States make you feel comfortable. And when you're comfortable and you can, at any time, you can go to a Walmart that's open 24/7 and you can go reach into the fridge, get a ton of ice cream. Those are things that make people inherently lazy. It's not like the old days where you got to go out and maybe get your food, you got to hunt for it. So like, if a person's already developed this cycle of habits, for example, you go home, he plays video games, he works. So his only concern is I have to pay internet bill, I have to pay housing, I have to make sure I have the latest in equipment. He's not going to be concerned as long as those things aren't messed with for the most part. So as long as he's left to his own devices in his comfortable zone, potentially the people that should vote and should have a say in these things are just off like, their mind stuck into whatever it is they're doing. They're perfectly content with being preoccupied with things you can call like the word for it, but I've used this word before. They're just comfortable. In other words, they're just very comfortable, and there's no reason for them to like see it any other way. It's like, for example, the same thing with gun rights people, right? People that vouch for 2A. They're very passionate about gun rights because they understand, hey, if this is taken from us, these can be the consequences. The difference is that they actually go out and vote. But if you were to ask the younger generation of voters that are coming in, I don't think most of them are going to vote unless the person they're voting for is actually a celebrity or, represents something about their culture or there's something hip and cool about them. Like, it's no longer about policy making anymore. It's about who can deliver the best message on live TV.
See, and people say that, and I agree. I agree. The majority of the 18 to 25-year-olds probably are not voting. I understand that. But it's so odd because the ones that I know between those ages, they tell me damn right I'm going out there to vote. And I'm like,
I do believe
why?
that. Yeah, I believe that. Of course, I believe. Of course, that's the thing. Yeah, of course. Like
I'm like, why are you motivated? You know what a lot of the answers are that I get on why they're motivated to do that? Because they're tired of the old people running our country.
Yeah, I think that's a widely accepted, agreed upon.
I'm like, come on. I understand that there are some older people, but there are also some younger people that think because that's what they were trained to do as an old person. But I said, you can't just write off what you're calling old because we've been through this history. We need to talk to you so that your generation don't repeat history. So it's kind of important. Makes sense?
I do agree. I think the most I can say on that is that if we're gonna see change, it's probably gonna be when the younger generation gets in power. Then we'll start seeing like a different side of things, because then you'll have more politicians from that generation that's more like open to working with different diverse topics and stuff like that. But as far as I don't think the old comment is fair when it comes to the older politicians. It's because during their time, the country was ran differently. So it's like all they've known is, a political landscape that's been dominated by men and only men on male issues. There was never female issue. There was nothing, nothing else really. If you think about it back then, like it was always something other than what we argue about now. So they're also
100%.
yeah, so they're only like when they behave in these certain ways, like the way Trump and Biden does. It's not that I think they're inherently bad or racist, whatever it may be. It could just simply be like, yo, they come from this time period. They're stuck there. Biden's stuck on the war on drugs. Like he's stuck during the war on drugs, like Ronald Reagan period or Nixon, or whoever when this war started.
It's like, hello. I agree. And they're just crazy.
And then it's kind of like at that point we can't really hate them. But again, during the time during like the early 1900s, I'm assuming it was pretty brutal. Like when it came to the Senate, the House, and just the presidency. Not only that, most of the changes reverberated through the country. Like when you consider like the things that happened in California during the riots, the first riots, not the Rodney King ones.
Right.
When you had like when we went through World War II, it was heavily, heavily influenced on the masculine perception. And I think the problem is that the word was kind of loosely used too much, where I think the issue is that we don't need a masculine perception and we don't need a feminine perception. We just need a perception that's fair. And
correct. Fair for everyone, no matter what your race, religion, color, if you believe in aliens or not, who cares? Is it fair?
Is it fair? Exactly. I feel like it's sort of like, I think a part of it is kind of like the media does do its thing to kind of rustle people's feathers. For example, when the trans right issues came out, because the trans right issue only came out recently, it wasn't out for that long. It went from people wanted to be accepted, okay, that's fine. But then in the heat of all, when there was all that arguing back and forth, what I had to explain to people was, there's men that are going to take advantage of the situation. So if he puts on a wig, he puts on a female's clothes, he may not fit the definition of a trans, but guess what? He's still out of the bathroom causing mischief. But it's not because he's claiming that he's trans. It's just because he's taking and exploiting what's happening at that moment. So
that was all mainstream media hyping that up.
Exactly. So it's like not all trans women's in a female bathroom with a full-blown erection. There's been cases like that. Those men are probably not really trans. It's just dudes who are weird, decided, hey, this is what I'm going to do today. And they picked the topic. They played Russian roulette, and it didn't go well for them. But then it kind of sets up this narrative. So what I mean to say by
where'd he go? He left us. Howard, I do not. And welcome, Howard. I'm glad you got your app, sweetheart. Nartu, yes, it was funny.
There we go.
Welcome back.
My internet just turned off and off.
You got storms where you're at?
No, not at all, actually. It's a clear sky today.
Oh.
And it's funny enough because I was having this conversation, not to divert real quick, but I have a feeling the government's been getting cyber attacks a lot because my mother's food stamps were stolen from the account. And someone made a good point. It means that somehow on the government side, there's been a breach and the government hasn't spoken up about it. And for the last couple of weeks recently, where they've been touting all the cybersecurity threats to the country, I've noticed like the 911 system in the whole East Coast was down. I heard for like an hour, and they're still investigating that. I don't think it was the East Coast. I think nationwide. And then we've been having all these Yeah, and then we've been having all these fluctuations in here in the city, which I found weird. And everyone's been like
Well,
tight-lipped of what's going on. But
FYI, in the last almost 3 weeks, every single one of my bank cards, well, I shouldn't say there was one that was not, every single one of them had fraud charges on them.
oh wow.
Yeah, I had to close numerous accounts, get numerous cards, take it all off of everything, and it has been hell to pay.
Ooh.
Yeah, and then one of a very large Ascension Health system, they had an attack too. They couldn't see people in some of the ERs. They couldn't schedule for weeks now. They can't schedule some tests. They're having to do it manually and get the paperwork, the referrals, and that from doctors. And they're switching over from Cerner to Epic now. And they were planning on doing it. They just did it sooner because they couldn't fix it. And millions of people's health information has been breached.
Yeah,
So,
I got an
yeah.
email something about that. It was
Yeah.
funny too because after, so because I receive government subsidies. So when I checked my account, I noticed recently they switched the I'm assuming they switched the merchant, meaning someone else now handles like the accounting and everything for them, and they developed a new app. And I noticed on the new app, on like a complete different company took over, they are now allowing us to freeze our cards. They're allowing us to block out-of-state purchases, and they're
Yep.
allowing us to block online purchases that doesn't
So-
match the address on file.
So my new cards are doing stuff like that too. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I like I seriously been like
Wow.
thinking about this for the last like couple of weeks. I even told like 2 friends about it, and I was like, maybe I'm going crazy. Like, and one was like, maybe you're like thinking about this too much. But then it's not too far fetched. A lot's been happening recently over here.
Well,
in
and
regards
it's
to
not,
everything.
well, and think about it. Remember when nobody could touch money out of their bank? There was something
Oh
with the banking system.
yeah.
Remember when the phone services went down? Nobody could make, and we've had a couple of those. And then then we had the 911 system problem, then all these large hospital system issues. And then I think it was one of my IRAs with one of the big corporations that I have my investments in. I got a letter from them that there's been a breach and people may have certain information of mine. Oh yeah, Nartu, I can guarantee you it wasn't me. I had to prove that. I had to prove that because I filed charges. It was crazy.
Because I feel like it looks like from the way everything's going, like the rhythm of things, it looks like whoever's doing this is just poking their head in to see, okay, how far what can I do? I'm just tapping everything. Okay, this is how much I can go. So then when it's time to do something, they're just gonna go like ram through that wall.
I got an alert on because I get now my stuff's set up on text messages and things like that. I got an alert that there was a 99-cent charge like out to Utah, and I got an alert: is this fraud? And I clicked fraud because and they identified I would never have charged 99 cents. That's how they knew there was a problem. Callie says Russians are great at these attacks. To be honest, as someone who's in cyber attack. Yeah, I agree, Sally.
Russia
100%.
has this cute little thing where they allow their hackers to hack the US as long as they don't attack their own country, and they can get away with like conducting scams and stuff like that. The only trade-off is that when the country needs your services, you have to drop what you're doing and go help.
Yeah. And Nartu, I think the computer forensics, when you need them, I think because I'm so small and there's, as Matthew was saying, that there are some bigger things going on, and that's probably where they're all at. No, there's cyber attacks going on. I 100% agree with that. So, well, I think I'm going to wrap this up for now. We've been on for a long time, and this has been very good conversation. And I appreciate you coming up discussing this. And I know that summer plans on doing more of these. leading up to the election for information purposes for anybody who wants to listen, because we got to get it out.
No, right on. Actually, I don't, because I saw you guys on. I was like, oh, let me go see. But when I saw you talking to Phil, well, at the top, I was like, let me chime in. But no, thank you for having me, Christine. It was always a pleasure. Last time you guys had me, you were amazing.
Well,
You
we
guys were
try to
really
be.
gentle with me.
Well, there's times, I'll be honest, though, there's times in a Somerset, she wakes up and it's violence today. So it's let's go. And we all like to be petty sometimes. You got to be petty. So
Absolutely. Yes,
you'll
absolutely.
still see some of us pettiness, but these are important issues for all of us.
No, absolutely. I think if for everyone at the comment section, please go out and see what local issues you could get your hands on and run with it. If not, look, it's bad times. The only thing you can do is that you can get involved with your local council person. There's plenty of them around your states. Get in touch and see how you guys can help.
And there's a lot of grassroots organizations out there. There are a lot of grassroots people who aren't politicians who are trying to get into your local government, your school boards, and things like that. Support them. Do flyers.
Absolutely.
Knock door to door. Get this information out. And I'm going to post, before I close again, I'm going to post Project 2025. And I'm going to post the Agenda 47. I really want everybody to go look at this stuff. It's very important.
I have the 47 one. You have one more, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll definitely give this a read when I get up here. Okay, I have one up. Now I just need this. Okay, Project 2025. No.
And when you read, and just remember, Trump denied having anything to do with Project 2025 last week and earlier this week, or last week. He made a statement. He does not have anything to do with that, but they're all his ex-cabinet members. But when you read 4047, it is almost the exact same stuff as 2025. So tell me how he doesn't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this looks bad as it is. But okay, so Christine, it was a pleasure talking to you. No problem. When I see you guys on, I'll always throw you guys a message. Thank you for having me, and you guys have a great day.
Anytime. You were great. Have a good one, hon.
Likewise. Bye.
Bye-bye.